Everyday high stress.
Damn it. Hold on, guys.
Everyday high-stress encounters test the trust between communities and authority. Reactive systems respond after harm, costly and too late. KYRF is changing that. Our scalable legal literacy programs equip people and officers to know their rights, reduce escalation, and build lasting. Invest in prevention. Visit KYRF.org and join the movement to reshape public safety, city by city, life by life.
When your star sign aligns with your favorite bars, that's Rapstrology. Introducing the Volume 1 and Volume 2 collection, where hip-hop culture meets cosmic energy. These tees and hoodies are crafted from premium heavyweight, pre-shrunk cotton for ultimate comfort and durability. Rapstrology gives you options that truly vibe with your style. Choose from 3 bold editions, gold, white, and black. Each piece makes a statement, perfect for concerts, studios, or anywhere culture thrives. Every drop connects the zodiac to the spirit of rap, creating an authentic crossover. It's not just fashion. It's legacy wear that sparks conversations. Each release is a new chapter in the Rapstrology story. Volume 1 and Volume 2 Rapstrology tees and hoodies are available now.
What up, people? You heard them. Rapstrology is available now. Go out and get it. Better get it before I cut them off. You never know. I'm like that, man. I'll be doing some stuff one day. Next minute, I'm off doing some other shit. You never know. Rush out and get them. But what up, peoples? What's happening on this Saturn's Day? I'm a little early. I may come in a little early sometime because yo, let me know if the mic is working first off. Is the mic working? Can you hear me? Are we good? Last time we had some problems. Sounds good? Okay, for sure. So you know, these live streams go pretty long, and I don't have it takes up the rest of my damn day. I don't have time to do anything else the rest of the day. So I may be trying to get in a little bit early, maybe half an hour early, you know, to an hour early. So just make sure you check in just in case I start off early. If I sound a little trippy, because I had a little sinus thing going on this week. So if I sound a little trippy, y'all don't trip. It took me a lot to get to this point. Sinus problems, man. Oof. Went back to the gym, started getting my stuff back in, baby. Had to get my stuff back in after that accident I had. I was out of the gym for like 3 months. I was like, God damn it. I was fiending. was fiending for my workouts. Now I'm able to get back in. So, but when I got back in the gym, one of them damn little bugs tried to get me. But I caught it with this first. Bam. Knocked it out with that, but then it only attacked the sinuses. But that only attacked the sinuses for a day, maybe a couple of day and a half. So that was yesterday. So I should be sounding pretty. I'm sounding definitely better from yesterday. Y'all didn't hear me yesterday. But I'm definitely sounding better today. So what up, peoples? Y'all got me today. I wasn't gonna do it. I was gonna hold off, but hey, you better go out and get this. You understand? This works. Yeah, damn it. This and vitamin C, like thousands of grams of vitamin C or milligrams of vitamin C. So you can take up to 14,000 milligrams of vitamin C a day. If you take over that, your body will just pee it out. So if you ever get the bug, can't say it out loud, but bam, right there, bam, there you see it. Can you see it, bam? Right there. And vitamin C. That's all you need. Promise you. It knocks that shit right on out. But hold on. Sharif Finley, thank you for the Cash App, girl. Appreciate you. Let me get you in here. Hold up. And Darius Foster, appreciate you. Thank you, guys.
May the force be with you.
For the super chat, the Cash Apps. As you guys know, we have a goal every week, so appreciate you guys for helping me reach my donation goal. Thank you, everybody. We're at $30 in. We're $30 in already, so thank you, guys. All right, everybody. Real quick, I have a few announcements. If you ordered the Great Book of Melanin Research, I haven't sent them out yet. I don't have all the cards. I don't have the decks of cards, so I'm waiting on the flashcards. They should be here this week coming. So But if you want your package without the flashcard, you can email me and I'll send you your package without the flashcards. But if you want the free flashcards, you have to wait about another week. So, but you should have gotten, all of you should have gotten your t-shirts. Your t-shirts are in. So I did hook you up with the t-shirts. But you gotta wait on the book. But everybody else who wants the Great Book of Melanin Research, order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. You will get this whole police stop law package for free. The Know Your Rights manual, the public official bonds book, the constitutional rights card, the qualified immunity card. Constitutional rights card lets police officers know what your rights are and what will happen when they violate those rights. And the qualified immunity card lets them know they lose their shield that blocks them when they violate your rights and they don't know they violated your rights. So when you get them on camera and you say, officer, you're in danger of violating my rights, they cannot claim I didn't know. That's the shield they get. Oh, I didn't know, Your Honor. I didn't know. Well, on the video, I can see him telling you you're in danger of violating his constitutional rights, which you are sworn to protect. So you don't think that you should have taken 5 seconds to Google that law up before you did all of this, officer? That's what's going to happen. And the officer's going to be like, I didn't think, well, you have a duty to institute the least intrusive means possible during a detainment. That's by law. They have a duty. That's a law. Florida versus Royer. That case, it says that police officers have a duty to institute the least intrusive methods possible when violating or when detaining you. Meaning, if whatever the simplest way is to resolve this, they have to choose that. So that's what that qualified immunity is. And you also get, so this is right here, you get the new ones. Bam. That's the new constitutional rights card. The civil rights constitutional rights card. But then you also have, oops, where they go? The qualified immunity. That's the one I'm talking about right there. You lose that qualified immunity, baby. They lose it, and then this is all the laws that lets them know they lose their qualified immunity. Right there at the top, as you can see, a police officer or public official loses their qualified immunity when they knowingly violate the law or are plainly incompetent. So if you tell them they're in danger of violating your rights and they don't just take the time to Google it real quick, you can't claim, because I did give you this qualified immunity card before you violated my rights and said that you're proceeding down the wrong path, your officer. You're going down the wrong street, officer. And you didn't listen. So you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, you get all of that right there, plus the flashcards, the police stop flashcards, volumes 1 and 2, which I'm still waiting on right now. The printing press, they had a back order, so I'm waiting on those cards. They should have been here last week, but you'll get them this week, and I will send them out to you ASAP. So appreciate you guys for supporting, and that's the best way to support. Go to realnagas.com, go to the Naga Knowledge Shop, and order the Great Book of Melanin Research. And like I said, you will get this whole police stop law package for free. Public official bonds book, off the chain. Learn how to get back at police officers. Go get that police insurance. Every police officer has insurance or a bond, hands down. Insurance or a bond, and you have to go know how to go get that when they violate your rights in order to get remedy. So that's what this book does right here. So again, best way to support, realnagas.com, and hook those up. Also, go to rapstrology.com. Bam. Bam. So when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, I will give you a free t-shirt. You get one free t-shirt also with it. You can get any one of the t-shirts in the store. But the dopest ones, I think, that are in the store right now, I got a lot of dope ones. I got a lot of dope ones, but this Rapstrology, man, it is off the chain. I actually have the second group one. I have the second group one, so check this out. Oops. This is the way. What they say? This is the way. And that's what they're saying in the Mandalorian. Everybody, this is the way for you to support. The best way for you to support. Get that Great Book of Melanin Research package, and boom, you get either volume 1. You can have volume 1, Rapstrology, volume 2, Rapstrology, off the chain. This is probably my favorite one right here because red meth. I fuck with red meth. That's my boys. Then boom, Rap Astrology Volume 3. Bam. If you know anything about the avatar, you notice the Earth Nation colors that I put in there. This is a shout out to the Earth Nation in Rap Astrology 3. And then boom, we have the Rap Astrology Groups Volume 1. This is dope as hell. I actually have Volume 2 done, but I'm not going to put it out yet. I ain't going to let you see it yet. Not going to let you see it yet. But Volume 1, go ahead and get Volume 1. Fat Boys, Run DMC, Salt and Pepper, the Beastie Boys, Public Enemy, Eric B. and Rakim. Shout out to Eric B. and Rakim. De La Soul, EPMD, and Houdini. The freaks come out at night. The freaks come out at 9. Now, this show don't open to after dark, and it ain't till 10 until the party really starts. Hey, man, that was my shit. So get in here, get that great book of Melon Research. You get any one of those for free, or you can also go to Woo Astrology, and you can grab one of the Woo. This is actually my favorite. Let me say that. Let me back up. This is my favorite shirt. I love Wu-Tang. So Wu-Tang is my top group. Them and the Yin and Yang is Tribe Called Quest. They're the Yin and Yang to me. They're my two favorite groups, equal. But this is the best shirt I got right here, I think. Man, off the chain, got the gods on here. So you can get any one of these shirts if you order the Great Book of Melon Research, plus the free Police Stop Law package. Hey, you're not getting any deals like that. I'm giving you over $300 worth of free stuff. So get your butt in there. Make sure you take advantage of the deal. All right. Take advantage of the deal. Oops. And then also make sure you go to patreon.com/real Nagas if you want to sign up to the status classes. So I have the status classes. So we teach different types of law. We have police stop law. We're going to talk about that in a second with Know Your Rights Foundation. But status law, if you want to take yourself out of the system, basically learn how to contract with the corporation known as the United States of America, Inc., go over to patreon.com/real Nagas, and I will teach you how to have 1 foot in the system and 1 foot out of the system. That's what you want to do. You got to be balanced in this thing. A lot of people try to pull when they get into these changing their status, they like to sever all contracts and take themselves out of the system. Why would you do that? Why would you cut your leg off like that? You want to utilize all of the tools within the system. You just don't want the system to have any jurisdiction over you. And I teach you how to do that. When you take your status back, Aboriginal or indigenous status is the highest status in the world, in every country. Doesn't matter. So you have the power when you take your status back. But if you don't, they know that, which is why they try to take your connection to the land away by telling you, oh, all y'all from Africa. Like, nigga, I don't really think I don't look like no African, bruh. No, you're from Africa. Believe me, you're from Africa. Africa. Come on, say it with me, guy. Africa. Yeah, man. Come on, I'm with you. I'm with you, buddy. Africa. Go back. Take your fucking ass. Take your fucking black ass. Take your copper-skinned ass back to, go to fucking Africa. Like, no, motherfucker. I'm from America. And so you take your status back in America, and you have the highest status in the land. Again, 1 foot in the system, 1 foot out of the system. That's how you want to be. That's how you want to have a connection to the law. And you get to keep all of your documents, your driver's license, social security card, and all the rest of those documents, but they don't obligate you any longer. They have no lock over you. They have no you have a connection because it has your name, so you will use them, but it has no power over you. They hold no power over you anymore. So again, patreon.com/real Nagas. I will teach you. When you learn the information, I will give you the paperwork for free when you can explain it. Again, I will give you the paperwork for free when you can explain it. So again, I need a law army out here. We building it piece by piece, brick by brick. We building this law army. You better get in this damn building before we build this door and lock the door. When the door locked, it's a wrap. So make sure you get over there. And also, again, you learned about, where to go? KnowYourRightsFoundation.org. Make sure you get over there and sign up as one of the volunteers. And we will teach you for free. We will teach you the law for free. Bam. So right there, go to KYRF.org or KnowYourRightsFoundation.org. Go to the volunteers page. click this, send us a message, and let us know that you want to be down. You want to learn the law. You want to learn the law. And again, we're teaching it for free, but don't take that for granted, everybody. A lot of melanated people, we take things for granted when we get it for free. Don't you disrespect me. I'm telling you right now, I am not that dude. I am not a bitch. Don't take my kindness for weakness. I will give you free stuff if you value it. But as soon as I feel that you don't value the shit, I will snatch it right back. I promise you. I don't do I'm obligated to help all niggas even when they doing fuck shit. If you're on the right path, you got the good foot forward, then I will help you. If you full of shit, I don't fuck with you. Sorry. So again, knowyourrightsfoundation.org. Sign up. We will teach you how to smash on police officers, not violently, just with the law, when they violate your rights. So that's how you get hooked up right there. All right, everybody. So let me see. Y'all ready to get into it? Y'all rest to do it. Hold up. Let me give my shout outs. Let me give my shout outs real quick. Jason Rivers, what's cracking, brother? Trey 22, Chaz McFly, Dr. Lakeith, what's happening? Eric Charvet, is that how you say it? Eric Charvet, did I say it right, bro? I hope I did. True Knowledge, what's cracking? Antune and Twain, what's cracking? Mac Films, what's that? Jamarock, what's happening? Melanated Brown, what's going on? DJ Sherb, what's happening? Riri 247, what's up? Got your Melanated Brown, Mac Film, Shawnee, excuse me, Shawnee 6643, what's happening? What does that say? Sup KN Friends. I don't know what that is, but I got you though. Sup KN Friends. Shawnee, I got you 6643. Karen Williams, Travion, what's happening? I got you, Karen Williams. Charles Johnson, what's happening? Mike McGaskey. That sounds like a white last name. Are you Caucasian, McGaskey? That sounds like a Caucasian last name. We don't discriminate around here, but it does sound like a Caucasian name. We all are welcome. I do have a lot of Caucasian people actually watching this show on the low, but all are welcome. Says, where do you purchase at? knowyourrightsfoundation.org. realnagas.com. So get over to realnagas.com. Let me put it in the comments. So bam, it should be in the comments now, but realnagas.com. Get over there and just peruse you can browse the website, and check it out. Check out the whole thing. But I mean, again, the information is in the Naga Knowledge Shop. When you go to the Real Nagas page, it's the Naga Knowledge Shop is where, if you want the books and everything, and then you can see all of the apparel everywhere else. So I got you, Charles. Dwayne Hicks, what's popping, bro? It's a happy Saturn's Day. Happy Saturn's Day to you too, bro. What is that? ADL Choice L. I think that's it. Who did I miss somebody? No, I got. What up, Corey? Chinzira Anubis. What up, the Herbal Goddess? Linda Nyanor. I think that's it. What up, Christopher Perkins? And I got you, Mike McGaskey. He said blackish possibly, Kev. What he say? He says blackish possibly, Kev. There are no whites with these last names. Okay, but McGaskey? Are you sure? Google McGaskey. Put McGaskey in Google and then go to images. And then see, let me put McGaskey and let me see. Oh, the silver. This is One Silver Solution USA.com. Oh, yeah, one Silver Solution USA.com. So just type this name into Google. Type that into Google, one silver solution, and then put USA after it, and then .com, and it should come up. You say you done? You did it, McGasky? Are you sure? You didn't come over. You didn't see no white face? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm just fucking with you, man. Peace to you, bro. Mr. Big Stuff, what's happening? He says, any precautions before take? No, silver has been found to be completely safe for the body. Now I have to say allegedly because we're on YouTube, but this has a patent on it, and for it to get a patent, it had to do a whole bunch of medical trials. It went through, and it killed it. Knocked it out, and they said that in order for this to be toxic to you, you had to take like a pool of it. For silver to be toxic to you, it has to be like an industrial spill worth of silver for it to even affect your body. So no effects whatsoever, or adverse effects. All right, everybody, you ready to get into it? Hold on a second. Hold on once. All right. I may have to do that a few times today. I told you my sinuses got me, but what do you say? Kevin is a 7-day water fast food. Is a 7-day water fast good? Oh, a 7-day water fast? It is. Let me say this. Make sure that you don't want to do too long past that, but you need nutrients in the body. So if you go fast for 7 days, just know your body's going to be depleting nutrients. It's going to feed off of itself. So it's going to take the nutrients that the body needs. It's going to take it from your bones. It's going to take it from your muscles. So you're going to lose muscle. You may lose a little bone and stuff like that. Fast are good though, but it clears your system. So I wouldn't say do fast, just water fast. Let me say just water fast. Now, the reason, have you ever heard of the master cleanser? That thing. So the reason that you can go on that is because the maple syrup has nutrients in it. You have the lemon, the maple syrup creates nutrients within the body, electrolytes for your body to feed on, but so it doesn't have to, siphon it from the body. So, but again, water fasts are great. Anytime you give your body, your organs a break from their normal job, they love it. But just don't go too long because your body needs those nutrients. It says, Kev, will you leave California? It's going to have an earthquake? Nah, you know how many earthquakes I've been in here my whole life. Are you kidding? Hell no. I ain't leaving because of no damn earthquake. And California won't have an earthquake, like a big one, because it has multiple or many small ones constantly. So if you know anything about tension only explodes when you don't release it over a certain amount of time. And then it gets tenser and tenser and tenser, then poof, it has to explode and break, right? But if you're constantly relieving tension all the time, then it never builds up. So that's the plates within California. Because it has small earthquakes all the time, the tension never builds up within the plates. So they keep talking about, California is long overdue for the big one. No, it isn't, because it has multiple small ones all the time, relieving that tension. Think about it. It's the same thing, as above, so below. So if somebody keeps pissing you off, if somebody pisses you off, if you tell them right then they get, boom, they understand, don't do that again. So that tension never builds up. But if somebody does something that pisses you off and then you don't say anything, and then they do it again, and then they do it again, and you still ain't say nothing, and you do it again, and then they do it again, and then they do it again, at some point, you go, hey, motherfucker, you gonna jump, you gonna explode on them, right? Same thing. Exact same thing. That's what as above, so below means. The laws work the same for everything. So make sure you understand that California, I'm gonna speak that into existence. No earthquakes, bitches. No earthquakes. So real quick, speaking of California, I gotta do this real quick before we get into it. see if I can find. Oh man, because California is about to have a major election going on in about a couple weeks. Hold on. Sorry. So California or Los Angeles, not California is having a great election too. That's November, but LA, Los Angeles is having its election for mayor pretty soon, the primary, and who's going to be in there. So, oops. Let me see if I can find it. Because this dude is running for mayor. This guy who's running for mayor in California. Hold on. God dang it. Hold on. God damn. Hold on. Damn it. Hold on. A video is playing real quick, and I don't know where it is. Hold on. Damn it. Where's that video at? Oh my god. Hold on. God damn. Hold on, everybody. Video's going off right now, and I don't know where it is to stop it. I have to find it. Oh, here it is. I got it. That's not it either. Son of a bitch. Where's the damn video? Hold on, guys. This is doing some fuckery. God damn. Oh, here it is. I got it. All right. Damn. God damn, man. All right. So here we go. But this is what I wanted to show you. So if you're in Los Angeles, I can't vote because I took myself out of the system, but I'll use my platform to get more than just my vote, one vote. So again, I told you about local elections. Local elections are real for the most part, unless you can go out there, you can affect change with local elections. So make sure you get out there. If you're in Los Angeles, if you live in Los Angeles, you have to get out there. And vote. Make sure you vote for this guy. And I'm gonna show you in a second why you want to vote for this dude. This dude is hilarious. Hold on. And he used to be on a TV show back in the day called The Hills. I don't know if you're old enough, anybody remember that TV show called The Hills? Things keep going on. Sorry, guys. Keep trying to find the video, and it keeps playing other videos that I'm not trying to find. Damn it. All right, here we go. Here it is. All right. So check this out. This dude name is Spencer Pratt, and he's running against two socialists in Los Angeles for mayor. And this dude, and he's running against Karen Bass, the one who burnt it down last time, and some chick who's affiliated with the Democratic Socialists of America. This chick, she's an Indian chick. She's linked up with the she's a part of that's her party, the Democratic Socialists of America. They're trying to take over, the communists and socialists trying to take over. And basically what that means is we take your money to fund every goddamn thing. We don't work, we don't build anything, we don't believe in exceptionalism and hard work and ethics, and we don't believe in none of that shit. We don't do that to get ahead. What we do is take your money and spread it around. And then raise the money that we're going to take from you, and then keep spreading it around. That's their idea of how to fix things. We don't come up with anything new, any innovative, none of that shit. How to build anything, none of that. No, we're going to take your money. That's socialism. So check this dude out, Spencer Pratt. He comes out, he's like, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Fuck both of them. He's like, I'm just with common sense. And usually the difference between a Democrat and a Republican is usually age. Usually you'll have a liberal heart and mind when you're younger, but as you get older, you start to think more. Because usually liberals are emotional and conservatives are mental. They think with their minds, whereas Democrats think with their hearts, their emotions. And so homeboy's just like, look, the city needs to be clean. There's shit everywhere. It's drugs everywhere. It's fraud everywhere. We just need to clean this shit up. So check out the videos that he's put up. These are hilarious. Now, anybody who fuck with Star Wars, you my people. So check this out.
This is Asker Masuda's park right here. Look at this. And that's the camp where all the fentanyl addicts and dealers just post up next to it. And then that's the park. That's where.
Look at this. This is Los Angeles has gone down the shitter in the last 10 years. It is a lot of homeless people everywhere. You're stepping over homeless people. You can't ride on the sidewalk. You got to walk around them on the side. I mean, it's fucking crazy. LA is a great place to live. Probably the best place to live when it's clean, when you don't have Democrats and socialists running the shit, just tearing the shit down. But this is what we got. And she got, there were some suspicions on how she got put in at the last minute because she wasn't leading until, and even at that night, the night of the vote and the last mayor vote, she wasn't leading. Then in the morning, supposedly a whole bunch of flood of votes came through and she got elected. How did that happen? So it's all bullshit. But homeboy, though, this motherfucker smart as hell. And I'll let you judge. And this is for people who are in LA. So if you're not in LA, my bad. But I live in LA. We need to clean this bitch up. So I need to put this out here for my people who live in Los Angeles.
Insane.
Look at this.
When I'm mayor, I want to enforce all the laws and get all the drug dealers, the murderers, the child traffickers, the rapists. And if they're legal or illegal, if they are a danger to our society, I want them off our streets. So that's why I said ICE won't be coming here because I'm going to end up, everybody they're supposedly looking for, they're going to be in jail when I'm mayor. So
He is the one. Listen, we don't care.
Vote blue no matter who.
I'm Karen Bass, and I'm running on my accomplishments.
Los Angeles on fire. Mayor nowhere to be found.
We were so prepared for wildfires. I didn't even have to be in the country when the town burned. I've addressed the homeless problem. Now, most of them won't stab you as long as you don't make eye contact. Our climate change policy is so strong. We've brought down energy use in the Palisades by 99%.
We burned it down. That's how we did that.
Almost none of the needles in children's playgrounds have AIDS on them. If you like the last 4 years, you're going to love the next 4. Vote Bass.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
This is my shit right here. Oh boy, this is hella creative. This is one of the most creative campaign ads I've ever seen, if not the most creative. Check this out.
You didn't finish burning the city to the ground in your first term. Make sure you finish the job in your second.
What is it? Newsom team. It's supposed to be Palpatine, but he's Newsom team. He's not Palpatine, Newsom team.
The only thing that can stop us is someone telling the truth.
Darth Bass. He got Darth Bass in this bitch.
As long as they don't have any hope, the city's ours.
That stands for Democratic Socialists of America. So that lady who's also in the race, she had to sign a pact with the Democratic Socialists of America organization that they would co-govern. They would co-run everything else. So she gets told what to do by the Democratic Socialists of America organization. Then she implements that. She's not running on her own. She's running what they tell her to do. This is insane.
The truth. As long as they don't have any hope, the city's ours.
Nobody's ever done this before. No one's ever spoken truth to power in LA.
if one man's brave enough to think things can change, everyone will realize things can change. You need to stop it.
Our children deserve to be safe.
You had 20 years to fix things.
Enough is enough.
Let's get him. Lightsabers out. Let's go, baby.
You're fired. Get out of here.
So that's I'm not gonna play all the ads, but that's one of those are two of his ads, AI ads, and they off the chain. Goddamn, that was effective. You made her Darth Bass and Newsom team. Oh hell yeah, I'm fucking with you, boy. So if you're in LA, make sure you get out and vote. Was it this week? I think it's June. By June 2nd, I think is when the official vote happens. But pre-voting already started last week. So you can vote already. He can win before the official date if you go out and vote. So please, let's bring Los Angeles back. God damn it. This is the rebirth of Los Angeles. Let's do it. God damn it. And he said, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Fuck both of them. Now I rock with that. Fuck them both. Fuck them. Yeah. So shout out to that dude. Oh, Samuel Harris. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the cash app. Let me hook you up, man.
May the force be with you.
And let me say this. I got a comment from somebody this week that said, yo, I love the show. Well, it's not a show. I'm just delivering the news, everybody. It's not a show. I may clown a lot. I don't do shows. But they said, I love the show, but can you wait to give shout outs to the people who donate after I finish the sometimes I'll be playing a video and then I'll stop the video to give people shout outs. So I'm going to try to be better at that. Let the video play all the way through before I give a shout out. But I just want to make sure I'm acknowledging everybody who gives support because I appreciate it. Also, I'm an Aries, so out of sight, out of mind. If I let it keep going and I let that and I forget, I may not do it. That's why I do that. But I'll try to be better about it. Yeah, that's AI. It was dope as hell. That's the way you use AI right there. That's how you use AI. I mean, he killed that shit with the AI, man. Off the chain. All right, peoples. Let's get into it. What did it say? FM in the other ear? I don't know what that means. Exactly. I'm an independent as well. Is he Green Party? No, he ain't. He not. His house burnt down. He's not with any party. Let me say his house burnt down in the Palisades fire. That's why and then his mom, his mother-in-law's house, who was right next to them, their house burnt down. And then his neighbors, they died. They burned to death. 12 people burned to death. So he was like, fuck this. And these two bitches, and she running again, this bitch running again. She burnt down the city, burnt down my house, burnt down my mother-in-law's house, and killed my neighbors. He was like, nobody else is gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. So shout out to him. He got a lot of energy. He's a Leo. So much more leadership energy than those other two. All right, people. Let's jump into it. Get this news going. So I don't know if you heard this week, but the CIA, they raided Tulsi Gabbard. They raided Tulsi Gabbard's office. Crazy. First off, the reason that's crazy is because the CIA is not supposed to have any domestic power. They can't operate on domestic soil, USA, right? But you think they gave a shit about that? Absolutely not. And so they raided Tulsi Gabbard. They raided her office and took information that had to do with MK Ultra, because she was they're getting ready to release all that information. And so they went into her office and confiscated her files. Now let me say this: she runs the CIA. She's the top person in all of intelligence in America. They all under her. But how is a subordinate agency able to march in her office where they don't have any jurisdiction in America and snatch her fucking files. Particularly ones dealing with MK Ultra. So just check it out. Hold on one sec. Uh-oh. All right, there we go. My screen went black for a minute. I was like, holy shit. All right, here we go.
Hauled out dozens of boxes. Tulsi Gabbard's office. Agents hauled out dozens of boxes, files on the JFK assassination and MK Ultra, the CIA mind control operation, which she was in the process of declassifying. Today's whistleblower said it during his deposition, and Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna confirmed it moments ago.
The reason why this is troubling is A, there was an executive order that the president had directed the full declassification of JFK, but then also to the MK Ultra files. The CIA famously has said that, you know, all documents were released and other documents had been destroyed. So these are allegedly those documents that apparently never existed.
Can the CIA overrule the president?
No, the CIA cannot overrule the president. The CIA cannot even overrule the director of national intelligence. In 1975, the Church Committee, which became the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, specifically ordered DCI William Colby to release all of the MK Ultra files. He famously went back to CIA headquarters and ordered that all of the files be destroyed. 85% of them were destroyed. He was held in contempt of Congress, and then CIA employees lined the halls and contributed cash to pay for the fine that he was ordered to pay. We only know what we know about MK Ultra because of the 15% of the files that weren't destroyed. These are among those 15% of the files. They are mandated to be declassified. The American people have a right to know what is in these files, and the CIA can't raid offices, least of all the offices of the director of national intelligence. It's just real life isn't supposed to work this way. This is crazy.
This is insane. What's going on, man? There's no law being enforced for the so-called elite. If you got money, if you at the top, there's nothing that happens to you when you fuck it up. I mean, they just been fucking up the last forever, really. But we caught them within the last few years, and nothing has happened. Epstein files, nothing. These people just get to do whatever they want. The agencies get to do whatever they want. No, nobody charges them with shit. So, check it out.
Something out of a movie, but the CIA was experimenting with LSD on willing and unwilling participants during the Cold War for intelligence operations and to exploit people. And it didn't go well a lot of the time. And they threw it all in a wastebasket, right? Like it never really worked. Is that why they don't want anybody to know about it?
I think they don't want people to know any more than what we know about, for example, dosing innocent citizens of San Francisco, California, or a small village in France and putting LSD in the yeast at the only bakery in the village just to see if everybody in the village would go nuts, which they did, of course, or coming up with a program in San Francisco.
The CIA has been doing some fuck shit for at least 100 years, close to 100 years, and they don't want any of that shit out. So they raid the superior's office. How the hell do you not? Everybody, if I was her, I'm stomping in CIA and firing everybody. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're cool. Fuck you. I'm doing the half bake.
Cisco to hire prostitutes to dose Johns and see if they would cough up their innermost secrets. Ridiculous.
They were paying
Tulsi Gabbard. There are reports that the CIA showed up at her office and removed
They were paying
boxes of files.
Paying prostitutes to give Johns LSD to see how they would react. The CIA is evil as shit, man. I'm sure they're watching this broadcast right now. Fuck y'all. Y'all, they evil as shit. And now Tulsi Gabbard and Anna Paulina Luna, what up, girl? They're working to get the files out, and they're being blocked.
Relating to MK Ultra, a controversial brainwashing program, essentially, that the CIA was running in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and maybe beyond, and also the JFK assassination. Now, as far as we know, I mean, we do know, we've seen the executive orders. These documents were supposed to be public information, and there seems to be more documents that were not released, and the CIA, according to what we've been told right now so far, the narrative, the CIA wants them back. And this is the strangest methodology to get them back. It looks like one agency is kind of at war with their supervisory agency. I don't get it. We are awaiting more information, but it is extraordinary, the reports that are emerging. I'm keeping an eye on Tulsi Gabbard's ex, because it's the go-to place, actually, when politics.
That's what he just said. They were dosing patients with LSD. That's what he just said. They was dosing Johns, not patients, excuse me. They had hookers dosing Johns with that stuff.
Politicians want to speak. She hasn't tweeted in 2 days, but others are, like Anna Paulina Luna and MOOR, who are deeply, deeply disturbed by what is happening.
So you know, the reason she hasn't said anything, she probably got the word from Trump: don't do anything, let it go. Because you know the CIA is ran by Mossad, allegedly. So that's who's pulling the strings of CIA. They don't run themselves. Mossad runs them. So they didn't want any information out or coming out that could, you know, put them in a harmful light. So Tulsi, keep it going, girl. Even though you kind of fumbled on the Iran war, you didn't come out against the Iran war when you gave the testimony that Iran had no nuclear weapons and wasn't even looking for anything. You didn't come out and you didn't resign. You didn't do any of that shit. And you were all against Iranian war for years, up until America went to war with Iran. Then all of a sudden you was quiet. So either they got something on her, or people would like to think that she's staying in there so that she can gather all the secrets to tell later. I hope that's what she's doing. But she's looking kind of suspicious right now. However, the CIA raiding her office kind of brings her back into some good light. Real quick, Roger Groves, appreciate you, brother. He said, "What up, people? Listening in from the gym doing cardio. That's what's up. Had a little too much shawarma too much shawarma consumption. Hey, bro, there's no such thing. No such thing, brother.
May the force be with you."
Thank you, sir. So, man, we got to watch out for the bullshit they're doing. So now, moving along. So Trump came out and tweeted, or truth, or whatever the hell this shit is called. He came out and said that Tucker Carlson, along with Nick Fuentes, but nobody really cares about him, but it put this, telling you about him puts this in context. He came out and said Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes are domestic terrorists because they were speaking out against vitriol. They're speaking out against vitriol, so they're domestic terrorists. What? See, this is coming. This is why you better start learning the law, goddammit. They know most of you don't know shit about free speech, First Amendment, none of that stuff. So they can keep implementing bullshit laws that make you think that you don't have any more rights. However, the Constitution overrules all of that stuff. And if you know it, then none of these new bullshit laws mean anything to you. But if you don't know it, you think these laws run you. And so Trump came out, like I said, and labeled Tulsi, not Tulsi, but Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens said they are both. Not Candace Owens. I'm saying Candace Owens. I just saw Candace Owens on my screen. That's why I said that. But Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. Now, the reason Nick Fuentes, again, Nick is the biggest, or one of the biggest opponents against vitriol. But I think he's paid opposition. One of his own MAGA people came out and called him out this week and said, I believe Nick is a Fed. Because why are you allowed to say all the shit that you're able to say against vitriol, but no one ever, you're not taking off come on. So, and then all of a sudden, like he was debanked and he couldn't get on any platforms. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he was able to be put back on platforms and all kind of shit and get his bank accounts back and all that stuff. And he never said really how that happened. He was just able to do all that. But I'm still going to keep speaking out against Israel. However, he didn't think Charlie Kirk was killed by the Khazarians. He didn't think, it's a whole bunch of the major stuff. He doesn't think Khazarians run he does think that, but it was some other stuff about the Khazarians. And so the major stuff about the Khazarians, he'll be like, I don't think they did it. But he keeps on with they run our government and this and that. But when it's time to really accuse them of some shit, he'll be like, no, I don't think they did that. So let's see. Here we go.
Is government or the Trump administration. So what we're saying here is that if you have the audacity to publicly criticize our greatest allies, government or the Trump administration, you could be charged with incitement to violence and you could be put in prison for that. Wow. MAGA loves the First Amendment.
Absolutely not. You got freedom of speech. So just so we're clear, the Constitution rules everything. Governments including state governments and local municipalities, they make laws all the time that are repugnant to the Constitution, meaning they are adverse. They go against the Constitution because they don't know the law. Most of these people don't even know the Constitution. But there's a Supreme Court case that says any law made repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. At that very point that they made it, if any law that you made in your state or your city goes against the Constitution, that law is null and void. It's canceled. However, they will still put you through the process, though, like the law is real, until you get to a major court, until you get into court and you say, yo, this is my First Amendment speech. And then a judge was like, yeah, but they may arrest you on it before you have to take it to court. So you always have First Amendment, but you need to be able to understand how to assert your rights before you actually have them. A lot of people just think, oh, I got my rights in my back pocket. No, you don't. It's not like that. You need to know those rights before you can assert them.
Don't they? Wild one for you today. Now, as Donald Trump has been on that trip to China, laser focused this week on selling out American manufacturing to the elite and billionaire class, they've also been laser focused on the biggest and most existential threat domestically in the United States, and that is those pesky, evil podcasters. Yes, the Trump administration has now officially labeled Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes as domestic T-words. Now, I can't say that word on YouTube. They really don't like it, so we'll use a little bit of code wording here, but you know what I'm talking about. And this raises some serious concerns because the Trump administration has also made some sweeping changes to the counter T-word policy as well, and they are very, very extreme. And then also those changes to FISA recently, giving the government the ability to spy on you without a warrant. All of these things, again, are looking very, very sketchy for the American people right now. So that's what we're going to look at in this video, talk about what's going on and what this could mean for all of us going forward, because it turns out under these new changes, if you do something as simple as criticize MAGA, Trump, or our greatest ally, you can be put in prison. Lovely. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, helps the channel, follow us on Patreon, grab some America First, America Only merch. All right, let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. Let's start at the beginning and see what actually happened. All right, so Justin, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes have both been named as domestic T-words, according to the Trump administration's top counter T-word official, Sebastian Gorka, when asked about right-wing T threats, arguing they're not conservatives. Okay, this comes as the administration rolls out its new national counter T strategy. And as it says here, new counter T strategy eyes Tucker Carlson. Can't make this up. Administration deems anti-Trump right-wingers as T-words. So between the grandiose monologue about his vision of crusade to save Western civilization from anti-America, anti-Christian extremism, because that's definitely what Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes are, I guess, Gorka let slip that the administration's war on domestic T-words isn't just aimed at the left. It also targets anyone who isn't in line with broader.
Sorry. Damn, I keep doing the mic keep cutting off. So, all right. So what I said was he put Marbury versus Madison. And what I said was Marbury versus Madison is the case that allowed the Supreme Court to have judicial review, meaning it allowed the Supreme Court to have power over the other branches of the government. Where it's not supposed to have power over the other branches of government. It's supposed to be equal, but they gave themselves power over the other branches of government. It's called judicial review, meaning before anything is implemented within the government, we have the right to look it over first, or we have the right to look it over either not first or when somebody challenges it, we have the right to look it over. So that's what gave them that. Now Marbury versus Madison, I don't believe that's where that line came from. Any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. So anything that so they'll make laws all day. Again, remember, they make laws all day. But if you can go and you can pull up a case that says, no, this law is antithetical to the Constitution, that law gets cut immediately. But you have to be able to argue that. So I don't remember what case it was that said specific, because I learned that like 20 some odd years ago. which case said that any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. But just Google it. Put that quote in Google. Say Supreme Court case, any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void, and then it'll bring it up. And when you find it, make sure you let me know. Yo, real quick, Roger Grosh, appreciate you, brother. This is Kev. I have debates all the time with friends and family members, excuse me, who hate to hear the truth. I tell them you can't just vote for freedom and justice. Thank you. No, you have to sit your ass down and learn the laws. You gotta learn this stuff. Again, it's called, I think it's Bells of War. Go look up the Wu-Tang song Bells of War. And RZA's quote, his verse, he goes, "It's common sense, I master my circumference." The dopest line he's ever said to me. It's common sense, I master my circumference. The dopest line he's ever said. So yes, you have to get out here. It's time for you guys to up your game. You got to up your game, man. If you're on a job, and then you're comfortable with that job, and then the job starts bringing in new people to that job to take your position over, like, yeah, nigga, you move out of the way. This person has a few other skills that you don't necessarily have. You could have updated your skills on the job to make yourself more invaluable to the business, but you didn't do that. So we're going to bring in a bunch of other Hispanic speaking people, a bunch of other Indian speaking people, a bunch of other whatevers to take your position, because their skill level, even though they may not speak as well as you, their skill level is a bunch higher than yours. What you need to do is always add to your repertoire. Can't be comfortable. Always up your game. Always be adding stuff to your game. Kobe, Jordan, all the greatest ones, they added stuff to the game every summer. So you need to do that, because your stock is dropping. And they're like, all right, fuck them. They're not worth anything because they don't know anything about the law or government. So why should we keep, all they're doing is siphoning from the system. Why should we keep paying for these bitches? And you need to come up with a good argument to say why. Why should we keep contributing to you when you don't contribute back? I'm just going to bring in a bunch of Indians and Mexicans. How about that? So that's why your stock is going down, because you guys haven't upped your game. You haven't added to your skills in so long. So he says 134. What's 134? What's that? What's 134? Was that it? Bells of War, my joint. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, boy. What you know about the Bells of War? Shout out to Wu-Tang. All right, here we go.
MAGA agenda. Asked by Breitbart editor-in-chief Alex Marlow if there's any right-wing T-word or extremism threat, Gorka replied by pointing to former Fox News host Tucker Carlson, streamer Nick Fuentes, both of whom have become vocal critics of the Trump administration, arguing they aren't really conservatives anyway. Now, I'm not really sure why that would matter, whether they're conservatives or not conservatives. So if you're not a conservative, you can just automatically be put on these watch lists now. That's pretty crazy. And again, we need to actually take a look at the changes that the White House and Donald Trump put out regarding their counter T-word policy and see how this all is fitting together. Because again, it's looking very, very sketchy.
Yeah, so it is Marbury v. Madison.
For the future. All right, here we go. Directly from the White House. The United States' new counter T-word strategy. It says, our new U.S. counter T strategy is a return to common sense and peace through strength. Of course, as I said, after our first successful mission, just days after I was sworn back into office, if you hurt Americans or are planning to hurt Americans, that's going to be very, very...
No, that's not true. If you make yourself invaluable, they can't cut you. They need you. You understand the difference? If you up your skills to the point where you are the dopest ones, how they going to get rid of you? You're a commodity. You're worth something. We keep commodities, valuable commodities. So you up your game. It's not, oh, they just going to get rid of us. Again, that defeatist attitude will only defeat you. If you put out that type of energy, yeah, that's going to happen to you. But if you put out the opposite energy, then whatever you put out into the universe will happen. Again, you are the creator. And the universe is a yes being, a yes entity. So all it hears is what you tell it, and it'll say yes every single time. It doesn't hear context and all the rest of that shit. All it heard was that you say that you ain't gonna get nothing because you black. And so then the universe says, all right, I ain't gonna give you shit. Start speaking positively into the universe and bringing that stuff back on yourself. And we're gonna get into Michael Jackson. And Michael Jackson was a master of that shit. And we're gonna get into that in a little bit. But here we go.
Very important here in just a second. We will find you and we will kill you. Signed, President Donald J. Trump. Now, why is that little phrase about planning to hurt Americans so important in this context? Well, that's because Sebastian Gorka also had this to say regarding the new policy. This here, Sebastian Gorka says, certain speech could be treated as incitement of violence under new government standards. Gorka says, anti-our greatest ally speech, there it is, could be defined as incitement to violence. And then if we look back at that memo, what did that say? Planning to hurt Americans. Incitement of violence, those are essentially the same thing, while linking those protesters to Iran and Russia. We are going to map out these individuals using things like Palantir and small tech, by the way. So what we're saying here is that if you have the audacity to publicly
now again, you have freedom of speech, unless it's fighting words. Unless it's fighting words. So fighting words, Mel, put the case for the fighting word. Put the fighting word case in here, Mel, in the chat. So if you incite a riot or a fight, if you walk into somebody and this is crazy. If you walk into somebody and you know that your words are going to start a fight, you're going to incite something, then you are at fault. Just like that, what homeboy, Chud the Builder, whatever his name is, the bitchster. You see how he shot that black dude this week? He said the black dude came up on him and basically he said the black dude was antagonizing him, but that's not the truth. He's out antagonizing other people, trying to make them do something so he can shoot them or pepper spray him or something like that. And then the court said, no, nigga, you out here doing this on purpose, trying to incite violence. You can't do that. You don't have freedom of speech, doesn't cover you trying to incite violence. And he didn't know that. Freedom of speech. They chipping out. You saw somebody, you tell some black people who were formerly slaves that they were chipping out, even though chimp has nothing to do with niggas. Because if you look at a chimp is pink. It just has black fur, but the skin is pink. The lips are very little, very super thin, no lips, basically. That's more to me, looks like Caucasian people. Chimps don't look like black people. But he kept doing that shit, and dumbass niggas who don't understand, chimps look more like Caucasians. They pink as fuck under that black skin. That would be you, Caucasian person. But the court told that nigga, nah, you can't do that. And so they set his bail at like $1.25 million. They arrested him because he shot that black dude. And he shot himself too. But then they arrested him because he incited violence. Again, you can't do that under First Amendment.
Criticize our greatest allies, government, or the Trump administration, you could be charged with incitement to violence and you could be put in prison for that. Wow. MAGA loves the First Amendment, don't they? Absolutely wild that we're watching these things happen in real.
What you know about cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers? How do you know about Chud? That movie scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. Again, go look at cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. That's where Chud came. That's where originally where that came from.
Real time around us. And MAGA loves the First Amendment, don't they? Absolutely wild that we're watching these things happen in real time around us. And we need to take a look at what the government can do to you simply by putting you on one of these lists. Keep in mind, you don't have to be charged with a single crime, nothing. You can just be thrown on one of these lists at will by the government. It says here, what this allows it to happen is investigation and surveillance. And what that would mean, well, it lets the government do this to you. All right, under investigation and surveillance, law enforcement agencies like the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, or local police can open investigations, monitor communications with warrants, and also, now that we're going to talk about FISA, no, the government would not need a warrant anymore under this act. They can use confidential informants against you, conduct surveillance, track financial activity, and execute search warrants. Now they can also put you on watch lists that will put you on no-fly lists, put you under advanced airport screening. We've seen that happen with a few different podcasters recently. It can affect your air travel, border crossings, security clearances, another big one here, employment opportunities involving government access. What they're saying is here, if your government job takes a secret security clearance, well, they're going to go ahead and revoke that if you have the audacity to criticize our greatest ally. Wow, that's great. Now, while they can't technically bring criminal charges just for that, they can get you with things like conspiracy, hate crimes, or seditious conspiracy. And then the big one we've seen them use, asset seizures and financial scrutiny, freeze or seize assets connected to crimes.
Yo, his GoFundMe is at 1 million right now. I thought it was only at like 100,000. I thought it had 100,000. But first of all, that's crazy. The fact that you got that many races out there backing him and what he's doing. But it went up to $1 million after he shot a nigga? Oh, damn. That's crazy.
Which again, a crime could simply just be criticizing a foreign nation's government, scrutinizing your bank accounts, and subpoenaing all your financial records. And on the tech side, deplatforming by tech companies, loss of employment, reputation damage, increased law enforcement scrutiny. So they'll be able to do all of those things to you simply by putting you on a watch list because you, the American people, had the audacity to criticize this government. Man, Nothing authoritarian or fascist about that at all, is there? And all of this is just quietly happening behind the scene. And are we outraged about it? We should be outraged about it. And this isn't even the only thing going on here. We also have House resolutions right now on the floor to try to condemn podcasters for things like anti-Semitism. I mean, look at this one. This is the actual Congress website. It says here, HR 1239, condemning anti-hate-filled rhetoric and content disseminated by prominent online personalities, aka Tucker Carlson.
Look at this. Laws against you talking shit about Israel as a video creator. This is insane. They can't do this shit. This is completely against the First Amendment. But they'll implement it anyway, and they'll enforce it until you challenge it. They will force it until then, after they enforce it and you're arrested for it or whatever, you're penalized for it, then you have to go and institute the court proceedings to get it wiped away. And they know most people won't do that because most people, first of all, don't know how to do it. Then most people don't have the money to pay lawyers to do it. And they know you don't know how to do this shit yourself. Less than 1%, half of a percent of the people in the world know the law. And few of them know how to do it on their own. Go and institute a proceeding on their own, pro se. So this is bullshit. They're trying to literally silence us because of vitriol.
Carlson, Nick Fuentes, etc., and urging social media platforms and public leaders to denounce, aka deplatform and censor, and address such conduct. And if we actually go into the core of this resolution, you have things like this. Whereas Hassan Piker, a prominent online streamer, has often used anti-Semitic rhetoric. And then Candace Owens, who stated things like satanic PDFs who work for our greatest ally. Yes, so Congress, which I guess doesn't have anything better to do than to put forward.
So again, any constitution. So Marbury versus Madison, first Supreme Court, major decision. And again, any law repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. In its inception, meaning from the very first time you came up with it, it's void from that moment. When you came up with this bullshit ass law, it's void at that moment. So again, they can't create laws like this, but they will do it as long as they know that you don't know shit about the law. They will take advantage of you constantly until you tell them to get off you. What does a molester or a rapist do? They keep on going until you pick up a bat and smash them across their face. That's what you got to do. People keep fucking with you and fucking with you and fucking with you. You got to pick up a fucking bat and let these motherfuckers know. Pick up a brick. Say, bitch. You keep fucking with me. Again, go back and watch the movie Ender's Game. Go back and watch that movie. The kids, where they had all these kids because they thought kids were better at strategy, at inventing strategy as kids. So they had all these kids to come fight the aliens and shit. Now, Ender's Game was a book. I never read the book, but I saw the movie. And in the beginning of the movie, I'm sorry, spoilers if you're going to watch it. But at the beginning of the movie, this big fat bully was bullying Ender. That's his name. And Ender said, all right, they went into the science room or whatever. And he was like, all right, why you need all, because he had all of his friends around and shit. And he's like, if we're going to fight, how come it can't just be me and you? Because he had already punched him. He had already punched Ender. And he's like, why you got to fight with the rest of your homies? And homie was like, all right, fuck it then. Me and you. And so Ender was like, all right, that's what I'm talking about. Then Ender turned around and grabbed something and knocked the shit out of him with it. And then started stomping the shit out of that nigga. Bop, 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 bitch, fuck you. he was kicking the shit out of him when he was down on the ground. And then he got kicked out of the school. And then because he exhibited some leadership. But before he got kicked out of the school, they asked him, they pulled him they said, why? Hey, bro, why you do that? They said, because I never want to fight him again. And when you go crazy on somebody, after that time, they know, don't fuck with that person. So you got to go crazy on the government, asserting your rights, asserting the Constitution. Otherwise, they're going to keep smacking you. So it's crazy. Trump lost his damn mind. He is totally against everything he ran on. This nigga has flipped. He might be a clone, but he literally is 180 degrees opposite of everything he ran against. Everything he ran on, excuse me. Everything he ran on. This nigga lost his mind. Hold up. I think GoFundMe account would actually be protected by the First Amendment. Yeah, well, yeah, GoFundMe they don't take much stuff off of GoFundMe unless you talk shit about vitriol. If you say something about vitriol, they'll take you off. But other than that, they'll leave most of that stuff up. I had visions of war in Turtle Island. I had to lay I had to lay up under a window pane that was on the ground. The bullets were big and coming fast. Okay. Yeah, Ender's Game is great. That's a hell of a movie. Finally, Mel, one damn movie we agree on. Finally got your ass to like something good. But because Mel don't have pretty good pop culture taste, everybody. I'm just gonna say it. Brother Mel does not have great pop culture taste. But you like this one though. This is what I'm talking about. He says, "What is this vitriol you speak of?" You know what I'm talking about. Vitriol. If I put an "is" at the front of it and take away the bitch, then you know what I'm talking about. So he says the last Trump. So moving along. Oops. Hold on, man. Where's my story? All right, here we go. So then, right after Trump told, right after he did that, he said he labeled Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes as domestic terrorists. He came out. They asked him. They was like, "Yo, bro, did you like? Did you?" Oops, hold on. So he came out and they said they were talking about the war. If I can find it. All right, here we go. So they asked him about the war and did he care about any of the people's struggles? They said, "Yo, do you give a shit? Anybody struggling because of this war?" And he said, "Nah, I don't give a shit." I mean, America first, right? But no, I don't give a fuck about America as long as Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. That's what he said. So check this out.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. I have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. The Iran war is spiking inflation significantly, causing most people to take a pay cut because their wages are not keeping up with that inflation. Men are increasingly losing out in Trump's economy. Some very interesting stuff. The most hated country on the planet, by the way, promises of the Trump campaign. Israel is now, according to global polling, the most hated country on the planet. By the way, we are not far behind.
Vitriol is the most hated country on the planet. Right behind them is America. The two most hated countries in the world are vitriol and America. Wow. And that's something to it. Vitriol thinks that they need to be hated by the world in order to, so this is their thing. They think they need to be hated by the world and all the world comes against them until their major enemy who they're fighting against, they launch a nuke on that enemy, blowing up the shit, right? And then they say that in that way, that will bring the world together under a one world government so that somebody like this can't do that ever again. This is their plan. Again, to take all the evil in. They want to be considered as evil, as an evil country at this point. This is in their prophecy teachings. So at that point, once they're the most evil motherfuckers, then they'll launch a nuke, allegedly. Then after the nuke is launched and it blows up a whole bunch of people, the whole world's in shambles, then they institute a one world government. Again, ran by you know who. So this is Trump, though, saying he don't give a shit about it.
So we'll dig into that, as well as a very interesting Eurovision scandal. The rigging complaints were apparently valid. New York Times did a whole investigations. We'll look at that. A new poll has AOC leading.
Yes, the United States. Thank you for correcting me. Yes, the United States is the most hated government. Yeah, America is completely different. America is us. That's the people. That's the land. The United States, that's the government. So thank you for correcting. I usually say that, but I forgot this time.
Dem 2028 potential contenders. Trump is heading to China amidst the Iran war defeat. We're going to have a reporter in studio to talk about what is expected to come out of their very significant meeting. And Robert Pape is going to join us to talk about how pressure continues to build with regards to the Iran war and what we can
do to. Please hit subscribe to our. Go ahead. And I mean, can we call them shock Americans? Financial stability. Let's take a listen. Yesterday that were backstopped even more by some, I mean, can we call them shocking comments? I don't know, but you'll certainly be hearing many of them in the midterm election cycle. Here is Donald Trump saying, I don't think about Americans' financial stability. Let's take a listen.
We are negotiating with Iran, Mr. President. motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about America's financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all.
I don't think about anybody. I don't think about Americans. I don't think about shit other than vitriol up your ass. I know you can feel them squeezing on your prostate. So, nigga, this is insane. America first, America this, MAGA, MAGA, make America great again. Wait a minute, motherfucker. Did you just say, how the hell does you raising inflation on the American people, how does that make America great again? Absolutely, man, this is insane. So, again,
The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about America's financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that matters.
That's the only thing that matters. Not even a little bit. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. Okay.
Not even a little bit. Fuck y'all bitches. Again, y'all understand this motherfucker has played the greatest role of all time. A super elite billionaire doing all the fuckery with those people has convinced the rest of America, or a lot of America, that he wanted them. This motherfucker has never had to drive a car in his life, but somehow he convinced blue collar people that he was on their side. He was just like them. That nigga's a great actor. I gotta say, nigga, that nigga's a great actor. Holy shit. So this is where America is right now. With bitch ass Trump not giving a goddamn. He said, I don't give a goddamn, bitch. Fuck America, bitch. Now do something. Do something, Nick. Do it. Do it. Like, he know y'all ain't gonna do shit. So moving along. Hold on. So there's a new hantavirus scam popping off. Gotta say allegedly, but it's not alleged. So check this out. They're diving into they're diving into this new V that's supposed to be coming out, and then all of a sudden they found out, hold up. This been your game plan the whole time. Hold on, let me find the video for y'all. Oops. All right, here we go.
Did not come from a lab. They told you, well, they told you COVID did not come from a lab. They told you Fauci had nothing to do with the cover up. They told you gain of function was not really gain of function. They told you there were no US funded biolabs in Ukraine. And now, guess what? Years later, every single one of those claims is collapsing. Today on Capitol Hill, a CIA whistleblower testified before Congress that the lab leak conclusion.
Hold on. Yes. You can't speak on camera unless you're SAG. That's it's policy. It's not a law necessarily, but that's the policy of Hollywood. You cannot speak on camera unless you are Screen Actors Guild. You pay your dues. You got to pay. I think that the Screen Actors Guild to get in is like $1,500, $2,000 or something like that. So you got to pay to get in. Then once you pay to get in the SAG, then you can speak on camera.
Was buried, softened, and withheld from the American people. At the very same time, Tulsi Gabbard is reportedly investigating more than 120 US-funded biolabs around the world. And now, as the WHO warns about a new hantavirus outbreak, claims are circulating that hantavirus had already appeared in Ukraine months ago, the same country where the Pentagon admitted the US supported dozens of biological labs, health facilities, and diagnostic sites. So tonight, we're asking the question they don't want us to ask. How many outbreaks have to happen around government-backed biological research before we stop calling people crazy for noticing?
The witness will testify that the CIA scientific analysts repeatedly concluded that a laboratory leak was the most likely origin of COVID-19, and that those conclusions were buried, softened, or withheld from Congress while the public was told to trust a different story. For years, Americans were told to trust the experts, trust the agencies, trust the intelligence community, and trust the officials who assured us that they were following the science. But the evidence before the committee tells a very different story. Today, we will expose a system in which a small circle of officials, scientists, grantees, and intelligence advisors move from agency to agency, meeting to meeting, briefing to briefing.
Yo, do we got a yarmulke on? Is that a yarmulke? Or his hair just fucked up? Do we got one of them coasters on his head? That looks like a coaster from this position right here. Is that a coaster or is that a bald spot? What's going on up here, nigga? He didn't comb over the bald spot good enough, so now it look like a yarmulke. It look like a goddamn coaster. Y'all let me know. What do y'all think? Is that a coaster or not? Is that one of them coasters on his head?
Reviewing one another's work and shaping one another's conclusions and presenting those conclusions to Congress and the public as if they were independent.
So that right there is the story, not science evolved. Now we have new information, not mistakes were made. Whoops, sorry. No, the allegation is that the CIA's own scientists were pointing toward a lab leak, and that conclusion was buried, softened, or withheld from Congress. And
So I said, does that apply to crisis actors too? Nah. No crisis actor has to pay SAG. No. Anybody can be a crisis actor. They can pull you off the street and say, yo, you want to say this on camera? We're talking about movie productions. We're talking about an actual sanctioned productions from studios and stuff like that, not just some being on the news or something like that.
the public? Well, the public was told the opposite. You were told the lab leak was a racist conspiracy theory. Now we're told to, and then we were told after that to trust the experts. And there's nothing to see here. You were told people asking questions like me were dangerous. People like myself were censored. Doctors were smeared. Social media posts were removed. News anchors mocked it. But now we're learning that while the public was being shouted down, people inside the intelligence community may have already believed the so-called conspiracy theory was actually the most likely explanation. And that brings us to Fauci, because according to the testimony today, Fauci wasn't just some innocent public health official standing on the sidelines. The allegation is that Fauci helped shape the process itself.
Intelligence community leaders and senior analysts downplayed the possibility that the COVID pandemic originated as a result of a lab incident. Motives are difficult to define given the scope of the DIG's review. Intentional or not, the IC's actions resulted in a cover-up, wasted resources, and a failure to properly inform policymakers. Public health policy would have been very different had the American public been made aware that a virus from a lab in China was going to serve as the foundation for an emergency use authorization mRNA products being mandated by the former administration.
Whoa.
Dr. Fauci's role in the cover-up was intentional. Dr. Fauci influenced the analytical process and findings by leveraging his position to ensure the IC consulted with a conflicted list of curated subject matter experts, public health officials, and scientists. This included some of the authors of the paper, The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2, and other public health experts who have been in his orbit for the last 20 plus years. Some of the scientists were part of the Biological Sciences Experts Group, or the BSEG, an office of Director National Intelligence Advisory Body, whose members often receive considerable funding from NIAID and public health agencies. The BSEG scientists influenced national laboratory, WMD research, policy decisions, finished analysis, and other intelligence matters, creating misaligned incentives and conflicts of interest, as well as counterintelligence issues. Since 2006, the BSEG consulted part-time on biodefense issues for the IC, while conducting government-funded research and holding academia positions, as well as maintaining roles in public health institutions and serving as members in the National Academy of Science. They received funding from NIAID and other agencies for vaccine research, USAID's PREDICT project, the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, and even worked with Chinese scientists on coronavirus and other pathogen studies.
He said Trump ain't never had to kill a raccoon in a trailer park in his life. Nigga, that's hilarious. He's like, nigga, he ain't like you. You niggas is killing raccoons in trailer parks. This nigga ain't never seen a raccoon in real life. Yeah, two different worlds. But he had them thinking his trailer was fucking double wide, just 2 aisles down, just 2 rows down.
Pursuing vaccines. Vaccine research, USAID's PREDICT project, the Cooperative Threat Reduction Program, and even worked with Chinese scientists on coronavirus and other pathogen studies pursuing vaccines. There was no oversight monitoring how this web of relationships influenced research, policy, and public health in any holistic way for over 20 years. In fact, several of the BSEG scientists helped Dr. Fauci rewrite definitions of gain of function in 2015 to lift the funding pause on dangerous research. Still others participated in planning Event 201 in 2019. This was a coronavirus pandemic.
So that's a coronavirus, oh, damn it, CV preparedness. Was it like a campaign? Not a campaign, but like a mock event. They had like this mock event called Event 201. I did a story on it a couple years ago. And they had Event 201 in October of 2019. October of 2019, they had Event 201. It was about how would we deal with a pandeezy if it ever happened. Right then, at that point, no pandeezy had ever happened. But they had Event 201 to go over what would we do if a pandeezy happened. And then, coincidentally, just 4 or 5 months after, oh shit, not even 4 or 5 months after, that shit happened in like January of 2020. January, February is when it's, I think is when they said that the first person or whatever had gotten away and it leaked or had spread. So they were planning for this a long time.
Still others participated in planning Event 201 in 2019. This was a coronavirus pandemic tabletop exercise, curiously similar to the events that played out during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it was attended by Dr. Fauci and individuals with IC ties like former DNI Avril Haines. The CIA and DNI analytic managers responsible for examining the origin of COVID made decisions inconsistent with the conclusions of some.
No, that's when they locked down everything. But the first person who escaped with the thing was in like February, and they were watching it. They were like, "Oh shit, we got to watch this guy. He boom boom, somebody died, blah blah blah." So they were preparing us for the month in February before it went down, and then boom, in March is when he locked it down.
Subject matter experts and analytical tradecraft.
So this is extraordinary. A CIA whistleblower testifying under oath that Fauci influenced the analytical process, that the intelligence community consulted a conflicted list of experts, and that the result was a cover-up. So this is what so many people suspected from the beginning. A closed circle of scientists, public health officials, intelligence advisors, grant recipients, and government agencies all reviewing one another's work, protecting one another's reputations, and then presenting the result to the American people as the science. Well, that's not science, that's laundering. And the most infamous example of this was the proximal origin paper, the paper that magically appeared after top scientists privately raised concerns that COVID looked engineered or lab related. That paper became the weapon. The media used it, big tech used it, public health officials used it. They used it to crush the lab leak theory and brand it as dangerous misinformation. So the question is no longer, was the lab leak theory crazy? The question is, who made America believe it was crazy and why? And this is why the declassification fight matters, because the American people still do not have the full story. The agencies are still sitting on documents. They're still protecting themselves. They're still hiding behind classification. And now the CIA is angry, not because the public was lied to, but because Congress is forcing the issue.
And I want to give you a little color that we're getting from the CIA just now.
So really quick, let me give a shout out to Leah. Appreciate you, girl. Thank you for the Cash App. Always hooking me up, girl.
May the force be with you.
So real quick, that case that says no fighting words, I knew it was Chaplinsky. I just wanted to make sure that to double check. But it's Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire is the case. So that's the case that says you can say you have the right to First Amendment, but you don't have a right to incite violence. Fighting words. Here we go.
Now, they are not happy with the way this hearing is going down. They are accusing Senator Rand Paul and the Senate Homeland Security Committee of, quote, acting in bad faith in putting this hearing together. They say this witness in there isn't a whistleblower. They say he hasn't sought any whistleblower protections. They said he's in that room right now because the committee subpoenaed him, compelled him to come in and testify. And the CIA says they weren't given a heads up about this. The committee didn't go through the proper channels, and they provided Fox News a statement. It says in part, quote, the committee acted in bad faith by subpoenaing an agency officer for testimony today without notifying CIA, despite having already obtained closed-door testimony from the individual previously. The witness testifying today is not appearing as a whistleblower in pursuit of the truth, but instead in response to the subpoena issued by Chairman Paul. This proceeding amounts to nothing more than a dishonest political theater masquerading as a congressional hearing. As the CIA has already assessed, COVID-19 most likely originated from a lab leak, and efforts to undermine that conclusion are disingenuous. Well, Harris, as Senator Rand Paul was walking into that hearing room this morning, again, he chairs this committee. I told him about that CIA statement, told him they're accusing him of operating in bad faith. I asked him to respond to that. Here's what he said. The CIA says the committee acted in bad faith with this hearing. They just sent out a statement. Your response to that?
You know, I think transparency is good. I think we overclassify everything. Congress passed a law to unanimously declassify all of the COVID information. We all want to know the truth. Where did it come from? Why has it taken so long for people to admit to it? Now almost every agency admits that it did come from the lab, but they still haven't been forthcoming. There's no reason to have secrets on this. We want them to obey the law. The CIA needs to obey the law, and they need to reveal the information.
So that tells you everything. The CIA's complaint is not that the allegations are false. Their complaint is that Rand Paul is forcing the witness into the open. The agency even put out a statement accusing the committee of acting in bad faith and calling the hearing dishonest political theater. But notice what they also admitted. The CIA has already assessed that COVID-19 most likely originated from a lab leak. So after years of censorship, smears, and propaganda, the CIA's position is basically, yeah, COVID probably came from a lab, but don't ask too many questions about who knew what and when. And that is where the story gets bigger, because this is not just about Wuhan. This is not just about Fauci. This is about the entire global system of U.S.-funded biological research. Now, while Congress is finally dragging the COVID cover-up into the light, another outbreak story is suddenly making headlines. Hantavirus. We're now seeing warnings about hantavirus outbreaks connected to cruise ships, some not connected to cruise ships. People are talking about the Andes variant, deaths, possible person-to-person spread, and quarantine measures. And then this claim starts circulating that hantavirus has already been detected in Ukraine, had been detected in Ukraine 3 months ago with lab-confirmed cases, and that Ukrainians were among the crew connected to the outbreak.
This year, 2 cases of hantavirus infection of moderate severity were recorded at the Khmelnytsky Infectious Diseases Hospital. The first patient presented with symptoms of hemorrhagic fever with renal syndrome. The other case manifested with liver damage, a rash, and fever. Both of these reported cases have been officially confirmed by our laboratory. The patients involved have been successfully treated and have now been discharged from the hospital. I would like to strongly emphasize that if you notice any symptoms such as a high fever, a persistent cough, jaundice, dark-colored urine, severe lower back pain, or even a skin rash, please make sure to consult with an infectious disease specialist immediately.
Listen to this.
Okay, so when people hear Ukraine and virus in the same sentence, they immediately start rolling their eyes.
Ukraine. Just so we're clear, Ukraine is run by the Khazarians. It's old Khazarian. It's where they come from. They know that. Again, the Khazarians, they think long-term. They're long-term thinkers. They plan for years and decades in advance. Excuse me. Plus, they never forget shit. Them motherfuckers like Virgo. Their whole race must be Virgos or some shit. They never forget shit. They hold on to everything. And what they understand is that Ukraine was once theirs until it got taken away from who? Who took Ukraine from the Khazarians? Oh, it was the Russia. It was the Rus Kievs. Basically Russia. Now you see why Ukraine, or the war America, who's really pushed by Khazarians, are trying to take down Ukraine, because the Khazarians want that shit back. But they don't want to be right next to Putin. So they got to take out Putin, so then Khazaria can go back to Ukraine and take over Ukraine, and then also have Russia, that land of Russia also. This is the Greater Israel Project, like on steroids. So they're over there in Ukraine, and also Zelensky is Khazarian. They offered to set that. He said basically there's a plan that says when he knows the time is up, he's just gonna run to Israel, and they're gonna let him in. He's gonna run to Israel. So lab leaks finally came out. I said this shit years ago. Got my shit taken down because of it. Had my conjunction video taken down because I was talking about what they were going to do. This is what I predicted before it even came out. This is before. So the crack scene didn't come out until 2021, January 2021. I said in December that how they was going to do it. I said the whole thing, how this going to have you do this, blah, blah, blah. And they took my video down. And I don't have that video no more. I thought I had it, but I don't have the video no more. I would have put it up on Rumble. If anybody has that video, the Great Conjunction I did in December 2020, please send it to me because I'll put it up on Rumble. It says Dr. Fauci and Rivers went to the same medical school. Horrible examples. Man, this is ridiculous, man. So moving along. Hold up. Damn it. I think I have. Let me see if I can find it. So next, the Khazarians. Damn it, I lost that video. Let me see if I can find this video. So Israel, or Bichriel, is trying to take over Kenya now. So here we go. Watch this. Oh. Sorry, you guys can't see. My bad. I'm playing the video like y'all can see the shit. Hold on. Here we go.
Hey, Rock. This Israeli developer is building a controversial real estate project in Kenya.
We want people who come to live with us and live our dream together with us.
And people across Kenya are outraged.
Africa is getting recolonized. That's a fact.
Is Kenya losing land to Israel? Colonial Israel is getting ready to enter the fray.
The developer says he wants Israelis to come to Kenya and create an agricultural community with Kenyans.
We want to bring the dream of a community between Israeli teenager and Kenyan teenager.
How did you identify this land?
I think God brought me here.
But this Kenyan lawyer who wrote about the plan says many in the country feel it dredges up memories of when Kenya was a British colony.
To see new people coming in, buying large tracts of land, reawakens that feeling of dispossession. And then the added drama of it being an Israeli person in the midst of the genocide.
Many Kenyans learned about the 520-acre land development project when the Israeli investor was interviewed on a Kenyan TV show. The show normally features Kenyan stories, but this episode featured his pitch to sell residential and vacation homes on land he says will include.
So he's about to buy up all this Africa land and make all this money off Africa. See, this is the fuck shit that they keep doing. Colonizing and then overtaking shit. They just co-opt your shit. Basically, and a lot of times take your identity and just sell it. They get rich off of it. This is their job. This is their thing. Take somebody else's shit and get rich off of it. That's their game.
A school, a mall, infinity pools, and even zip lines.
These are up for grabs. You can have your home here.
You can have it here. This is a piece of dream.
For many, anger stems from where this project is located. A privately owned dam in this very region collapsed in 2018. The flooding killed dozens and displaced thousands.
For years, they tried to seek compensation from the government, but there was radio silence. The next thing that we hear about Solai is the settlement, 520 acres and a foreigner.
Jahira says the controversy around the plan also brought to light a little-known fact about Kenyan history.
In the past, before settling on Palestinian land, one of the options considered was Uganda and Kenya.
It's true. In 1904, the Zionist Congress sent a commission to explore Kenya as an option for Jewish settlement.
So we should feel really lucky that they didn't choose Kenya first, because it would be all the Africans they would be killing up right now. But Africans ain't like that. Africans ain't gonna sit. Nah, nigga. Africans would not sit back and let Bitchreal do all of that. Africans would fight back. Them motherfucking Africans would fight back. So they was like, let's go over here. The Africans, Africans will fight your ass.
The British decided to finally pick Palestine.
Today, Kenya actually has strong ties to Israel. The Kenyan government has been one of Israel's closest partners in Africa for decades. Israel has trained the Kenyan army, and Kenyan authorities have used Israeli security technology to spy on activists.
Israel then becomes the face of oppression for Kenyans. We would probably be one of those countries to provide the avenue, together with Somaliland and their recognition, for Israel to establish more bases here. And so it cannot therefore be said that a land ownership can be innocuous when we juxtapose it with all these other actions that we feel Israel is responsible for in the country.
While it may be true that for some, this project is an attractive land development plan, for others, it's raised complicated political questions and brought painful historic legacies back to the surface.
We don't want to go back to the times when we had to fight for our own land.
This Israeli development.
So now Kenya's under attack. They done destroyed their land over there in Gaza. They got to clean up all that shit first. They got to go over there and clean that shit up. It's going to take them years just to do cleanup before they start rebuilding in Gaza. So we need a new place that we can start building now. Oh shit, the black niggas, the niggas over in Africa. Shit, they don't know what the fuck they got. Let's go over there and take that shit. Yeah, y'all should have made it y'all first decision, because Africans ain't going for that shit. They're smarter, they got resources, they got tools, You should have did that when they didn't have any resources against your ass. Now they got social media, they got all the resources and tools of the modern world. Not gonna happen. And we need to spread that and put that out. Make sure it doesn't happen. Make sure we let everybody know you're not about to take over Africa, bitch. We're not having it. We are not having it. No. So, moving along. Where'd it go? Hold on. So now the Khazarians, still with the Khazarians, apparently there's a lot of information coming out about how they took out Mike. So we're going to go over that information because Mike was the god of music when he was here. And I'll fight anybody who say different. God damn it. I'll smack you, bitch. So, let me find the video first. All right, here we go. All right, check it out. Here we go.
Buried deep in the declassified Epstein files from the DOJ vault, evidence that Israel masterminded Michael Jackson's 2009 assassination to protect the elite blackmail web. Michael wasn't just a threat. He was a ticking bomb. He was in the process of going public, opposing Israel's crimes against humanity. The exact same move that cost Charlie Kirk his life almost 2 decades later. But Michael dug deeper. Declassified documents confirm he amassed proof of global elite child exploitation rings, with smoking gun intel on the role played by record industry executives. Michael had the dirt on their horrors. Predators, shielded by Platinum Records, royalties, and Mossad ops. So, they erased him. A staged lethal dose of propofol administered by Dr. Conrad Murray. Now the files reveal this was no tragic mishap. Michael was hot on their trail. He was warning children to stay away from Epstein. And we have the receipts. His death was a cold-blooded ritual execution carried out by Israel, staged in that cult hospital to send a message to anybody who dared threaten the Bloodline Empire. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community, support the channel, and gain access to exclusive and uncensored content. Many people brainwashed by years of mainstream media attacks on Michael Jackson saw the photos from the Epstein files and jumped to one obvious conclusion. But what they failed to understand is that Michael was never on Epstein's side. He was protecting children from Epstein and the cabal of child predators. And we have the receipts to prove it. The photo of Jackson with Epstein was from 2003. The very same year, the Scary Movie franchise inserted a bizarre scene mocking Michael. This wasn't comedy. This was a warning. Comply, or the entertainment industry machine will be weaponized to destroy you. Enter the prince of 90s child stardom himself, Macaulay Culkin.
A lovely cheese pizza.
Look at this. They put this shit back in. They put it in the movies back in the day. Look at this.
Just for me. A lovely cheese pizza just for me.
Wow.
Here's where it gets really twisted and deeply tragic. As a young boy, Macaulay Culkin appeared in Michael Jackson's iconic music video for Black or White.
You are wasting your time with this garbage. Now go to bed!
Okay.
Culkin and Michael Jackson became close friends. Jackson gave him advice about surviving life as a child star, and Culkin spent a lot of time with the King of Pop at his Neverland ranch. Culkin says that Michael was actively protecting Hollywood's children from the satanic pedophile cult. That's exactly why they came for him. They framed Michael with the very crimes they themselves were committing against children.
Was somebody saying that he was trying to protect the kids?
Somebody. Yeah, Macaulay Culkin.
Oh, all right. So a name.
He gave an interview stating that Michael Jackson once intervened, discouraging him from boarding a flight to an island later associated with Jeffrey Epstein. It doesn't say it's Little St. James Island, but it's an island later associated with Epstein. And they presume that Michael Jackson may have stepped in to help other kids not go to that island. But it was that one statement from Macaulay Culkin. That's pretty much it.
Right. So again, I knew it was from somewhere, somewhat federal, but I mean.
So was Michael Jackson helping the kids? Was Michael Jackson trying to prevent Epstein from doing what he was doing?
I'll never forget that. Michael Jackson saved me from getting on a plane to that tiny island.
When Michael finally grasped the true depths of the evil he was dealing with, after spending time around the likes of Rabbi Shmuley and Jeffrey Epstein, he was a broken man. He could barely find the strength to keep living. And just like Charlie Kirk, Michael knew when they were coming for him. His final phone call, the night before he died, has been suppressed for years. Listen closely. You'll understand why they're desperate to keep it under wraps.
I don't know if I should tell you this, but I don't know who may be listening.
Strength to keep living. And just like Charlie Kirk, Michael knew when they were coming for him. His final phone call, the night before he died, has been suppressed for years. Listen closely. you'll understand why they're desperate to keep it under wraps.
I don't know if I should tell you this, but I don't know who may be listening. There may be a group of people that want to get rid of me. They don't want me here anymore.
I don't understand. What do you mean? Talk to me.
I can't talk about it over the phone. I don't know what's going to happen, but I just feel in my soul, only God knows, they could kill me. They could stab me. They could frame me and say I overdosed you with drugs. They can do a lot of things.
Who could do this?
It's not the government. It's more than the government.
Many people say the killing of Many people say the killing of Charlie Kirk was the most shocking political assassination of our time. But history is littered with other deaths that were never supposed to be recognized for what they really were. Not accidents, not overdoses, not bad luck. Assassinations. And always for the same reason Charlie was silenced. A voice that grew too loud, that asked the wrong questions, and woke too many people up. When somebody starts pulling back a voice that grew too loud, that asked the wrong questions, and woke too many people up. When somebody starts pulling back the curtain on who's really controlling the puppet strings, these people don't argue with them, they don't debate them, they smear them, they silence them. Finally, they erase them. After the break, a devastating confession by a CIA agent, revealing a covert alliance between Mossad and CIA Black Ops didn't just influence the music industry, it purged it. Prince, whacked. Michael Jackson, silenced. And the list continues to grow. Back in a moment. Think the healthy... Nearly all brands in stores are watered-down junk, pushed for profit, not your health. Dr. Gundry has had enough. He's exposing the real truth about olive oil with a free video for viewers of this channel. He'll show you how to spot the real stuff that works wonders for your body with just a few tablespoons. This isn't hype, it's the truth they don't want you to know about. Visit getolive1.com/TPV, the link's below. I've watched his free video and the information blew me away. If you're genuinely interested in changing your life with olive oil, go to getolive.
So basically, my mic was off. But I was just saying, again, my mic was off. I have to do that periodically because I told you my sinuses, so I may have to blow my nose. I'm not going to do that on camera. But I was saying that how Mike had said, he said that they could frame me and then say I overdosed on drugs. That happened a couple nights right before it happened. He said this right before it happened, a couple of nights before it happened. So Mike knew what's going on. We're gonna get into Candace Owens. She breaks it down even deeper. We're gonna go into Candace Owens in a second.
Asked him for destruction when he began calling them out in public, exposing their crimes. He knew exactly who was destroying his career, his reputation, and who was coming for his life.
Michael Jackson arrived at the location of his music video under an umbrella to protect him from his son and with 2 children by his side. He was in Brazil to shoot the music video for his song, They Don't Care About Us. Last year, he angered Jewish groups when he sang these words.
Whoa, he said, whoa, see, this, now we're starting to see what happened.
These words.
Kill me, Jew me, sue me, kick me, kike me. Whoa.
Michael then gave in to pressure and changed the song. But in Brazil, the controversial lyrics were back, and he sang it this way. We showed footage of the video shoot to Rabbi Marvin Heyer, an activist for Jewish causes, who was outraged because last June, Jackson sent him a letter of apology for singing those lyrics.
I'm shocked. Jew me, sue me, kick me, kite me. Those are the words that he told us that he would never use again.
John Holmeston, a retired CIA agent, dropped a bombshell on NTV, the national Russian television channel. He revealed that in the 1980s, the music industry was a psyop run by the CIA and Mossad, designed to brainwash the youth and control the younger generations. He says Michael Jackson was not a pedophile. He says anybody can look at Michael's FBI files and see the truth. They investigated him for years and concluded he was a saint. It was the CIA and Mossad who dragged his name through the mud because he refused to fall in line.
We knew this music had the power to shape young minds. Our mission was to channel teenage angst, turning Generation X into a culture that was all about decadence, drug use, and anti-establishment rebellion, sparking riots and more division within society. We even infiltrated mainstream radio to blast their tracks and reach millions every day.
Wow.
According to Holmeston, the agency in connection with Mossad killed MJ Prince and Tom Petty as part of their psyop to gatekeep the culture and prevent the American youth from turning against Israel.
If you want to know the truth about Michael Jackson, look in the FBI files. The man was a modern-day saint. The Bureau investigated him for years. They found nothing. But the CIA, we don't investigate. We instigate. We create. And when Mossad give the signal, we assassinate. They feared his reach, not just his fame, his influence. Millions adored him across every border, every language, every continent. A man like that could shift an entire generation overnight.
Assassinate.
He had too much power. He had too much power, and then he was starting to go against the wrong people, really the right people. But when you got that type of power, Mike was a god to most people in the world. Like only a nigga like that can stand on stage for 2 minutes and not say nothing and have people falling the fuck out. That nigga type of energy, bam. They understood if he started talking against vitriol, they knew what he could do against them in the world. He could have turned everybody in the world against them if he really wanted to. If he really started putting it out there. But so they had to take him out quick. Or at least take down act like he was crazy, so that if he did say something that you wouldn't equate it to, being real.
Artists promoting antisocial culture, flooding the streets with hard drugs. Is there anything the CIA and Mossad hasn't done to destroy America from within?
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
2026, nothing has changed. The Zionists still pull the strings behind the intelligence agencies. The faces shift, the substances change, but the result is always the same. Streets flooded with drugs, designed to keep people numb, confused, and easy to manage. Society in decay, pedophilia normalized, and heroes assassinated for the crime of standing up to Israel. Back then, voices like Michael Jackson and Prince were silenced for stepping out of line, for reaching too many people with ideas that couldn't be controlled. And now a new generation of truth tellers is in their crosshairs. People who challenge the narrative. People who wake their audiences up. People like Charlie Kirk. Speak too loudly, and the system speaks back. It's time to dismantle a 9,000-year-old satanic pedophile ring. A cabal that slithered through history, hiding in plain sight, and mocking their victims for centuries. And now Hollywood and the media are their weapons. Film.
All right, so that's that. Then we're going to find, because Candace was breaking this down. I never saw this on Candace. This actually happened about a month ago. I never saw this. But Candace, she was killing it. Hold on, let me find this Candace Owens. Oh, God damn it, where's the video? Come on, Candace. Hold on, where's my video, man? All right, I think this might be it. Nope, that's not it. Sorry. Damn it. God damn, man. Oh, here it is. I found it. All right. So check this out. Candace was killing it. Candace, she's like the biggest internet sleuth of all time. So she broke this down. She was uncovering all of this shit.
Have the creative force within them, because they can lie, they can steal, they can deceive, but they can never create. Because people do not have the creative force within them, because Michael Jackson was right when he said that these people are devilish. Man, oh man, growing up in a black household, I will tell you, Michael Jackson saw Michael Jackson moonwalk in your... You can just imagine. perhaps on earth that was more famous than Michael Jackson was as a Hollywood celebrity. Michael Joseph Jackson was born on August 29th, 1958. And as we all know, Michael and his brothers, Marlon, Jackie, Tito, and Jermaine, formed a band in 1962. And Michael was a lead singer in most of their songs. Their father was at first hesitant, but then he agreed to manage the band. Sing a cappella. Take a listen. And people really just loved Michael Jackson, and his singles quickly climbed up the charts. Eventually, as we all know, Michael Jackson decided to branch out of his band with his brothers, and he began pursuing a career as a solo artist, not sure how it was going to go, and it went very well. He especially hit it big in 1979 after signing with Epic Records.
Hold on, we got to go through the history. She goes through his history.
In 1993, something very unusual given the fact that this was a man that was in the spotlight so much. It was in 1993 that the very first allegation came against him, made from a screenwriter in the industry. He's both a screenwriter and a dentist, named Dr. Evan Chandler, who was based in Los Angeles. And his accusation was that Jackson had sexually abused his 13-year-old son, Jordan. Horrific. Now, how this came about was that Jordan told his psychiatrist that Jackson had molested him. And then the LAPD began a criminal investigation. But the investigation actually found no physical evidence against Jackson, and it was closed. The case was closed less than 1 year later. Now, that should have stopped the media from reporting on it. Michael Jackson wasn't guilty, but we know the media has never let facts get in the way of them having a good time. They broke the allegations worldwide, which led Michael Jackson to cancel the second leg of his Dangerous World Tour in August of that same year. And he cited health issues, health problems that were stemming from the stress of the entire scandal. And do you want to know what actually added to the stress? This is actually horrific. His sister, LaToya Jackson, came right out and she said, yup, Michael Jackson is a pedophile. But then something weird happened. She didn't provide any evidence. She didn't even attach that statement to a story. And when people...
Yeah, fuck you, LaToya, bitch. Straight up. Fuck you, bitch. Now, let me give some context to the words, though. Pedophile just means he loves children. So if you're looking for the denotation of the word pedophile, not the connotation. So denotation is the original word, how it meant, the original meaning. Connotation is the meaning that it has taken on during time. So if you go to the denotation of the word pedophile, that just means child lover. He would be that in the actual context of the word. He just loved children. He did. The word they looking for, though, the one who diddles children and stuff, that's pederast, not pedophile. It's pederast. So they keep using that word, and all that means is child love, a person who loves children. That's every parent. Every parent would be technically a pedophile, one who loves children. Some parents don't love their kids. So let me say most parents. But pederast is the word she's looking for. Now, I don't know if LaToya was playing that word game, but the fact that she came out and called him that, fuck that bitch. There's no room for the word game when the whole world is against him.
Well, prodded her about that. Why did you say your brother was a pedophile? She admitted that it was her husband who had forced her to make that statement. Now, it's very strange. Who is LaToya Jackson's husband? Well, here's a photo of her with him. I'm going to tell you a little bit about him. Like Dr. Evan Chandler, this man is Jewish. I'm going to tell you why that matters as we get more into the Michael Jackson story. Her husband is a Jewish Russian immigrant. It says his name used to be Jack Leon Gordon, and he then changed his name, also changed where he said he was born. He claimed that Las Vegas was his birthplace until he changed his name in 1981 to Samuel Isaac Gordon. And then he changed his name again in 1983 to Clifford William Johnson. And then he said he was born in Springfield, Massachusetts. Okay, this is all getting really weird. Why is this person changing his name so many times? And why is he pushing his wife to say that her brother is a pedophile? I mean, that's at least what LaToya Jackson said. And the story is going to get even stranger and stranger, making me think that we should maybe go back and re-examine his relationship, Michael Jackson's relationship, and with young Jordan and how these allegations came about. So let's do that. First and foremost, how did Michael Jackson meet little Jordan Chandler? It's actually kind of, the stars must have just aligned, literally the star being Michael Jackson. His car broke down on the side of the road. He called the police. He was like, I'm Michael Jackson. Can you please come help me deal with this car? And they're like, no, actually, we can't help you deal with your car on the side of the road. And he made a bunch of phone calls. And then finally somebody was driving.
Hold on real quick. Somebody said, can you be pro-black but married to a Caucasian? Of course you can. Just because you pro-black don't mean you hate everybody else. That's some dumb shit. Come on, man. I don't have to hate people because I love these people. And if I'm part of these people, I want to see these people succeed. Doesn't mean I want to see everybody else not succeed, to fail. So, yes, you can do that. Look at Kareem. Kareem. I use Kareem as an example all the time. The person who introduced Kareem to Islam was a white girl. So, and then he became one of the biggest activists in the 60s. In the 70s. He was one of the biggest activists against Caucasians, but he had a white wife who introduced him to Islam. Absolutely. You can be pro-black and have a white wife or husband.
High, and they were able to help him. And that someone was an owner of Rent-A-Wreck. His name was David Schwartz. David Schwartz then gets Michael Jackson, posed the king of pop, could you imagine this, back to his shop and obviously calls his wife.
Yo,
And her name is
real
June
quick.
Chandler Schwartz. And
Sorry,
he's like, literally.
Bad, I just saw this. I had to do this one real quick. I just saw this. My bad. Yo, oops. Dwayne Hicks. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app, bro. Hold on. Thank you, bro. That's super generous, bro. You hook me up every week. I appreciate it.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, Dwayne Hicks, for hooking me up, bro. Says the KYRF must be stopped. Yes, that's what I mean. All of us have to awaken first for that to happen. And they've been instituting all kinds of tactics to keep you asleep, to keep everybody asleep. Don't talk about me when you speak their name. Shh. You can't even whisper their name. That type of shit. That keeps you from talking. If they keep you from talking about it, then no one can wake up. So, thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Let's get back.
Literally the most famous person in the world is standing in our shop. You might want to get down here.
So hold on. Let me go back.
David Schwartz then gets Michael Jackson, posed the king of pop, could you imagine this, back to his shop and obviously calls his wife. And her name is June Chandler Schwartz. And he's like, literally the most famous person in the world is standing in our shop. You might want to get down here real quick. And guess what? June got down there real quick and she brought.
Is it a coincidence that a Khazarian just happened to pop up and help Mike out of nowhere? He couldn't get a ride nowhere. And then the Khazarians popped up and helped him. Do you think might be a coincidence? I don't think so. Yo, real quick, thank you again, Andre Fuller. Appreciate you, brother. We're at 170 for today. Thank you, guys. We're at 170 on the donation side. So thank you, guys. Hold on.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. So here we go.
Brought her young son, Jordan, with her. And then the relationship was born. Michael Jackson, as so many fans were surrounding him at this rec place, he began speaking to the little boy because he, I guess, felt uncomfortable about all the press. They had a conversation, and he felt that the family was just so kind to him that they became really close friends. He traveled around with Jordan. He brought Jordan's mother with him, took them everywhere, hosted sleepovers with Jordan, along with other young boys. Obviously, we all know about his Neverland Ranch, and our understanding of that up until this point was just that Michael Jackson always felt that he didn't have a childhood. And so he always felt badly for children and wanted them to have an experience, have a real childhood, and created a ranch to make that a plausibility. Like he wanted to create Disney World forever for children. Then some things got kind of strange. I just had to look into the story. Going, okay, so they were friends. The media loved it. They referred to them as Michael Jackson's adopted family. They loved the background story. And then apparently this kid's dad, Jordan Chandler, and to be clear, the person who picked Michael Jackson up and took care of his car was Jordan Chandler's stepfather. But his real father started going, I actually don't like his relationship with Michael Jackson. And that's interesting because then you find out that despite the fact that his real father, Dr. Evan,
do you people really think that because you got the same skin tone as somebody that you gonna have something in common with that person? Is that what y'all think? And if you meet somebody who you totally vibe with, mentally, vibrationally, all of that, should you kick that person to the side because they're not your same skin tone? Does that make any fucking sense? When your skin tone is not even real, color's not real. What you appear to be. It's not what you are. And it's definitely not who you are underneath. So why the hell would you make a goddamn decision on somebody to be with? It's not a car you're driving that you only gonna spend about an hour or 2 hours a day in. This is a person you're gonna have to be with constantly, forever. So would you not want that person to be on the same mental frequency as you, emotional and spiritual frequency as you, or just the same color frequency? That's been melanated people's problem. You keep getting into dumbass relationships because, this person, I ain't gonna say it's because they black, but you keep getting in relationships because you only think you're supposed to date black people. What if the other person for you was Indian or from Japan? Does that count? Or from Honduras? Or they're gonna say, well, Honduras people are black. See, skin tone again. Y'all better get away from this low vibrational thinking. And the aliens think that too. Then we'll get to what the aliens said. Aliens left humans a message. Don't you be one of those people the aliens is talking about. I'm going to get to that in a minute. You don't want to be one of those people.
Chandler made these allegations against Michael Jackson, despite the fact that you learn that it was him that did this. Jordan Chandler, just a year later, decided to emancipate from both of his parents. So you're following me. He's 13 years old. His biological father makes allegations at the age of 13 against Michael Jackson, the king of pop. And a year later, Jordan Chandler moves to emancipate from both of his parents. In case you're not aware of what emancipation is, it's essentially you go to the courts and you can say a variety of things. You show them that you have some way to make money and you say, I do not want to be the child of either of these parents. Literally emancipate me before I turn 18. And the judge grants that. They believe that there's enough evidence that you should be emancipated. He did this. Jordan Chandler did this. And it makes you wonder, like, how could you do this to your dad? I mean, like, you're poor.
How many sisters have set niggas up in the hood? Huh? Let's you want to break that shit down? How many sisters have set niggas up in the hood? So many that you can't even count. I'm sure you got multiple stories. Especially each brother in here, I'm sure got multiple stories of sisters fucking over niggas. Or at least you heard about it, or it happened to you. It happened to somebody, one of your homies. So don't act like because somebody got the same skin tone as you that they can't fuck you over. That's ridiculous, man. Don't be retarded. And I just mean slow, not dumb. Retarded means slow. Catch up to the pack. You got to raise your frequency on that, man. You are spiritual beings. What did Yoda say? Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. You may have been white in a past life. The white person may have been black in a past life, which is why they connect to melanated people today. Stop thinking on a super low vibration. You are gods. Think like gods. You go through multiple lives, multiple manifestations, and you probably manifested as a Japanese person once, as a woman once, if you're a man, as a man, if you're a woman. Did we not see that video? Did I not show you the video of the little white kid who said that he was a black girl? He was a black woman in a past life. He kept saying this name, and his mom was like, yo, why you keep saying this name? That's not my name. And he was like, no, that was me. This is a 5-year-old kid. Kept telling his mom for years that he was a different person, that his name was some woman's name. And so she decided to take him to a psychic and see what was up. Not a psychic, like not a psychic, but a hypnotist or whatever. Like a hypnotist or some shit like that. And found out. And then they started asking him questions. He said, yeah, I was a black woman. He was a black, he said this to his mom. Yeah, I was a black woman named this. I lived in Chicago. And the building caught on fire, and I jumped out of a window. So they was like, yo, what the fuck? They're like, we don't. So the mom, she started to take it seriously after so long, because he kept saying this, and she researched it and found out the woman with that name died in a goddamn fire, jumping out of the goddamn window, just like he said. So please stop using what's the word I'm looking for? A mortal's brain. You are immortal. Stop using the lower vibrational mind. Update your thinking, everybody.
World, man, it must have been a really tough decision for Dr. Evan Chandler to stand up to the king of pop and all his power and all his fandom and to say, hey, he molested my child and it wasn't on my watch. My wife is remarried. He shouldn't have even been having sleepovers. You would think that Jordan would adore his father for having done this. And then you find out that when he turned 16, he filed a restraining order against his dad because his dad tried to beat him with a weight. What's really going on? Well, certainly, again, like I said, at least it was courageous that his dad made these allegations against Michael Jackson, because this is sickening. It is disgusting. And it's not like his dad drugged him into making this sort of an allegation. Oh my gosh. Actually, he did. His father, Dr. Evan Chandler, did in fact drug his child into making the allegation about Michael Jackson.
Man, he made this. I'm sorry. Y'all couldn't hear her over my laugh because this moment he said, I can't get past the hair texture. Yo, man, y'all funny as shit, bro. Yo, I gotta rewind Candace. Yo, let me rewind it real quick. God damn it, this is funny. She breaking it down. I want y'all to really listen to her because she's really breaking down how these Khazarians came in and took out Mike. But y'all, we had to have this little intermediate conversation. But listen to Candace though; she's really killing it.
Say, hey, he molested my child, and I wasn't. And you say, I do not want to be the child of either of these parents. Literally emancipate me before I turn 18. And the judge grants that. They believe that there's enough evidence that you should be emancipated. He did.
So real quick, in case you're having trouble keeping up, the dude who found Michael Jackson on the side of the road, he called a lot of people, couldn't get nobody to come pick him up when they broke down. Then finally some Khazarian came and picked him up, took him to the shop. When he got to the shop, everybody was like, oh my God, Michael Jackson, blah, blah, blah. So they start signing everything, whatever, right? So then they became friends. The Jewish dude, the Khazarian, his wife and his kid became friends because he said, "Yo, my kids here, you sign something for my kids?" He met his kid there. He took to the kid, so they became friends. Then that was the stepdad. The Khazarian was the stepdad. Then the real dad came in. He was a dentist, and he was like, "Yo, you friends with Mike?" Shit. He's like, "You friends with Mike?" So all of a sudden, this dentist, he took his son. He was giving his son some dental work, and he shot his son up with sodium pentothal. Anybody ever watched any spy movies, you know that sodium pentothal is considered truth serum, right? So he gave his son, then he said, while his son was drug induced, he asked him some crazy questions, and I guess he got his son to tell him yes, that Mike did this to me under sodium pentothal, some shit. Mike, this little kid don't know shit. He basically coerced him to say it under drug inducement. And then when the dude got older, he basically, the kid, when he got older, he left his parents. He emancipated from his parents. He's like, y'all full of shit. All of y'all full of shit. I'm going off on my own.
Did this. Jordan Chandler did this. And it makes you wonder, like, how could you do this to your dad? I mean, like, your poor old man, that must have been a really tough decision for Dr. Evan Chandler to stand up to the king of pop and all his power and all his fandom and to say, hey, he molested my child and it wasn't on my watch and my wife is remarried and he shouldn't have even been having sleepovers. You would think that Jordan would adore his father for having done this. And then you find out that when he turned 16, he filed a restraining order against his dad because his dad tried to beat him with a weight. What's really going on? Well, certainly, again, like I said, at least it was courageous that his dad made these allegations against Michael Jackson, because this is sickening. It is disgusting. And it's not like his dad drugged him into making this sort of an allegation. Oh my gosh. Actually, he did. His father, Dr. Evan Chandler, did in fact drug his child into making the allegation about Michael Jackson. I'm going to read you directly from an article about what Dr. Evan Chandler did. It reads, on August 2nd, 1993, dentist Dr. Evan Chandler was extracting a tooth from his own son, Jordan, when he did something unusual. Under the supervision of an attending anesthesiologist, Dr. Chandler injected his son with a dose of sodium amytal, a barbiturate, although in pop culture it has sometimes incorrectly been called a truth serum. It is not normal to use sodium amytal to pull a tooth. In fact, it is a psychological drug with sedative and hypnotic effects. Totally normal situation to drug your child, to sedate him with a drug that produces hypnotic effects, and then to ask him, did Michael Jackson molest you? To which your drugged and sedated son says yes. That is the actual story about how this allegation came about. And once his son said yes, and he recorded that, Evan Chandler then demanded $20 million privately from Michael Jackson. He didn't go to the cops. He went to a lawyer. He said, I won't make this public if you give me $20 million. If you don't give me $20 million, I'm going to make it public. And Michael Jackson told him the kid rocks, allegedly. And then he had his lawyer go back and say, hey, what about if it's just $1 million? And by the way, at this point, it says that his lawyer was like, hey, man, but like, if your son was molested, maybe go to the cops, right? Like, don't just have me negotiating with the king of pop. Like, you should go to the cops. And he's like, you just keep negotiating. Unbelievably. And during this time, he took his son to a psychiatrist. We love psychiatrists on this show. And he made his son describe graphic details of what Jackson had done to him, but didn't do to any of the other boys who were also present for the sleepovers. Jordan's mother at this point, June Schwartz, she and her new husband thought, I think maybe he could be telling some lies. My ex-husband, maybe he's not that honest of a person. And so Jordan's stepdad, a man named Dave Schwartz, decided to confront him, to confront Dr. Evan Chandler. And not just to confront him, but to record him speaking about what he was going to do to Michael Jackson and co. Take a listen to Dr. Evan Chandler.
Hold on real quick. Appreciate the super chat. But what'd you say? Genetically, we are not the same as them. If you genetically not the same, how the hell can you have babies with them? Huh? Come on, bro. You got to up your game. If you're not genetically the same as a person, then you can't match biologically. They came from you. The only thing is they just don't have melanin. And that puts them on a different vibration. However, again, you are not the being that manifested now. You have lived multiple lives. If you don't know that, then you need to go do that research. But you have lived multiple lives. Energy doesn't die. You have manifested multiple times. And you probably manifested, I'm sure you did. You manifested as a Caucasian person. Maybe you didn't yet. Who knows? Which is why you don't have, but you manifest as all these different beings so that you gain this knowledge of you gain this knowledge of who you are within the universe. Again, the universe, we are all one being and just different aspects of each other. so the universe can know itself. If you don't know those teachings, go back and do those teachings. But you probably manifested as a girl, as a white woman, just like that little white kid manifested as he was a black woman in his past life. That's real. Go look that video. You can YouTube that video. I didn't pull it up today because I didn't know we was going to talk about it. But go YouTube the video of the white kid who was a black woman in the past, in his past life. And tell me that's wrong. And then eventually you're supposed to forget your past life so that you can move on and gain and produce within this world. But if you're constantly attached to the old life you lived in, you will never go on and do what you manifested in this time to be or to do. So that's why you usually forget. However, again, get away from skin tone. That is the lowest vibrational thinking that you could do. Skin tone means nothing. Very little at the very least. Vibrationally, yes, because as a culture, we've created a certain frequency and vibration within our culture, and they've created another vibration within their culture. So sometimes those vibrations don't match up. But again, that has nothing to do with the individual person. The individual person. Don't take people because of their skin tone. Talk to the person first. If the person is full of shit, because after that, on what they think, then yeah. But for you to just look at somebody and think, oh, fuck them. That's the same thing that you don't want them to do to you. Do you want them to do that shit to you? And if you don't want them to do that to you, why the fuck do you do it? There's not rules for rules. What is it? What's the term? Rules for thee, not for me. Nah. Universal law goes all the way around. So again, I've had multiple people. I've dealt with multiple people from training. I've dealt with multiple people. Maybe you haven't had that experience. You haven't dealt with different cultures. But as a personal trainer, I've dealt with every single race there is. And I know some niggas is full of shit. Some Asians is full of shit. White people full of shit. Who else? Who else did I train? Trained some Asians, some white people. Trained the Indian. A couple of Indians. The Indians was cool. Except one. So again, you need to go out and experience before you start talking like skin tone means something. It may mean something from that one person, or that one person with that skin tone may have made you feel a certain way, but that doesn't mean everybody with that skin tone will do that. That's the Caucasian argument. All niggas are like those dumbass YNs in the hood. Would you want to be judged off of what YNs do? No, you wouldn't. Hell no. I promise you, you don't equate what you, yourself, your spirit, and your mind to what those young niggas are doing out there, do you? No. So why the hell would you want to do that to other people? Again, up your game, people. You're gods around here. Stop being on the low vibration. Appreciate you, Roger Grosh. Thank you for the super chat. People have to understand that we're all human beings. Yes, don't condemn the so-called white people because they are our children. Yes, they are our children. They're just not as learned as you. They haven't been here as long. But some of them may have been. Some of their spirits may have manifested before as a melanated person, which is why they are attached to melanated people today. They have vestigial energy left over of that life, which is why they connect to it in another life. We said they come from us as above, so below. To sum it up, I love all women. There you go. So appreciate you, brother. We're at man. Where we at today? Somebody, we're at, let me make sure. We're 180 for today. 180 for today. No, excuse me, my bad. 190. We're at 190 for today. So thank you guys for the super chats and the cash apps. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
Again, stop having a set mind on people. Take them as they come. Be in the middle. Stop being polarized. Again, you're supposed to do this and that, not this or that. So back to Candace Owens.
The dentist, in an attempt to confront Dr. Evan Chandler, and not just to confront him, but to record him speaking about what he was going to do to Michael Jackson and co. Take a listen to Dr. Evan Chandler, the dentist, in his own words.
This man is going to be humiliated beyond belief. And I'm not
yo, you got to hear this. Hold on. You got to hear this shit. Let me slow it down.
believe what's going to happen.
Handler, the dentist, in his own words.
This man is going to be humiliated beyond belief. And I will not believe it. He will not believe what's going to happen. And beyond his worst nightmares, that's that one more record.
This attorney I found, I mean, I interviewed several, and I picked the nastiest son of a bitch I could find. Once I make that phone call, this guy is just going to destroy everybody in sight. Any devious, nasty, cruel way that he can do it. And I've given him full authority to do that. There'll be a massacre if I don't get what I want.
If I go through with this, I win big time.
I will get everything I want, and they will be destroyed forever. They will be destroyed. June is going to lose Jordy. She will have no right to ever see him again.
Yeah.
That's a fact, Dave. That's what's
Does that help?
Michael's career will be over.
Does that help Jordy?
Michael's career will be over.
And does that help Jordy?
It's irrelevant to me.
Oh, whether or not this helps his son is irrelevant to him. That man sounds like he is on a warpath.
Yo, that's funny.
I mean, does that count as...
He said, I'm just not, I get it. All right, you want to, that's what turned you on, is melanated skin. Turn me on too. I get it. If yes, that's what you want to, I get it. He said, I didn't say they couldn't come to the cookout. I said, I'm not rolling into bed with one. All right, I get you. I get you.
MK Ultraing your son? I don't know. It's interesting, and it sounds like he doesn't care. His son is irrelevant to him. Maybe that's why he wanted to emancipate away from his crazy dad. And if you want an even crazier update, Evan Chandler, person who started this initial allegation, he's no longer with us because he was suicided. He committed suicide in November.
So the dentist who started all of this, allegedly on his own, just took himself out after they were suing Michael for millions. Wait a minute, what? You just took yourself out the game. For what? Yeah, this is their MO. Anybody they don't want speaking. Oh, he just hated himself and he hated this life and he had to take himself out, or she had to take herself out. This is the playbook, the Khazarian playbook 101.
Of 2009, just 5 months after Michael Jackson was overdosed. Yeah, Evan Chandler shot himself in the head. There were absolutely no witnesses. There was no note, and he was found by his building concierge. That's just a fun little update for you. But back to Michael Jackson, because even though, like I said, that never went through, they dropped this case in less than a year. The media kind of saw that there was this squeeze on Michael Jackson, but then they let it go. There were no more allegations against Michael Jackson until almost 10 years later, when suddenly there was an explosion of allegations against Michael Jackson. And I want you to remember that year, 2003, is when it began. It began when a boy named Gavin Arvizo accused Michael Jackson of child abuse, saying that he was under 14 at the time of the alleged crime. The singer was then charged because of this allegation with 7 counts of child sexual abuse and 2 counts of administering an intoxicating agent. What does the public actually remember from that time? What do you remember from that time? Well, we remember that Michael Jackson was wacko jacko, that he was crazy, that he was addicted to drugs, whatever his doctor was injecting him with. Here are some of the headlines: wacko jacko, backo jacko, sex raid, wacko jacko, jacko on the attacko. I mean, this is like seared into my memory. I'm sure it's seared into your memory as well. This is what I remember. And I also remember that he was anti-Semitic. Yeah, there were headlines calling him an anti-Semite, saying that he hated Jews. And by the way, they had evidence because, so weird, but his doctor who overdosed him also recorded Michael Jackson while he was also clearly sounding like he was high on drugs. Maybe his doctor gave him drugs and then spoke to him. And somehow this conversation between him and the doctor made its way out into the public. And yeah, it's a fact. In the conversation with his doctor, he referred to Jews as leeches, said that they were trying to take everything from him. And then he was labeled worldwide as, like I said, not just crazy, but also an anti-Semite. And that is just not what you want to be called in the press. It was then revealed that Michael Jackson kept an enemy list on which he had Tommy Mottola, along with, I'm not kidding you guys, Rabbi Shmuley. Yes, that Rabbi Shmuley. He had him.
Just real quick, man. Again, I don't think y'all need to go do y'all history. Do you know who started slavery? Who started slavery? That would be niggas. You know who ended slavery was Caucasian people. England, to be specific. England ended slavery. And then when they ended it, though, it kept going on in melanated countries. Like today, it's still going on in a lot of melanated countries today. Slavery. So again, man, when you keep talking about, when y'all talk about this stuff, be on point with your history. Be on point with the melanated people will subjugate you and take you down just as well as Caucasian people or anybody else. Again, it's about the spirit of the person, not their skin tone. Melanated people had a goddamn slave trade that lasted 1,400 years on the open market, 1,400 years. Then on the low for the last few hundred years. So come on, man. And I'm just calling balls and strikes. I ain't on neither side. I'm not on this side or that side. I take you as you come at me. If you a god nigga, you coming at me, I take you as a god. If you a fucked up nigga coming at me, you gonna get your ass mangled. Not no Diddy. Not that way. But I mean with elbows and knees and kicks and punches. So we got to up our game, people. This is what I mean. We have to up our consciousness as well.
On this list, and Rabbi Shmuley, then after Michael Jackson died, then released recordings of him that he said Michael Jackson definitely wanted him to do, even though he was on this list for Michael Jackson. Also, illusionist Uri Geller, attorney Gloria Allred, the one that we associate with all the Me Too cases that have been taking down a lot of men. He also listed the DA, Tom Sneddon, and Janet Arvizo, the mother of that accuser, Gavin Arvizo. By the way, when you have spare time, you should look up Janet Arvizo. You should look up how many celebrities, I mean, I'm talking everybody from Jay Leno to Chris Tucker, who have spoken out about that family and have accused them, many people, of.
So it was the dad came in. First, the stepdad is Khazarian. Now he allegedly they're saying that he didn't do anything, but somehow the son wanted to emancipate from them when he got into 16 or 17 or whatever. So that dad may not have been as great as we think, as you know, they're trying to let people think. But the real dad, he was a piece of shit. The real dad was a piece of shit. But who was behind him initiating the case against Michael? Who was behind that? And you see he was taken out. You see he was taken out before any of that can come out. Then the last thing, so since Michael's movie has come out, they're back on him. This is the reason I did the story today. They're trying to get back at Mike right now because of the success that he's having. So let's break this down. The Khazarians tried to destroy him, but Mike's spirit is so pure that all he has to do is be heard. And you cannot deny that vibration, that frequency. You can't deny it. That nigga was, I mean, his spirit was so damn pure. It's insane. And so the rise of his spirit, you couldn't keep that type of purity, that type of spirit down, that vibration. You can't hold it down. For a whole generation, they did it for a whole generation, to a whole generation of people. Zillennials, Generation Z and millennials. He was known as a pedo. They didn't, I mean, you can, if you're a millennial, you came up listening to Mike too. But if you're around the Generation Z millennial, you probably didn't hear a lot of Mike stuff on the radio or saw it on TV. This is when they was really trying to kill him. This is when they were trying to smash on him. So now that his movies come back out, this energy has been he's been basically resurrected. And people love this nigga again. People love Mike. So here we go. Oops. Damn it, where did it? Hold on. Yeah, damn. All right, here we go.
Published this hour-long piece. A new group of accusers of Michael Jackson are being paraded across the media right on the heels of the massive success of the biopic, Michael. Now, over the weekend, 60 Minutes Australia published this hour-long piece about a group of siblings saying that Michael Jackson abused them for years. This is how sensational it gets. At one point, one of the siblings says that Jackson drank his urine, said, "I love you so much, I'm going to drink your pee to show you how much I love you." He says it.
I think we're stupid.
he says those things. I chose not to bring the clip. Now, can anyone prove that these are false? Well, Michael Jackson maybe could, but he's dead, so he's not here to defend himself. The Casio siblings don't provide any proof other than their own word, but their credibility and their financial conflict of interest is worth serious consideration, and which is why we should exercise extreme caution when we hear this. Unfortunately, the media pieces, both the New York Times and 60 Minutes Australia and various other sources, do not give you these caveats about their credibility, so I'm going to. Now, before we do this, I'm going to tell you what my mindset is in reporting this. Number one, every single Michael Jackson accuser, since he started being accused of sexual abuse of children in the 90s, was riddled with financial credibility issues. They had financial conflicts of interest, and they had major credibility issues. Jackson's civil rights were severely trampled on in his 2005 trial in a way that should scare all of us. His legal team was raided by police, which is illegal. You are supposed to have lawyer privilege, attorney-client privilege. An arrest warrant was issued on the same day that the search warrant was issued on his house, meaning they had presumed his guilt and put out for his arrest before they had even found even one piece of evidence. Now, dead or alive, as an American, his rights are to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. No one has ever proven his guilt in a court of law. And the timing of this litigation is successful. If it is successful.
And what they always forget to mention, he was under investigation by the FBI for like 17 years. I mean, over a decade, he was being investigated by the FBI, and they didn't find shit. What they said was, I think they came out that this nigga's a saint. That's what they found, that this nigga basically is a damn saint. He don't do shit wrong. Nothing. So they couldn't frame him really on. They tried. Well, the FBI and them, they couldn't frame, but the FBI couldn't find anything on him. The Khazarians, they can make up something to try to frame him, but because it's made up, it's not real. Eventually, his energy will rise to the top again.
Would be very profitable for his accusers, who they say are just trying to do this to help other victims. It's interesting that the timing of these allegations coincides with the massive success of not just the Michael biopic, which is making millions for the estate, but also the fact that his music is charting again in billboards. The Cirque du Soleil show made a ton of money and continues to do so, and so does MJ the Musical, all of which are owned by the estate. Now, the media has never accurately reported on Jackson's sexual abuse claims. They always leave out the financial conflicts of interest of the witnesses and the accusers. During the 2005 trial, the accusers would repeat these salacious sexual details, and the press would run outside to report it to their cameras, never hearing Jackson's own attorney destroy the credibility in their cross-examination. So these are all things we need to consider. It's with that eye that I present to you these new claims. Here are the Casio siblings. One of them is missing for a reason, their brother Frank, and we'll get to why in a minute. Now, they are among a group of people who say that after the Leaving Neverland documentary that was on HBO in 2019, they suddenly remembered being abused by Michael Jackson. Now, this show is so full of holes that I can't even go through them one by one. But I'm going to just sort of summarize a few inconsistencies that you would think if you were close friends with Michael Jackson, they should have recognized right away, not like, oh, well, if this is true, then I was abused too. First off, the two main victims of the movie, Wade Robson and James Safechuck, both were at.
So basically what I said was, all of a sudden, they said after Neverland, they all of a sudden realized they were getting touched by Mike. Like, you don't remember anyone who was touching your private parts until you see a video years later, years down the line, you see a video saying, oh shit, Mike was doing this. And then you're like, well, I was around Mike. Shit, me too. Like, me too, goddammit. And like, you too? You too? You too? Oh shit. What about you? You shut the fuck up. Shut your bitch ass up. This way, yeah, him too. Shut the fuck up. We're gonna get paid. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, him too. That's what happened. Saw a video, said, oh shit, Mike ain't here to defend himself. And the estate, and so they basically sue the estate. And the estate has no information and no knowledge of what Mike did. So, you know, the state is going to have to settle eventually because they just don't want the backlash. So that's basically what happened.
Adamant defenders of Michael Jackson, both in 1993 and in 2005 when he was accused twice. They were vehemently against all of these allegations. They said, no way Michael did this. He couldn't have done it. We know him really well. Absolutely not. They were vocal and vehement. So were the Casios. And in fact, Robson was the first witness who was called during the 2005 trial because Jackson's lawyer thought that his testimony was so strong. Now, Robson says that he just suddenly remembered as an adult that he had been abused as a child, which is possible, I guess, but it didn't happen until after he'd been paid to dance behind Janet. That's him right there in a 2009 VMA tribute to Michael Jackson.
So you were diddled by Mike, but you toured with Janet? Stop it, bro.
Or after he pitched tribute shows to all the dance shows on the major networks with himself as the choreographer, or after he applied to be a dancer on the Michael Jackson Cirque du Soleil tour. So he went out there to try and get all this money-making opportunity around his relationship to Michael Jackson. And then when all of that dried up, he suddenly remembered that he was accused by Jackson. Now, the film leaves all of those things out. It also has Robson saying that it discouraged me from trying to get close to girls because Jackson loved me so much. He was, possessive of me. Well, it leaves out the fact that Michael Jackson set him up with his niece, Brandy. They dated for 7 years for most of their teens until he cheated on her with Britney Spears. Why do you think the film would leave that out? That's kind of interesting and relevant, don't you think?
Wow. Mike set him up with his niece, and he dated his niece for 7 years? And you don't remember Mike was touching you? Shut the fuck up. Come on, man. Yeah, all of this, we're going to keep moving on because I got a lot of the stories, but you can go watch this on Redacted. A lot of you have become Redacted people since I introduced you to Redacted. So, yeah, they off the chain. They bring the real information. So, if you don't know about Redacted, go check them out on that channel because they should actually get more of the views on it. But so y'all check out the new YouTube documentary called The Orphan Train. It's about European children being enslaved in the United States. What? Okay. For sure. Yep. Money grab. Straight up. Money grab and social climber. Homeboy is full of shit. That dude was in he was in the movie, what's that dance movie with Omarion? Oh man. What's the dance movie with Omarion? No, that's nice. It's not Step It Up. No. What's the dance movie with Omarion? Oh man. You got served. There you go. We said it at the same time, Julian. we said it at the same time, Julian. You got served. Ray Robinson's in that. At the end of the movie, he's the MC for the dance battle. He's in that fucking movie. So yeah, you guys served. Thank you. That's the best dance movie of all time. Any goddamn movie. That is the best dance movie of all time, hands down. I don't give a shit what nobody say. You cannot find better dancing throughout a whole movie than You Got Served. And I didn't watch that movie for a long time because I thought it was gonna be some bullshit. I was like, man, fuck this damn movie. I ain't watching that shit. For years, I didn't watch You Got Served. For years, I didn't watch. Then I was like, let me pop this shit on real quick. Let me see what this shit about. God damn. Yo, the dancing in that movie is incredible. It's fucking goddamn incredible. The best dancing in a movie, hands fucking down. Not even close. So, yeah, Wayne Robinson's full of shit. And whoever else. He was in a rap group. If y'all remember back in the day, Wayne Robinson was in a rap group with a black dude called Quo. Quo. Do y'all remember that? Go look up Quo. If you don't remember Quo, they was little kids. It was a white kid and a black kid, and they were named Quo. Go look that shit up. That's some trivia for your ass right there. Honey, hell no. Wasn't more better dancing than Honey. Don't get kicked out of here. Ask you, viewer, are you insane? Are you serious right now? Honey did not have better dancing in it than You Got Served. You are tripping. Straight up. You are absolutely tripping. You saying I'm tripping. You better go back and watch You Got Served. I just watched that shit. It just came on again. It came on again last week, which is how I know. It's fresh in my mind. I'm sure it ain't fresh in your mind. Go back and watch it and then talk shit. That is the best dancing, hands down. So moving along. Oops. So there's an article that came out this week in the New York Times about bitch reel. We talked about it a couple weeks ago about how they were using dogs or whatever. They were training dogs to grape the the prisoners. So check this out. There was an article. I was surprised about this because the New York Times is owned by Khazarians. I was like, holy shit. The New York Times is owned by Khazarians. And goddamn. Hold on, let me find it. Let me find the video. God damn it. God damn, where's the video? Oh, here it is. All right, so check this out. This came out in the Times. I'm surprised the Times had it in there. Now, was it a front page news? Absolutely not. They buried this shit all the way back in the, like, what was it, the opinion section or some shit? Way in the back. Where you don't even see this shit. So check it out.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is issuing fresh threats against the New York Times, indicating that he's going to sue the paper on behalf of the government of Israel as a consequence of reports of terrible sexual torture and rape of Palestinians who are in the custody of Israelis, who want to get right to these allegations, what they mean, and what exposure of these acts might do to the very fragile situation in the Middle East. Joining us now is editor of the Gray Zone, Max Blumenthal. Max, bring us inside this threat from Prime Minister Netanyahu to sue the New York Times.
Very characteristic of Benjamin Netanyahu, but also extremely dangerous for Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu has said that he's directed his legal advisors to consider harsh legal action against the New York Times' Nick Kristof, an opinion writer from the opinion section, who has published a meticulously documented...
Excuse me, I didn't forget. I was around. I knew, what's his name? He lived in my neighborhood. Not Boogaloo Shrimp, but Turbo. Not Turbo. No, what's the black, the dark skinned one? That was Turbo, right? Turbo lived in my hood. That nigga became famous after Breaking came out. But that motherfucker, that nigga lived in my hood. So, no, I don't forget. I went to the movies and saw that shit. And Breaking 2. I'm old enough that went to the movies and saw those on my own. So, no, I didn't forget. This You Got Served is the evolution of that. Again, I promise you guys haven't seen that movie in probably about 10 or 15 years. Go back and watch that movie. Go back and watch it.
Report on something that all of us who have paid attention and who have reported from the occupied territories and visited Israel's prisons in the occupied territories and attended, as I have, its children's courts, for example, know that Israel does in these facilities, which is it practices torture. And since October 7th, as Israel has kidnapped thousands of civilians, mostly males, from the Gaza Strip, essentially holding them as hostages in new dungeon-like facilities like Sde Teman in the Negev desert, practicing sexual abuse through a force which has been given total free hand over Palestinian prisoners. They believe they were all Hamas militants who were carrying out horrific attacks on October 7th. Some of them turned out to be doctors, like Dr. Adnan Bursh, who was reportedly raped to death by Israeli soldiers at one of these facilities. And one of the reasons we know this really was happening was not just reports like the New York Times report from 2024 by Patrick Kingsley on the Sde Teman facility, which reported that the Israeli soldiers were using batons and electric shocks in the rectums of Palestinian detainees, a form of rape and killing several of them. We know it because it was videotaped. And anyone watching this right now can see the video of Israeli soldiers at Sde Teman anally raping a Palestinian detainee with a baton. Those soldiers are well known to the Israeli public. One of them has become sort of a national folk hero. His name is Meir Shetrit, and they were going to be put on trial. And then there were riots by Israeli army reservists invading Israeli army bases and the court where they were to be put on trial. All of these men were exonerated and sent back to their positions because of the massive public support they've received. So Nicholas Kristof reports all of what we already know with 14 firsthand survivors of sexual assault in these prisons. And now Benjamin Netanyahu is threatening to sue in order to push back on this PR catastrophe. The problem for Netanyahu is he's someone who would be libel-proof because his reputation is so low given his...
Let me say something. First of all, I know you joking, but you damn right. Dirty Dancing and Footloose is my shit. You goddamn right. Kevin Bacon was killing it. You goddamn right. And Dirty Dancing is my shit. First off, Patrick Swayze got the greatest kill move in any movie of all time. So you better respect Swayze, goddammit. You understand? You better respect Patrick Swayze in this bitch. Greatest kill move of all time. It wasn't in that movie, but that movie had one of my best friend's dads in it, Solomon Burke. Go back and watch Dirty Dancing. My Solomon Burke, he's known as the king of rock and soul. In the scene where they about to have sex, him and Baby about to have sex, Solomon Burke's music is playing in the background. Cry to Me. So that's very personal to me. I love Solomon Burke. That was like a godfather to me. And so yeah, I do know Dirty Dancing and Footloose, nigga. Here we go.
ICC warrant, given that multiple human rights groups and governments have accused him of genocide in the Gaza Strip, given his boasting to, for example, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, of having an assassination list. He is essentially libel-proof in U.S. courts. Israel would lose its own sovereign immunity, and it would be amazing to see the New York Times get discovery if this went to trial and bring out all of the sexual torture that Israel's been practicing in its prisons.
Yeah, Max, I really was surprised when I saw this because, of course, Israel says these things didn't happen. They've called it blood libel, the worst thing said about the country. And if they had evidence that this stuff was happening, wouldn't they want to move past this? Why would they make a threat to sue over something that could draw more attention to allegations of such terrible misconduct?
Now, what happens is if they sue, there's something called discovery that comes out. Now we get to investigate, and then we get to interview all these witnesses. So this is bullshit. They're not really going to sue, because if you sue, then that means we get discovery. They like, yeah, nigga, go ahead, nigga. Go ahead and sue us. Because then we get to interview on camera all of the people you had in prison that said you did this to them. Yeah, let's get that popping. Let's do that.
Misconduct.
Yeah, well, I think it's another characteristic and very unstrategic overreaction. Another avenue they could take would be to say, we are going to investigate this, allow us to investigate ourselves. We do not practice torture. We consider it an abhorrent practice, and we want to abide by international law just for purely PR purposes. But I think that the Israelis and their cutouts in the United States and their supporters are so stuck in their own echo chamber that either they don't believe this is true, or they don't want to sell out their own Netanyahu's own base in Israel, which actually supports these kinds of practices. I mentioned that Meir Shetrit, who was accused by Israel's top JAG lawyer, the military prosecutor, of raping a Palestinian detainee, has become a national folk hero. He was brought on the pro-Netanyahu network, Channel 14, as a guest. The other soldiers have boasted on camera of using dogs as an instrument of sexual torture. This would be, for Netanyahu to say, we condemn this, would be condemning a part of his own base and a part of the military that feels vulnerable to these charges. And this really highlights the danger of Israel in international law, which is that it aims to destroy it.
I wonder if the people in Israel can have their own conscience shocked by this. I mean, if what we want is peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, which is certainly what I want, it's very difficult to change hearts and minds through an electrified anus. And so what is the sensibility within Israel for these types of reports and these types
he said it's difficult to change hearts and minds through an elect. What did he say? What did these niggas say?
And so what Israel can have their own conscience shocked by this. I mean, if what we want is peace between the Israelis and the Palestinians, which is certainly what I want, it's very difficult to change hearts and minds through an electrified anus.
It's difficult to change hearts and minds through an electrified anus. Yo, that was hilarious.
And so what is the sensibility within Israel for these types of reports and these types of behaviors?
Well, after 1948, the Israelis put over 1 million Palestinian refugees who had been kicked off their land into a narrow strip of land called the Gaza Strip. And by 2005, they had placed the Gaza Strip under siege, out of sight, out of mind, and pretended that those people were not occupied and that nothing bad would come of this. October 7th, 2023 arrives. A major guerrilla assault, mostly on Israeli military bases, but also many civilians were killed and over 200 were taken hostage because this was the only diplomatic leverage that Hamas had. The majority of Jewish Israelis, over 90%, wanted revenge for this. And the revenge has taken the form of sexual torture, genocide. A Time magazine poll showed in 2024 that the amount of Israelis who believed that Israel was using too much firepower as it was on its way to killing 20,000 children in the Gaza Strip, that number was in the single digits. I think it was about 5%. So there really is no restraint there.
Wow.
So they all agree.
It doesn't look like.
Most of the Khazarians over there agree with what the government is doing. So they're not like some innocent bystanders. Oh, we shouldn't be mad at the Khazarian people, only the government. No. Most of these motherfuckers agree with what they're doing. And then they went and rescued the prisoners who was accused of doing this, raping the prisoners. They raided the jail. I did a story on this a few months ago, or at least maybe whenever it came out. They raided the jails to get them out. Said these are heroes. And then eventually those guys got acquitted. Even though it's on camera, them doing that. So yeah, the Khazarian people, most of them are full of shit, except that what did we say, that 5% of people who didn't agree with it. Those 5% of the people, they can go to the cookout. The rest of them bitches, boy, fuck them.
Like the populace is going to be a limiting factor on some of these heinous acts if they are indeed occurring, and we may get litigation and discovery to be able to get to the truth of that matter. Max Blumenthal, editor at The Gray Zone, thanks so much for joining us as always.
Thanks a lot, Matt.
Some cops even tell you, no, don't think. Like, what do you mean, don't think?
Well, then don't think. That's when people get into trouble when they start thinking. Really? So, you know,
Don't think.
every game.
That's your advice. Don't think.
Okay.
That's not what we watching. So, yeah. And so then there's other videos of the detainees saying what happened. That's too graphic. I don't even want to show you those videos. Like, god damn. They did that shit? Oh, man. It's some, man, those people who are the prisoners who are now on camera saying what happened to them. Oh, man. The Khazarians are foul shit, man. They foul as fuck. He said the 5%ers. So, moving along. Remember 1-800-CARS-FOR-KIDS? I did a video on that about how that was really for Khazarians to send children or youth, teenagers to Khazaria to indoctrinate them. So somebody sued them. Somebody sued them. Hold up. And won. I think it was California. California sued Cars for Kids and won. Holy shit. Now check this out. And all of it came out in the law case. What they really were and who they were doing this for. Hold on. Oh, here it is. All right. There we go. So check this out.
Cars for Kids, the nonprofit where you donate your car to help needy children, has just been proven to be an entire scam. The whole thing was actually run by a Jewish organization to help 17 and 18-year-olds get free trips to Israel. So have you seen or heard of this jingle before? It's pretty common in California as well.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate online at carsforkids.com.
Cars for Kids, donate online, Cars for Kids. And the whole advertisement is like that. You assume that you're donating your car for kids. No, the whole thing.
Let me tell you, I hated that damn commercial. They played that commercial so goddamn much, it was insane. That damn shit be playing over your head at work during the day. 1-877 Car for Kids. Okay, yeah, like shut your bitches. Shut your ass up.
Thing's a scam. It's actually to help 17 and 18-year-olds get free trips to Israel. So somebody actually sued them in California. They stated that they were... The whole advertisement is like that. You assume that you're donating your car for kids. No, the whole thing's a scam. It's actually to help 17 and 18-year-olds get free trips to Israel. So somebody actually sued them in California. They stated that they were misrepresented. They're not a tech person. It seems like it was an older person. And they sued and they won. And now Cars for Kids is banned from playing their advertisement in California unless it's explicitly written and shown that the money goes to Jewish 17 and 18-year-olds to get free trips to Israel. I actually have the court documents right here. I'm going to go ahead and just show you guys. This is the most insane thing. I mean, it's shocking. So here's the whole court document with the official verdict. And it goes on and it says here that this serves as the court's ruling and final decision on the matter. And it says that the plaintiff provided credible testimony regarding the circumstances of the donation. The subject vehicle, a Volvo XC, has been left at the plaintiff's residence by a third party. And he goes on and it says that he was subject to a Cars for Kids radio jingle repeatedly over and over. The jingle was played in court several times, was the TV version. It features several children aged 8 to 10 playing various musical instruments with the jingle repeated at least 4 times. The short and repetitive ad has the following lyrics: 1-877 Cars.
You say brainwashing is better with jingles. You're absolutely right. It's frequency, vibration. That's how you remember things. If you want to play like word association, put something to a jingle. You'll remember forever. I told you about the Oscar Mayer commercial. I haven't seen that shit since I was a kid. My baloney has a first name, it's Oscar. My baloney has a second name, it's Mayer. Oh, I love to eat it every day. And if you ask me what I'll say, because Oscar Mayer has a way with BOLOGNA. Now, I ain't heard that fucking commercial. I ain't seen that commercial in fucking decades. Jingles. This is how they indoctrinate you.
Cars for Kids, donate your car today. Plaintiff testified that as a charitable person, he relied on the advertisement's auditory message to conclude that the organization benefited underprivileged kids from all over the U.S., specifically kids in California, given that he was donating the vehicle in California. The plaintiff donated a 2001 Volvo XC, which is valued at $250. He testified that he had felt taken advantage of upon discovering only after the donation that the funds did not stay in California, but supported a specific religious mission in the Northeast. New York, New Jersey. It's in the Northeast, has nothing.
First off, you done lost your damn mind. I'd outdance any of you niggas. I'm a boxer, nigga. I'm light on my feet, boy. Or I'm light on my damn feet. What the hell are you talking about? I got skills in dancing. You lost your damn mind.
Nothing to do, again, with helping the needy. It has nothing to even do with kids. They're older teenagers, 17 and 18-year-olds. So the court finds that the plaintiff credibly testified that the plaintiff believed the charity benefited underprivileged kids from all over the U.S. And it says, I'm not a computer person, and only after the donation did the plaintiff learn from a neighbor that the funds were directed to a Jewish organization in New York. The plaintiff testified, that's not what I wanted. I feel taken advantage of by the ad and information that was not there. So, the documents are very long. I'm just going to go straight to the end. Findings on controverted issues. The court finds that the plaintiff has standing and suffered an economic loss. While he did not hold a legal title to the vehicle, he held a possessory interest in it, surrendering that interest to a charity under the false pretenses.
I did used to break dance and pop lock. First of all, Rerun was my homeboy's uncle. My homeboy's uncle. My homeboys I went to school with, his dad started the Rockers with Rerun and all the rest of them, and Ozone, which Ozone. What they call Boogaloo Shrimp. So yeah, I used to pop lock my ass off. You goddamn right. And I used to kill it. You still pop today. Whoop your ass too. Anybody want to battle? You want to do it? Let's get it. I'll battle any one of you niggas today. You goddamn right. I was a goddamn god at pop locking.
Constitutes lost property. The court finds that the First Amendment does not shield the defendant, the Cars for Kids organization. The evidence confirms that the hidden facts are true. The vast majority of funds, 60%, go to Aura, which supports Orthodox Jewish programs in New York and New Jersey and in the Middle East. And there is no geographic nexus to California. The evidence also shows that children, especially needy and underprivileged children, are not the recipients of the proceeds of the donations. A reasonable consumer is not required to be computer savvy when a broadcast advertisement, be it radio to television, provides a phone number as the primary call to action. Consumers act reasonably by calling that number rather than cross-referencing a website. The court finds the message that the charity helps needy children is not inherently vague. In the context of a charitable appeal, needy applies to socioeconomic disadvantage. The name Cars for Kids, the 8 to 10-year-old actors in the advertisement, the repeated jingle to reinforce the belief that the donations are used exclusively for the benefit of children. So they violated false advertising law. A false advertising law prescribes not only advertising, which is false, but also.
So basically, they got fucked. Kazarians got fucked. they by California. So shout out to California, or the person who lived in California who said, nah, we ain't fucking with you. We not doing that. So 1-877 car. Oh my God, that's that goddamn song. And would you say I dance like Jean-Claude Van? Who said that I dance like Jean-Claude Van Damme in the no, I fucking whoop ass like Jean-Claude Van Damme. His name was Jean-Claude, not Sean Claude. First off, you gotta, in order to do a joke, you gotta get the joke properly. If you're gonna joke, you gotta make sure you know who you're talking about. It's Jean-Claude Van Damme, not Sean. Jean with a J. Jean-Claude Van Damme. And no, I whoop ass like Jean-Claude. I don't dance like him. So moving along. Now Trump wants to make Venezuela the 51st state. But why? He already took it over. He says we run Venezuela. We got all the oil. The oil is, he said, this is what he said. The oil is benefiting America, but it's not. It's all going to Israel, vitriol. So if we already have Venezuela under lock, why do we have to make Venezuela the 51st state? Why do we have to make Venezuela the 51st state? Why? There's a reason behind it. There has to be a reason. behind all of this. And we're going to show you what the reason is in a second, but let me get to the video. Now, if Venezuela became the 51st state, that means all of us can roll to Venezuela with no passport. That might be nice. The Venezuelans, oh, you ever seen the Venezuelan chicks? Oh boy. But I mean, we can roll to Venezuela and chill. It's nice in Venezuela. As some people from Venezuela, they show me some shit over. I'm like, God damn, that ain't what it looked like. That's not what it looked like on the news. They're like, don't listen to the news. And they showed me some bomb ass spots in Venezuela. So if Venezuela became the 51st state, it would be cool at some point, but not cool at other points. So watch.
Because they thought you were going to. So Trump has another wild idea that, of course, has to do with making America great again. Just turn Venezuela into America. If you want to actually focus on Venezuela, but you ran on a campaign and people voted for you because they thought you were going to make America great again, well, then just turn Venezuela into America. He literally tweeted this yesterday. Is he trolling us? Does he mean it? I mean, what is going on here? He literally tweets out this photo of Venezuela as the 51st state. This is not AI. He tweeted this out. He is seriously considering making Venezuela a 51st state. The question is, can he even do that constitutionally? What does that even take? What would be the implications of this? I mean, you've got
real quick. Oh, I didn't see these over here, man. Hold on, my bad. Let me get you guys in here. I've held up. I didn't see these over. See, out of sight, out of mind. That's why I do it when it comes in. But man, Brandon Terry, Jaylene Brooks. Oops. Charlie J. Scott and Enrique, excuse me. What is Eugenio Ramirez? Appreciate you, man. Thank everybody for the Cash App. Appreciate y'all. Where we at right now? Okay, we're at. Oops, let me give you.
May the force be with you.
We're at 270 for today. 270. Thank you guys.
I mean, they would be voters. They would be able to come into the United States. There's obviously a language and culture issue. What exactly would this entail? We're going to talk about it. But here is Fox News reporting on Trump saying he's seriously considering this. This isn't some sort of a trolling campaign, apparently.
I do want to get to some of the other news that we are following here at this hour. And this is an interesting one coming in. This is from our buddy Bill Malugin over at Fox News. He says, President Trump tells Fox News colleague John Roberts in a phone call just now that he is, quote, seriously considering making Venezuela the 51st U.S. state, adding that
Venezuela is a sovereign country. How the fuck does he think he can I'm going to make Venezuela the 51st state? This dude is crazy. He just think he can do whatever the fuck he want to do. He think he a king. He really does think he's some type of king ruler or some shit. And because he got the biggest military in the world, he can just go punk everybody into doing whatever the fuck he want. This fool's lost his damn mind, man. Or he's the best tool that Israel has ever had. Because he's not doing this on his own. We're gonna get into why he's doing this.
There is a $40 trillion in oil there, and, quote, Venezuela loves Trump.
Okay. Could he do it? Could Donald Trump actually make Venezuela the 51st state? He would need Congress to do it. Congress theoretically, constitutionally could make Venezuela the 51st state, but only after massive legal, diplomatic, political, and practical hurdles are cleared. So in reality, it is wildly unrealistic unless Venezuela consented, which maybe Trump could strong arm them into, and Congress would have to approve it, and the U.S. would have to be prepared to absorb a Spanish-speaking country of nearly 29 million people overnight.
Let me tell you something. My homeboy, he went to Venezuela for a wedding. His homeboy was getting married. So my homeboy's homeboy was getting married. It was in Venezuela. This nigga brought back home a wife. Now they got like 3 kids. They live in Saudi Arabia now. He had 3 kids. They moved to Saudi Arabia with his Venezuelan wife. Yep. So Venezuelan women, man, she was cool as hell too. So yeah, he went over to Venezuela and came back with a goddamn wife and been married and got 3 kids.
So under Article 4, Section 3 of the Constitution, new states may be admitted by the Congress into this union. That means statehood is ultimately a congressional act. Congress can admit a new state by passing legislation and the president signs it or Congress overrides a veto. So that is how it could be done. But here's the catch. Venezuela is not even a U.S. territory. It is a sovereign country of its own. So before statehood, the U.S. would need some sort of lawful way to acquire or merge with Venezuela. That would need to be done through consent or treaty or annexation. Some kind of arrangement would have to be made to make Venezuela a U.S. territory. And without Venezuelan consent, this isn't statehood, it would be conquest. But Trump isn't really totally above and beyond conquest. So that's also a possibility. So the basic steps would be, essentially Venezuela would have to agree. This is how it's been done for all the other states, like Texas, Hawaii, Alaska. It was done because there was consent there. So Venezuela would have to agree. There would have to be some sort of a referendum or a constitutional process in Venezuela. The U.S. would then need a treaty or legal framework absorbing Venezuela. Then Congress would need to pass an admission act. Venezuela would need a state constitution compatible with the U.S. Constitution. They would have to draw that up. And then Congress would determine citizenship, federal benefits, courts, taxation, congressional districts, and transition rules. So this would be a massive undertaking. But I don't put it past Trump. I'm not gonna lie. I don't put it past the guy to attempt to do this. And I don't put it past the Republicans in Congress to push it through because they'll do anything Trump wants, strangely. Okay, but then there's another big question.
So that's that right there. So that's how he would have to do it. Now, why is he doing it? The reason is, why is he doing this? Now, we know he's in the pocket of bitch real. So wherever you find Trump, bitch real is not going to be far behind him because they got their dick up his butt. So here we go. What's the real reason Trump is trying to take over Venezuela? And here we go. Watch this. Because he's not just trying to take over Venezuela either. So look at this. Honduras. So Israel is trying to take over all of the Latin American countries. Israel trying to take over South America. These motherfuckers are crazy. This is our one time to do the Greater Israel plan while we got the dumbest motherfucker of all time in office. We'll never have a greater time to implement our plan of Greater Israel while this dumbass motherfucker's in office. Because as soon as somebody else leaves, that shit's cut off. So we got to squeeze every juice out of this lemon until it's done.
The alleged U.S. and Israeli interference plot to destabilize Mexico and other progressive governments.
So let me ask you this. I know this is now current news, but the concept of that their priorities has been to destabilize those specific countries is basically common knowledge amongst people on the left. Like, we know this, right? So what's the new information that what has changed that makes this be where we have something to prove this?
A leaked audio recording points to former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, Javier Milei, and the Donald as attempting to create a platform to spread fake news about the administrations of Claudia Sheinbaum, Lula, and Gustavo Petro.
Of course they did.
There's that douchebag. The United States and Israel, with the help of Honduras, are allegedly positioning themselves on the geopolitical chessboard to control spheres of influence in Latin America. Oh, that's new. The news outlet Diario Red in America Latina and the website Hondurasgate have revealed in an investigation based on leaked audio recordings the interventionist intentions of leaders of the global right. One piece of evidence released at the end of April claims that former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, pardoned by Donald Trump from his 45-year sentence for drug trafficking. We totally got to stop those drug traffickers.
I was just going to say nothing, just blowing up boats. Say,
His Argentine counterpart, Javier Milei, and the current Honduran administration are conspiring to create a channel for disseminating fake news with the intention of spreading misinformation and destabilizing the governments of Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico.
And Venezuela. But they already got Venezuela in their pocket. They already did Venezuela, so they don't have to take them out. They took Maduro out already. But that's why it's not mentioned here. But Venezuela too. Look, they're trying to take over everything.
You know what? They're so 3 steps behind. You know, I feel like
Scandal of the 3 released so far includes a...
we see this happening.
The second installment of the Hondurasgate scandal of the 3 released so far includes a recording of an alleged conversation between Hernandez, who had become an operative in the region for the U.S. president, and the current president and vice president of Honduras, Nasri Asfura, and Maria Antonieta Mejia, respectively. The objective, to undermine the administrations of Claudia Sheinbaum and Gustavo Petro, both of whom adhere to left-wing ideologies. Did I not say a couple of weeks ago when Sheinbaum passed single-payer healthcare in Mexico? They think a little regime change might be in order. But like you said, Jen, he doesnn't know what to do with her.
He doesn't know what to do with her. The problem is they're steps ahead, and it isn't just her. It's Lula. It's the leftists. They know the games that these people are playing, and unfortunately, more and more people are saying it too.
So Khazaria is tripping. They're on a world domination takeover plan. Again, trying to make the world hate them so they can bring in what they call their apocalypse. Their second coming, their Messiah, and then where they'll again start a world war, or this is all in their doctrine. They're supposed to start the world war, then they're supposed to get down in the war, then launch a nuke, take out a country. Then that's supposed to be considered the worst thing that's ever happened. And then that'll bring all countries together and said, no, we can't ever have this anymore. We have to have a one world government that says, yo, no one can launch nukes at anyone else anymore. And boom, boom, boom. This is their whole plan. This has been their whole plan the whole time. Yo, real quick, Transcendental. Appreciate you, bro. You said for 1877 Cars for Kids. You said I thought I saw you in Breaking. Hey, nigga, I might have been. But my pop lock game was off the charts. I wasn't a breaker. I was a pop locker. I had homies that was a break dancer. I wasn't a break dancer. I was a pop locker. So appreciate you, brother.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. All right. So moving along. Oops. I thought I had one last story. Oh, real quick. This lady. Oops. Actually, let me see if I can find it right here. This lady that I'm about to show you, she was a Democrat worker. She worked for the government. And so she saw, after working for the government, she said, I'm going to be a Republican. Because she saw how much the illegal immigrants were siphoning money from the system. And Americans get nothing. So she was like, fuck this. So let me see if I can find this video so I can show you guys. Because she's funny. All right, here it is. Hold up. All right, hold up. Let me share the screen. So check this out.
Can I ask you on this to follow up? Because you said that it is federal law that people, undocumented immigrants, can't get Medicare, Medicaid, the Obamacare subsidies. Do you believe that should be the law, though? Or do you think undocumented immigrants should have access to federally?
You know, I believe personally that healthcare is a human right. I believe that every person should be able to go to the doctor. But I believe that right now, federal law is the federal law. And that absolutely.
Everybody should be able to go to the doctor. This is the dumbest shit ever, man. Yeah, you should be able to go to the doctor if you can pay for it. You know what I'm saying? Or if you live in that country and you get the benefits because you are giving over so much, you are contributing to that society. So you get to take out from that society. But if you just come within the society and you ain't giving nothing to society, why the fuck should you be able to take from that society or anything that you are not giving into? Somebody called this suicidal, what is it? Suicidal empathy. It's suicide. Like you are so damn empathetic. You want to help people so damn much that you kill yourself by doing it. And that's what this is.
You know, that U.S. citizens and people who pay into our programs deserve to be covered by these programs. And I mean, once again, I do believe that the federal laws that we have on the books are appropriate.
But if you could choose, do you believe that should be changed?
Pardon?
If you could choose, do you believe that the federal law should be changed?
I don't. I believe in a single payer healthcare system where if you go in and you need a doctor, you can get the medical attention that you need.
Say, what's the difference between breaking and pop locking? Oh my God, you need your, are you black? you need your nigger card taken? There's a great difference between pop locking and breaking. Breaking is getting down on the floor, windmills, spins, kicks, all that shit. Pop locking is just you maneuvering your body, popping, pop locking, moving with the beat, popping your body to the beat. You don't really get down on the floor when you pop locking.
Let me just boy. So we got to talk about this woman out in California who is going viral because as a social worker, she got red pill by working for the government and discovering all of the waste, fraud, and abuse going to illegal immigrants. And that is what made her leave the Democrat Party and become a Republican. Okay, seeing how much the government hands out welfare and benefits to illegals and people who don't want to work. And I want to react to her video because I think that her video here is confirmation of a lot of things I've talked about when Democrats come out here and they gaslight the American people claiming that illegals do not get benefits, right? They don't get access to welfare. And as I've outlined, that is not true. Illegals do get access to welfare. They do get access to Medicaid, food stamps. There are loopholes in the system that allow the illegals to get access to welfare. And she's going to outline some of these loopholes. And I want to talk about it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it.
Hey, let me tell you something. So when I used to work for the county in social services, I went in full Democrat, full liberal, and I came out Republican. Let's talk about it. I used to work in the social services department. So any public benefits, we're talking Medicaid, food stamps, cash aid, disability, unemployment, veteran service, housing. I did all the things, intake, applications, case maintenance, you name it. So when somebody who has a social security number like you and I apply for benefits through their social security numbers, I could tell, or any of the workers could tell using the social security number, whether somebody is working, whether somebody has money in their bank, whether they have property, cars, how much money they made that year through their taxes, whether they have additional income. However, here's the loophole. If somebody without a social security number, so somebody who's undocumented applies for benefits, and they do qualify for benefits, by the way, they qualify for full Medicaid, housing, migrant head start.
Do you hear that? This is a social worker telling you that the illegal immigrants qualify for benefits. How the fuck is that possible? Yo, man. And you are paying for it. And again, I told you they're bringing in people to replace you. Melanated people. This is really, again, illegal immigration really hurts melanated people the most. You've been here the longest, the poorest, and the poorest. You've been the poorest here, and you've been here the longest and the poorest the longest. So when they start to bring people in to replace the lower middle class, the lower middle class, yeah, that's what most melanated people are, lower middle class. Then you have some who are upper middle class, and then some who are upper class. But the lower middle class is who they're here to replace. And I told you, if you don't add to your game, then you become not valuable to the company. You become expendable to the company. So they bring in other people who are willing to work hard as fuck. Mexican people, they work hard. They work their ass off, 15-hour days for like $3 an hour. They'll do that shit. Melanated people, you won't do that shit, and you shouldn't. I'm gonna say that you should, but this is what they expected us to do. We were the working class, the middle lower class, working class. Now they're trying to supplant you because, first of all, a lot of niggas is lazy. We won't learn the system. And then we don't contribute anything back to the system. Majorly, what I mean by that is you don't learn how to govern. You don't learn any laws. We don't learn anything about the government. We're completely oblivious to the laws and government in this society. And then, not only that, most melanated people are the ones who want to take from the system the most. Where's my check? When most melanated people, or a big percentage of melanated people, are already getting government assistance. 12 million people. 12 million people. When there's only 30-something, 40 million people in America. So there was never that many slaves. There were never 12 million slaves. However, 12 million black people are on assistance. So they would say that's your reparation right there. But then they said, we want more money for the other shit. So they be like, nigga, fuck y'all. We can just import motherfuckers who understand how great America is, or the opportunity in America, how great the opportunity in America is, and they will work their asses off, not asking for shit, but trying to contribute so they can get a piece of the pie. That's how you get a piece of the pie, is you have to contribute. You don't be a perpetual victim, a constant victim Olympics winner, champion. That's not how you get out of society. That's not how you get something back from society. You have to give into it, and then you can get back. And so melanated people, we forgot that. So she found this out, though. Check this out, what they're doing. But this is, again, what they're doing. They're robbing the system as well. The people that they're importing are also they're robbing the system. So not only are you being replaced, you're being replaced by people who are robbing the system.
That's fully paid childcare. Not to mention that if these people have any kids that are U.S. citizens, meaning that they're born here, then they apply for benefits for their kids, and their kids being U.S. citizens.
Did you say where you supposed to learn law and government from? And where are we supposed to learn that from? Pick up a book. How you think I learned it? You think somebody taught me law and government? Hell no. I had to go buy a Constitution and read that bitch. The Constitution is $3 on Amazon. $3. It'll cost more for them to send it to you. It costs more for the shipping than it does the actual book. That little mini pocket constitution. That's where you start. Right there. A lot of melanated people are apathetic to the government because you think it don't work for you. But that's why it doesn't work for you, because you don't make it work for you. You want to sit back and you want to give your power to one of these boule bougie motherfuckers, these black boule cats, and they basically are bought off, so they take your vote and slide it off to someone else who paid them. So your vote is bought, but that's because you don't know that the person who you trust in taking care of your vote, you don't realize that person is bought. So you never get anywhere in society, but there's always hope. Keep hope alive. There's always hope, right? So as long as they can instill you with hope, they know they got you on the stream. Hope is the carrot in front of the goddamn horse. As long as you believe you may get something eventually sometime down the line, then you won't rise the fuck up and tear this shit apart. But while you're doing that, hoping and wishing and praying and shit, Indians, Malaysians, all these people from Asia, they're the main people that come over here. They are killing it in the system, creating businesses, communities and shit. So when melanated people start doing that, that's when your stock will start rising. When you are serious about your status in America or your position in America, because if you're going to be within the system, then use it. Don't just sit back in the system and just be trampled over by it. Use the goddamn system. If you're going to be in it, use that bitch.
Qualify for all the benefits, all the services.
So what she's saying here is something I've outlined before in past videos about how there are certainly loopholes that allow.
But I will tell you this: Know Your Rights Foundation, we teach law and government. So if you don't want to learn it on your own, you don't want to learn that shit on your own, you know where to go. We are the people that you go to. Go to this right here and sign up today. Where is my damn video? God dang it. Did I lose my video? Oh, here he is.
Every day, high-stress encounters test the trust between communities and authority. Reactive systems respond after harm, costly and too late. KYRF is changing that. Our scalable legal literacy programs equip people and officers to know their rights, reduce escalation, and build lasting. Invest in prevention. Visit KYRF.org and join the movement to reshape public safety, city by city, life by life.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear. Not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
That's where you learn it. You can learn it from us. However, you can learn this on your own. No one taught me. I just picked up some books, start reading, then start Googling some law cases, start reading those. Again, don't be stifled because of your perception of lack of resources. You can do whatever you need to do. Just sit down, think it out, and whatever you can start with that, and then let it grow and build upon that. But the very first thing you can do is just get a constitution and read it. That's it. All your laws, all your rights are within that. And then after you read the Constitution, then start reading some law cases that deal with those rights. That's how you start learning. So you read the Constitution, that's the overview of your rights, and then the law cases that come from those rights, that's the foundation. That's the true foundation, because that's what really lays out what you're able to do is within the law cases. So again, Constitution is the overview. Law cases are what explains those rights in depth. So again, KYRF, if you want to get over here, we have the interview class in 2 weeks. You have an interview class in 2 weeks. So if you want to get in for this month, a month of May, make sure you get over to KYRF.org, sign up as a volunteer if you want to get into this interview class of the month.
illegals to get access to welfare. What she outlined is that you have illegals who can apply for some California benefits without a social security number, right? So technically, without a social security number, they are ineligible for federal benefits, like, for example, food stamps. But states like California have state programs that are also partially funded by the government, right? And they use these funds in order to give healthcare to illegals, right? So, for example, with Medi-Cal, they have expanded coverage to low-income residents, regardless of immigration status. So illegals can get access to their version of Medicaid, okay? And they can apply without a social security number, right? So that's how they get access to these state-level programs in some of these blue states. Now, when she talks about the other loophole, okay, this is where you have illegals getting access to federal benefits, okay, despite being in the country illegally. So what they do is that they apply using their kids. So they come over here, they have anchor babies, right? So technically their kids are American citizens. And because of that, they're now eligible to apply for federal benefits, right? And this is how they get access to food stamps and federal benefits, is that they use their kids, because their kids will have a social security number, and then effectively they get those benefits, right? So don't ever let a Democrat gaslight you and lie to you and claim that illegals don't get access to welfare. They do, okay? Especially in these blue states that have these
number, apply for benefits for their children. There's absolutely no way as a worker I could tell if they're making income, if they have any property, if they did taxes, how much money they made. There's just no way. We're talking $1,200 per kid plus $275 per person cash food stamps. That doesn't include housing, all the other benefits they get. And here in California, they don't even care. They don't even hide it. I used to have women and some men that would come in straight up with their nails did, their hair done, blonde, bleach blonde, Gucci bags, Gucci glasses, driving up on Escalades, chewing gum, super loud.
Buying Escalades with your tax money. Did you hear that shit? What I heard was they buying Escalades with your tax money. That's what I heard.
Saying, where's my welfare check? I used to live in a neighborhood where 70% of the people around me were super loud, saying,
rolling
where's my
up in
welfare
an Escalade. Yo, she said they roll up in an Escalade and say, where's my check? Yo, this is the biggest scam. And if you're still in the system, you're paying for it. Holy shit, man.
I used to live in a neighborhood where 70% of the people around me were undocumented. And man, did they live the life. New cars, parties every weekend. Oh yeah, and they also qualify for WIC. I forgot to say that. Meanwhile, as U.S. citizens, we don't qualify for stickety shit. We don't qualify for nada, nothing. It was so common where the women or the moms in my community that were undocumented, they wouldn't work. They would have their own community of stay-at-home moms, while us U.S. citizen moms would have to go out and work because we can't afford to live. And listen, I don't have anything against undocumented immigrants. Like, hey, we're all human beings. I think that if I was an undocumented immigrant, I'd probably take advantage of this loophole too. It's the government, especially the state of California, especially liberal states. It's the government that doesn't allow or put in regulations to limit this kind of fraud and waste. And we're all screwed. Not only us taxpayers who have to pay for this kind of waste and fraud, but when the federal government comes in to enforce immigration laws, people are upset. They're confused. They don't understand why is it that they're being deported if they've been openly living and getting all these free benefits regardless of their immigration status. We need to do better. The state of California needs to do better. We all need to get on the same page here.
Yeah. So you see that
and this is my state, Cali. This is my state. So trust me, we understand. She understands. She know what the hell she's talking about. So again, Melanie, the people stop. You get up your game. Learn more. Learn AI. Learn whatever you have to do to up your game to make you valuable. Learn the system. Learn how to create a bank from life insurance. You can create a family bank from life insurance. There's so many ways for you to make money out here, people. It's insane that niggas are broke today. Especially as how hard we used to work before they integrated us into the system. The fact that integrating niggas into the system made them lazy as shit. Like this, we should have took over the system. Even if it was against us, even if they tried to put the system against us, some of us, we could have just broke off, learn this part of the system, learn that part of the system, learn this part of the system, all bring it back together and then teach each other what we all learned. We didn't do any of that. None of us did that. So we're all left at a disadvantage to the people who run the system because we never sat our asses down just to buckle down and learn it, the intricacies of it. How does this shit work? How are Khazarians able to use the government to create a whole goddamn city and live off the government and have 17 kids apiece, or minimum 7 kids apiece? I think that's what it was. 7 kids apiece is the minimum. Oh. So how are they able to do that? And melanated people didn't figure it out. You know why? Because they sat their asses down and learned the system. Any melanated person could have done what the Khazarians did in that city, Curious Joel or whatever. Anybody could have done that. It's just the fact that you don't have the discipline to sit your ass down and learn. This is what melanated people are lacking, is discipline. That's the biggest Achilles heel for melanated people is discipline. Sit your ass down, block out all the other fuck shit, and learn something that's going to better your life and the life of your family. But no, nigga, I got shit to do. I gotta watch this. Nigga, I gotta go do this over here. I gotta do that. No, nigga, I gotta this shit. Oh, I gotta go I gotta go tap that bitch over there. Then I gotta go do it. I gotta go do that. I gotta go do that. I gotta go do. I gotta go. Sit your ass down. Sit your goddamn ass down and learn some shit. Damn. Here we go. So, moving along. No Skittle news. No Skittle news today, but in science, we'll do a couple of stories. I got a bunch of science stuff, but I don't think I'll be able to get through it all. Man, it's all good stuff too. I don't think I'll be able to get through it all, but let's see. Man, all right. So here we go. Egypt. They just found out that Egypt, the pyramids, are a beacon. They just found out the pyramids are pretty much a beacon. What are they a beacon for? So here we go. True purpose of Egypt's Great Pyramid, challenged by new theory, ancient wonder, is a planetary beacon. Now, if you've been into this stuff, you kind of knew a lot of this stuff already, but now the science is coming around to stuff that we've known for millennia or decades at least. So it says the debate over the purpose of Egypt's Great Pyramid has reignited. For decades, alternative theories have suggested the ancient structure may have served as something more than a royal tomb. Now, a recent study has proposed that the Pyramid of Khufu was constructed as a sophisticated system of cosmic scale communication. Yeah, we kind of knew that. The paper, which has not been peer-reviewed, argues that the pyramid's precise geographic position, architectural proportions, and alignment with Earth's rotation could have allowed it to function as a kind of gravitational transmitter on an interstellar scale. The theory is based on the idea that the Great Pyramid of Giza was built at a very specific location on the Earth that may contain a hidden mathematical message. The pyramid sits at, you see the number there, degrees north latitude, a number that closely resembles the speed of light, the speed of light, meters per second, when the decimal is shifted. The paper speculated that, the similarity may have been intentional. Critics, however, note the comparison. My nose is kind of stopped up, so it's hard for me to read with my nose stopped up. But critics may have Critics, however, note the comparison relies on modern measurement systems that did not exist in ancient Egypt. While physicists say there is no evidence that pyramids can generate gravitational signals. The author also proposed that Earth's movement around the sun creates a repeating gravitational pattern, similar to a radio carrier wave. Under the theory, the Great Pyramid's fixed position and the planet's daily rotation could slightly alter or modulate that pattern over time. If true, the pyramids may have functioned not only as tombs or monuments, but as a part of a giant planetary beacon or communication system. His theory is now new. His theory is not new. As alternative, I skipped over something. However, Jalal Jafari of the Laser and Plasma Institute at Shahid Beheshti University in Iran stressed that the paper is a theoretical investigation. Now, these Iranians are smart as shit. Iranians are some of the smartest people in the world. Their school system is like top notch in the world. So if he's breaking this down, he has some good information on it. His theory is not new, as alternative history researchers have argued that the Great Pyramid was designed to harness Earth's natural energy or communicate with extraterrestrials. Yes, it's an amplifier of energy. It emits energy. So it amplifies energy when that's around, but it also emits vibration and frequency. Mainstream archaeologists maintain the pyramids were royal funerary monuments, while physicists note no known mechanism would allow a structure like the Great Pyramid to function as a gravitational transmitter. So Jalal Jafari, shout out to you, bruh. Now, if you read Pyramid Power or anything with Robert Bauval, shout out to him. I think he just passed not too long ago. Or what's the other dude? Randall Carlson. I think is his name Randall Carlson. I think that's his name, Randall Carlson. Bob Lazar doesn't necessarily talk about this like that. He deals with the extraterrestrial stuff. He said Bob Lazar. He only deals with the extraterrestrial stuff, but this all is kind of coincides. Excuse me. Yeah, the FOI did do it, yet not like the Khazars. And you know, the Aboriginal Indigenous Americans do not like restrictions on our own land. Oh, you guys were having a conversation in there? Oh, I didn't see the beginning of that. So information is starting to come around. So it's starting to coincide with ancient information. It was a whole bunch. There's a big gap between their ancient information. We used that information. We ruled the planet. Then the information was taken away and destroyed so that we couldn't gain access to it again. This is the Lord of the Rings thing. This is the theme of Lord of the Rings. If you don't know, the ring represents the knowledge that we used to rule the world with. Enlightenment, consciousness. Then we lost it. Then dumbass with a cave dweller. So some crazy ass pale cave dweller found the ring. Does this sound any familiar? Is this starting to sound like a story that you know? And then it became It's Precious. But that motherfucker wasn't really connected to the ring. He just knew he loved it. He didn't know how to use it. Then the ring started to be passed around to everybody else. Nobody could really use it like the creator. And then if you remember the movie, they said that the ring longs to get back to its creator. It wants to get the knowledge, wants to come back to its creator, its original user. We didn't create the information. We just used it. So it wants to come back to us. But for some reason, we keep getting cut off from the information. So sounds familiar to me. This whole little story here about Lord of the Rings and your information being taken and passed around, not to you, being passed around to everybody else but you. So Delbert Blair breaking that shit down. The scientists need to say they learned from Delbert Blair. Yeah, Delbert Blair was breaking this shit down. Shout out to Delbert Blair for sure. Knowledge is not created. It's vibration, it's frequency. You just tune into it. Anything that you know, that you've ever that will ever be known is already exist in the universe. It's just vibration and frequency. It's just can you tune into it? Once you get information, you're not creating it, you're just tuning into that frequency. And then you're channeling it. Again, go look up string theory. The universe is based off of vibration, sound, frequency. That's string theory. And it is. So the more you understand that, the more you'll understand how the universe works. Yes, it is the universe. The knowledge is the universe. It's not from the universe. It is the universe. All of this is, it's all happening, being at one time. And we're just channeling the information. He said, yeah, we were too lazy to look for it. Man, you know what I mean? I'm teaching the law for free. Let me tell you how lazy niggas is. And if I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you. We are teaching the law for free. How to free yourself from this system for free. We're teaching that. And most of you melanated people still have a hard time trying to come over here and learn this information that we're going to give you that's going to better your life and the life of your family, as well as the people around you when you teach it to them. But again, still, no, that seems like some hard shit right there. Nigga, damn, learning the law, nigga. Oh shit, I can't be doing that shit. Nigga, I just go hire a lawyer, nigga. Fuck that shit. We're teaching you how to be self-sufficient, how not to rely on the system. But most people who are watching this have not contacted us. Why is that, people? Ask yourself that question. Somebody's teaching me the law for fucking free. You know how fast I'd have been in there? You gonna teach me what? How to take advantage of the system for free? Shit, nigga, get the fuck out of here, nigga. Now I'm there last week. That's the difference between me and some of you. I pounce on information. I gobble that shit up and then shit it out. Use it. Some of you though, you're conditioned to not move. You're conditioned to not move. When you hear something that can better your life, you can go out and grab something that better. You're conditioned. No, fuck that shit. Even if it's for free. You know how much we can charge them people for this goddamn information? If we were just not a foundation, we were just like a law firm, because that's what you're doing. We're a law school. That's what Know Your Rights Foundation is. We're a law school. But do you know how much we can charge for this information if we didn't become a nonprofit? We can charge out the ass for this information. And then you would value it more. You would value it more if we did charge for it. But that shows you who you might be. If you would value it more, if you had to pay for it, then if your own people deciphered this information is coming in, giving it back to you so that you can take over the goddamn system or take advantage of the system for you and your family, but y'all still say, nah, fuck that. Ask yourself, are you one of the people? So moving along. So AI trucks are coming out, and they're basically giant surveillance systems. The AI trucks. I told you they was going to implement the you can't drive if you get in front of the camera and the AI thinks that your eyes are dilated, your pupils are dilated, or anything like that. The car won't move. So check this shit out. Watch this. Shout out to Dre OG. Here we go.
When they throw out another distraction, just know that they're passing another piece of law or they're voting on something.
Come on. No.
Now imagine there was an emergency outside the truck, an accident, something terrible on the ranch with a chainsaw. And I jump in this truck, but the truck, it won't shift into drive.
He said, Kev, I want to get this so bad, but working 2 jobs is time consuming, but I'll find a way soon. For sure. We got a lot of people in here working double jobs and stuff like that. Again, we have multiple classes. You don't have to attend every class every week. We have multiple classes to keep reiterating the stuff within you. So we have online classes and live classes. So we have 3 live classes every week, and then we have multiple online courses. So, and then the online, this is when you do that when you have free time. Now, you are supposed to be working for a certification when you get in here, but that works out with how your schedule works out. But again, you can get in here, you can learn, and once you get in here, you learn from everybody else. You learn from osmosis, being around everyone else. You siphon that information. You basically induct that energy. So it helps you learn faster when you're around a bunch of people speaking the same language as you want to learn. So again, it's immersion. Immerse yourself within the language or the information that you're trying to learn. So again, I appreciate you for sure for saying that. But make sure you get your butt on over here. Don't have any excuses. I'm sure you can find some free time. You can put it all together. Get your butt on over here. We're teaching you for free because, again, we don't know how long we'll be doing this. Right now, we're in it for the long haul, but you never know. I'm an Aries. Aries will stop on the dime and turn to go around, and you never know. I could be doing some shit, and then all of a sudden, nigga, all right, I'm tired of that shit. I'm doing something else. That's Aries. Anybody Aries who know that? Aries know, but this, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that with this though. But if even if I did, it would be left in great hands.
Drive. Why? Because the cameras and sensors inside this cab with a chainsaw. And I jump in this.
It's another piece of law, or they voting on something.
Come on, move.
Now imagine there was an emergency outside the truck, an accident, something terrible on the ranch with a chainsaw. And I jump in this truck, but the truck, it won't shift into drive. Why? Because the cameras and sensors inside this cab won't let it shift because it detects my eyes are big. There's a lot of emotion. There's some panic, and it doesn't feel that I'm fit to drive. Now that's not science fiction. That is happening because Ford just filed the patents. Ford actually has a series of patents down at the U.S. Patent and Trade Office that deal with the sensors and cameras inside the cab of their truck. And if the sensors in that truck determine that you're not fit to drive, that truck will not actually shift from park to drive. Now, they already have a system called telematics, and that's where they can actually pull up cameras in real time inside the cab of their fleet vehicles. Now, they actually market this to insurance companies because the truth is, this is really about who owns the data and who owns the liability. Now, your name might actually be on the title of this truck, and you may have paid for it, but you don't own it. Now, Ford didn't file just one patent. They filed a stack of them, all within months of each other. Are you sitting down? Get this. This Ford technology patent doesn't just watch you. This one puts you in jail. Ford filed a patent, serial number 0104469, where the system takes your biometric data, your face, your iris, and your fingerprint, and it runs it through a criminal database in real time. While you're sitting in your own truck, think about what that means.
Your car is gonna run you through the CINC. Excuse me, the NCIC. That's what it's called. NCIC, National Crime Information Center. It's gonna run you through the NCIC. That's the complete criminal database for the entire country. And if you did a crime anywhere in the country, it's gonna alert the Fed. Fuck that shit.
Wake up one morning, you walk out to your driveway, you climb into a vehicle with your name on the title, on property with your name on the deed. And before you go anywhere, before you've done a single thing wrong, your truck is already running your face through a law enforcement database. Ford's own patent language describes this as potentially useful for police. They wrote that. Ford wrote that into the patent application. So the question isn't whether this technology.
So they're doing it for police, potentially useful for police. This is for Popo. Whoa.
It can be abused. Ford already told you who it's for. You just didn't know that you were buying a cop car. Now I'm going to walk you through a few of these patents. Lip reading, cameras inside your cab, machine learning trained on lip movement datasets, cloud connected, your face processed somewhere you'll never see, stored as long as they want. Acoustic lip reading, if the cameras aren't enough, the system emits inaudible sound waves and reads the echoes bouncing off of your mouth. You can't see it, it's just happening. Biometrics, your face, fingerprint, iris, filed February 2024, and it was published August 2025. This one is assigned a serial number because it's real. Ad listening. This is scary. It monitors conversations between everyone in the cab. It serves targeted ads based on what you and others are talking about while you're driving. In Ford's words, maximum opportunity for ad-based monetization.
Like your cell phone. So it listens to you, what you're talking about in the car, and then send you an ad? Yo! Giant cell phone you rolling around in.
No description of how that data is protected either. None. How about Ford Pro Telematics? Now, this one isn't a patent. This one is actually a product page. Right now, fleet managers can pull live in-cabin video feeds of drivers on their phones. Ford markets seatbelt compliance alerts with the explicit benefit of lowering insurance costs. They said it themselves. This is the infrastructure, and once the infrastructure exists, it's going to get used and abused. Now, Ford isn't alone in this. This is an arms race. Smart Eye driver monitoring software is already in over 2 million cars globally. The EU's general safety regulation mandates drowsiness systems as standard equipment going forward. GM deployed biometric seat sensors and heart rate monitoring in production trucks.
Let's go! Come on, come on, come on! Due to elevated heart rate, high stress levels, and panic indicators, you're not fit to operate this vehicle.
What? There's a tornado!
Have you tried calming down? Daryl, it's getting bigger!
Start the truck!
Let's begin a breathing exercise. Inhale. Exhale.
I'm not breathing right now!
Daryl, do something!
I'm trying!
Analyzing driver condition. I've determined you...
I know what you're determined, but you're wrong!
I am never wrong.
Whose bright idea was this?
Your government's.
Granny, so that is crazy. If you're panicking from a natural disaster, impending natural disaster, the car won't move because it think your ass is drunk, or you too agitated to drive. It'll shut the car down, and you be left out there like fucking old girl from the Wizard of Oz. Your ass would be fucking Dorothy and Toto out in that bitch. That's fucked up.
I'm feeling we're not in America anymore.
Everybody was arguing about whatever name dropped on this timeline this week. The government quietly secured the ability to turn off your car while you're driving it. And I'm not talking about a conspiracy theory. No, I'm talking about Section 24220 of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Yeah, it mandates that by 2027, every new passenger vehicle must advance impaired driving technology. Shit, it sounds great on paper. Stop drunk drivers. I'm all about that life. But the fine print tells me otherwise. It requires passive, continuous surveillance of the driver. So monitoring your eyes, your head, your movements, and your behavior. And it gives the car the authority to shut down the engine if the AI detects or decides you're not fit to drive. Even the National Highway Traffic Administration admitted to Congress that the tech is not ready. They said that 99.9% accuracy, it would still generate millions of false positives a year, meaning millions of people stranded on the side of the road because an algorithm made a mistake. But it gets worse. Where do you think that surveillance goes to? Well, if you think it goes to a privacy expert confirmed in a cloud type situation,
and this is where they build. This is what they're trying to build under the White House, the central hub for the data central hub, AI data central hub, where all this information goes into there, and then they can basically control you from that little bunker under the White House.
You'd be correct. Experts have already made the fucking connection, realizing that automakers are already updating their terms of service to sell your behavioral data to insurance companies to generate you a fucking risk score. Some lawmakers try to stop it, actually. Representatives Thomas Massey introduced an amendment to defund the mandate. Reps John James co-sponsored a bill to kill it also. But in January of 2026, 57 Republicans joined 211 Democrats to vote it down. They voted to keep the kill switch mandate alive. The vote failed, 164 to 268. This is how the game is played. They flood the zone with noise while quietly building the architecture of control right in your fucking driveway. Stop looking at the smoke and start looking at the actual policy.
Right. It's a lot of smoke and mirrors that comes with what they do. And that's why they want to keep people in a perpetual state of fear and anger and all these low vibrational things, you know.
So I would buy any car after 2026 is no one's going to want that car. They're miscalculating on this. No one wants to be surveilled while they're driving. No one wants to have their goddamn freedom driving privileges monitored by a goddamn fucking computer. Like it's your fucking computer daddy. No, you had too many of this, or you can't do this, or you think you too agitated, or you too upset, or you too get the fuck out of here. Don't say tell me I can't drive. What if you getting shot at? Yo, what if you live in the hood and you getting shot at? Or you're driving through a hood or something like that. You get shot at, you try to jump in the car and take off, and because your ass is tripping, oh shit, the fucking car won't start. That's a real possibility if you live in the hood. Anybody live in the hood knows that is a real possibility. Bullets might start flying. You may have to jump in the car, get the fuck on, and the car says, "Nah, bro, we gonna stay right here, bro. We gonna chill right here, right chin, okay." Right chin. Nah, I'll blow that goddamn car up. If a car left me in a fucked up situation, if I ever got out of the situation, that car is going straight to the scrap heap. I would send that car right to the junkyard the next day. No way in hell. Nah, I ain't selling it. I'm junking it, bitch. So moving along. Hold on a second, guys. I gotta blow my nose real quick. All right. Yeah, Eagle Eye. Yep, Eagle Eye. They was doing that in that movie Eagle Eye with Shia LaBeouf. Yep. I haven't seen that movie I think I only saw that movie like once, which is crazy. You guys can see my nose is getting stopped up. Talking makes my nose stopped up, so I don't know how much longer I'll be able to go, but let's see. All right. Oops. So there was a chilling message left by some aliens. They found that there was a message left by some aliens. They had a message for the humans. They had a message. Let's see what the message from the aliens was. because I know the thumbnail that you saw, a lot of people thought it was a joke, but hold on, let's just see what they thought. FBI files revealed alleged messages from outer space people containing chilling warnings for humanity. The documents were part of the Trump administration's latest UFO disclosure release on Friday, which included never-before-seen memos, witness reports, photographs, and videos. Tied to mysterious aerial phenomenon. One FBI memo dated January 12, 1955, detailed claims from members of the Detroit Flying Saucer Club, one of the earliest UFO organizations in the U.S. According to the document, club member Randall Cox told agents the group had received multiple messages from extraterrestrials warning humanity about its place in the universe. The memo states the beings said all planets except Earth had already conquered outer space. Cox also said Cox also told investigators the entities considered humans the lowest form in existence. Hold up. Yo. They said, no, where? Damn it, click on this shit. Man, this shit is crazy. Oh, what are you doing? Lowest form of universal existence. Humans are the lowest form of universal existence. Holy shit. Another message stated the purpose of contact with Earth was to prepare people for future landings from outer space. The FBI document further claimed the saucers were described as friendly to the U.S. as agents investigated whether the bizarre reports had any connection to national security concerns. So basically, the alien said, you suck, humans. Humans suck. Y'all suck big, suck big balls. Y'all are whack. Now, most humans are probably consciously in that category for sure. But we know there's some super highly evolved conscious humans who are probably aliens, as myself. But talk about most humans though are low vibrational. All you do is war. All you worry about is how you're going to get ahead, taking advantage of this person and that person. You don't think about no one else but yourself. They're like, fuck these humans. Humans are full of shit, man. And it's hard to argue with them. It's hard to argue, especially when the leader of the so-called leaders, the perceived leaders of the human race are these very low vibrational Caucasian people, or Caucasian or Caucasoid people. They're very low vibrational. So that means they think with the reptilian brain, survival, constant. And when you think like that, you always, think somebody out to get you. You're always thinking that whatever you have is not going to be enough. All of that comes from the reptilian brain, and so you act on that. You're kind of selfish. You act out in purpose of self. They're like, these motherfuckers, they don't understand. You live in a universe full of beings, and all you niggas worry about is your goddamn self and how you can get ahead and how you can fuck that shit. They like, we're not fucking with y'all. And all y'all do is war and kill and fuck that shit. We are not fucking with y'all. And I'm going to ask the question, can you blame them? Can you blame the aliens for not fucking with us? Now, maybe if melanated people, conscious melanated people are in charge, maybe that might be different, but we are not. Conscious melanated people are not in charge. You have these unconscious Caucasian people are in charge of the world, especially the Khazarians. That's who really run the world. And they're not trying to fuck with us. I'm going to assume based on those people. Because if they came and they contacted melanated people, they would see we about that life. Most of us about that life. But they'd be able to see, nigga, we about that. We understand. Now, the other side of that is they say humans are of the lowest existence in the universe. However, they are fascinated with humans because we're the rarest being in the universe. With that free will thing. A lot of beings in the universe, allegedly, because I've only read this stuff, they don't necessarily have the free will thing that we got. So the spirit that we embody, humans are super vibrational compared to what they experience out there. And I mean how at major times we will come together. The comedy that we have. I wonder if any aliens are funny. Do you think aliens have jokes like humans? Can aliens emote and be empathetic like humans? Because the empathy factor for humans is way up there. Whether we're empathetic or not, that's based on the individual. But the bar for empathy is way up there for humans. Are aliens like that? Do they sit around? Do they have partners? I mean, again, this may be considered low vibrational stuff for them, but do they sit around and chill with the homies? Do they talk crazy with the homies? Do they have fun? Maybe not. I don't know. But as far as I've read, is that the human spirit is very rare in the universe. And this is why you have a lot of extraterrestrials coming here to try to study us and figure us out. Like, what the fuck make you? Why are you crazy? I'm sure no damn alien talk like me. I promise you, ain't no alien out there like, fuck you, bitch. I'm sure. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm sure, but I don't believe it is. I don't believe there's no aliens out there talking shit like humans. And that's one of our powers. But again, the aliens are here, and they're slow. They were supposed to release something yesterday, but they said the next document release that they're going to do is going to be what's the word they use? A holy shit. That's what they said. The next document release is going to be a holy shit moment. So, all right. I don't know, but I know. Hey, look here, bitch ass aliens, trying to sit up here and tell me I'm lower vibration than you. Fuck you, bitch. Come out there, I'll smack the shit out of you, nigga. So that may be of a low vibration. That may be what they talking about. I don't know. Hey, maybe I got some work to do before I get back on the ship. Because hey, I'm gonna slap the shit out of everybody for leaving me on this goddamn planet with these goddamn crazy ass Caucasians. I'm slapping the shit out of everybody on the planet on the ship when I get back on. I'm telling you. Everybody getting it. So moving along. Let me see. A shocking file reveals elites explored a remote control for human cells. They have a patent. They placed out a patent. This is in 2020. They put out a patent for remote control over human cells. Yo, this is crazy. Anybody ever see the Avatar, The Last Airbender? Remember Katara? So Katara is the Avatar's girl, but not until the end. But Katara, she developed the power where she get blood bend. Remember that shit? That's what Katara became off the chain. When Katara can blood bend, she's a water bender. But then a witch she met, an older chick who was a better water bender than her, invented something called blood bending because water. She was like, if you can water bend, water holds everything. So if you can bend anything that holds water, and they was like, blood is 85-90% water. So she was like, oh shit. They started blood bending motherfuckers, controlling them through the blood. She was like, pumping in them motherfuckers and shit. Shout out to Katara. So that's basically what this says to me. Hold up. They're trying to blood bend niggas. Let's see. Uh-oh. No, that's not it. Damn it. Sorry, that's not it. Where is the... All right. Aliens. Hey, where'd it go? Oh, there you go. All right, here we go. All right. So it says, oops. Shocking files reveal global elites explored remote human cell control. Goddamn. Let me just do this. Hold up. Remote human cell control. So let's get to it. It says, oops. A surfaced patent awarded to an elite biomedical research institution in New York City details technology described as enabling the remote control of cell function. Blood bending. This is blood bending. Granted to the who? Who was the patent granted to? Holy shit. Look at that. What do you know? Look at who the patent was granted to. Granted to the Rockefeller University in 2018, the patent describes using tiny engineered particles called nanoparticles that can be directed towards specific types of cells, either from outside the cell or by being placed inside of the cell. When exposed, radio waves, the particles heat up. When exposed to radio waves, the particles heat up and activate temperature-sensitive channels within the targeted cells. Nigga. That heat then triggers a biological response inside the cell, such as switching on certain genes or prompting the production of proteins. It make you just start producing protein? What? According to the patent, the technology could potentially be used to treat a wide range of diseases and disorders by remotely activating specific cellular functions inside the body. While the technology could potentially revolutionize healthcare, the patent has sparked fears and conspiracy theories. Yeah, right. Okay. Online because of the university's historic ties to the influential Rockefeller family. The dynasty has long been the subject of claims alleging secretive influence over global politics, finance, and the creation of a so-called New World Order. However, there is no evidence that the technology was designed for mind control or population surveillance. And the patent describes potential medical applications aimed at treating disease by activating specific cellular responses. And so here's the patent. Look, they got this shit. 2020, September 29th, 2020. Look at this shit right at the top. This is what it's for. Ferritin nanoparticles, compositions and methods to modulate cell activity. Applicant, the Rockefeller University. Holy shit. So they about to start blood bending us, y'all. I hope you're ready. Y'all ready for the blood bend? Let me tell you, when Qatar started blood bending, let me tell you, that was off the goddamn chain, man. I was like, oh, nigga, the Avatar is fire. Nigga, the Avatar is off the motherfucking chain. Then when she got mad, she had to go look for the people who killed her mom. Nigga, go watch that episode when Katara had to go find the Fire Nation cats who killed her mom. And she knew how to blood bend. Oh, nigga. Katara was off the chain. So that's in line for you guys. Just saying. Be aware, baby. Be aware. It says if it can treat disease, then it causes. Thank you. Thank you. Let me hold up. You get an applause for that one. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no evidence it's been designed to control people. Get the There's no evidence that it wasn't. Come on, bro. I can invent some shit and just tell you, oh, it's for the good of it's for good of mankind. For good of all of mankind. Come on, man. It's for good of all mankind. You believe me, don't you? You believe me? No? You don't believe me? Come on, man. Come on, man. We're brothers. I mean, we're not brothers from the same mother, but we're brothers. We're not brothers from the same side of the world, but we're brothers. Like, nigga, get your bitch ass out of here. So moving along. Oops, what's the story? So alternate versions of you from a parallel universe may be controlling your life. A new theory claims. So let's see. Oops. Damn it. Oh, this might be it right here. Hold on. So check this out. Can you guys see that? Oops, hold on. Having a hard time seeing right now. My computer is. Oh, here we go. All right, let's get it. So it says, oops. Clear this. All right, alternate versions of you from a parallel universe may be controlling your life, a new theory claims. A bizarre new theory suggests there may be countless alternate versions of your life playing out at the same time across parallel universes. Now, some of this came out in the technology where the time traveler guy was talking about how he came back. Damn, we just saw this not too long ago. He said if he came back and he came back at a specific time, he would see his other self getting ready to do the thing that took him through that whole cycle before he came back, or while he was whatever experience he had. When he came back to the exact same time, if he came back a little bit before, he could see himself getting ready to go on and do the same thing. Like in what was that movie? Back to the Future. Remember when Marty McFly, he came home too early, and he did it on purpose because he wanted to warn Doc Brown that he was gonna get shot by the Libyans again, Muslim hate. But then he got shot by the Libyans, so he had to come back early. And then when he came back, the car stopped, so he had to run to the mall. And then when he got to the mall, he was too late because he had to run there, and he saw himself jumping in. He saw Doc Brown getting killed. Then he saw himself jumping into the DeLorean and going to the future. So this is kind of what they're talking about. According to Oxford physicist Vlatko Vedral, every tiny event in the universe could create a different version of reality, sending another you down a completely separate path. Yes, this was also in Doctor Strange. This is in Doctor Strange. This is in the movie Mr. Destiny. This has been played out before in a lot of movies and shit like that, but now it came out in the time travel files that was recently released or that was talked about. And now scientists are starting to say, yeah, that's probably true. There's a bunch of yous in different timelines based off the decision that you made. You made a certain decision to do this, but in another timeline or an alternate universe, you didn't make that decision to do that. That's what Mr. Destiny is about. I don't want to spoil the movie, but dope movie if you haven't seen it. But this dude had a great life. He just didn't have a famous life, or he wasn't rich or anything like that. But he wasn't broke. He had a nice family, whatever. Had a nice wife. Not family, but he had a nice wife. Was happy. But he was like, yo, this one thing happened to him when he was a kid playing baseball, and he missed it. He swung out at the plate. But then he was like, yo, if I had hit that ball, because it was a big game, I think it was like a championship game or something. If he'd hit that ball, then his life would be different. So Mr. Destiny altered his shit and made him hit the ball. And he saw how great, or he saw how different his life. That wasn't, let's say great, but he saw how different his life was. So it was a lot of the things he was expecting if he had hit the ball, but it was a lot of stuff that he wasn't expecting either. So in one reality, you took a different job. In another, you married someone else. Somewhere else, you married someone else. Somewhere else, you moved across the country or made one small choice that changed your entire future. The unsettling idea comes from a real branch of quantum physics known as the many worlds interpretation, or the multiverse. Really, they didn't want to say that because they know it come from fucking Marvel. This shit came from Marvel first. Y'all know this shit came from Marvel first. The multiverse. That's what they talking about. And they don't want to say multiverse because they don't want to give props to Marvel. But many worlds interpretation would suggest reality may constantly split into parallel worlds instead of following the one fixed timeline. Now, this was also in the new Loki. If you watch the Loki series, same thing. This happened in Loki. Instead, he says, Vedral recently argued in Popular Mechanics that humans do not magically create reality simply by observing it, a belief that has spread online through manifestation culture and misunderstood interpretations of quantum physics. Instead, he says reality changes naturally through ordinary interactions happening every second, everywhere, whether humans notice them or not. That means your life may simply be one possible outcome of the same choice made by other versions of yourself in different realities. While the outcome you might have been hoping for unfolds in another parallel universe. The other you got the good shit. You thought you was gonna get this job, but the other you in the other world got the job. You're like, why did I get this job? You did get it, just not in this plane. In another world, you did get it. That's what it's saying. And if the theory is correct, somewhere out there, another version of you could be richer, happier, more successful, or living a completely different life shaped by tiny changes in the universe. So, yeah, this is the multiverse theory. They keep calling it the other worlds. Nah, bruh. Us who know, we know. Shout out to Stan Lee. Shout out to Stan Lee, baby. In Cloverfield 2. I never saw Cloverfield 2. Loki is not that good. Season 1 was okay. Let me say that. They went woke. They went crazy woke. They emasculated Loki. It's not the Loki from the movies. He's a different Loki. And so, but you should go watch it though. Just check it out. Don't take my advice from it. Always watch the shit for yourself. But it is the multiverse has been around in comic books for 50 years. So this is what they're talking about. That's the last thing I got. Oh yeah, last thing I got is there was a dinosaur that was discovered. I just thought the name was pretty interesting. What they called it. Check this out. There's a new dinosaur bones that were discovered. They said this motherfucker was massive. Says this huge dinosaur says meet the, what is that called right there? What is that right there, guys? See how they just use your shit and think you don't know? Meet the Naga Titan. That's what that's called. The Naga Titan. Yo. Again, they just using your shit without you understanding. Huge dinosaur, 3 times the size of a London bus. 3 times the size of a London bus. Roamed Southeast Asia 120 million years ago. Fossil analysis reveals. An enormous dinosaur, 3 times the size of London, 3 times the size of a London bus, roams Southeast Asia. Blah blah blah. Just read that. The monstrous creature would have grown to 88 feet, god damn, in length, and weigh 27 tons. Holy shit! God damn, as much as 9 adult Asian elephants. This thing weighed more than 9 adult elephants. God damn. That makes this dinosaur dubbed Naga Titan, I don't know what that name is, the biggest ever found in Southeast Asia. After analyzing its skeletal remains, scientists say the gentle giant was a member of the sauropod family, which includes the largest creatures ever walk on Earth. The gargantuan bones were first spotted 10 years ago on the edge of a pond by a villager in Thailand. Thailand! Still got to go to Thailand, goddammit. Since then, paleontologists have painstakingly excavated pieces of spine, ribs, pelvis, and a front leg bone as big as a human. God damn! And this is the picture of what they say it looked like, real quick. That's what they say it looked like. That's what you, as a human, you would be way down here. This would be you. Way the fuck down here. That's where you would be seen. Says co-author Fitwoot, I'm not going to read that last name, a PhD student at University College London, told the Daily Mail that the Naga Titan took on the role of a mega herbivore browsing on the treetops without much fear of without much fear of predation due to their sheer size. He added, much like other sauropods, and what happened? Okay, damn these ads. He added, much like other sauropods, Naga Titan was probably a bulk browser that focused on consuming high volumes of vegetation that require little to no chewing. So they know who you are out here. They naming dinosaurs after your ass. They're naming dinosaurs after you. But they don't want you to know who you truly are. So I just thought that was pretty interesting of the name. But moving along, last thing I got, nigga news. So some dumbass coon Cajuns are tripping out because Lupita Nyong'o, with her fine, beautiful, chocolatey, melanated, god damn, that girl bad. Woo! They're trying to say that she's about to be in the movie The Odyssey. That, first of all, it's historically inaccurate, but it's a fictional tale. First off, it's not accurate. Well, it's not accurate by how they say Homer told the story. In the story, Helen of Troy was supposed to be blonde, blue-eyed, pale skin, right? Helen of Troy from the Greeks, right? But Greeks weren't pale skin or blue-eyed. Greeks were considered what they call olive tone, tan, really tan or copper colored. This is what they'll say Greeks look like. They were black. Today, you would call those black people. But then they'll try to say, no, the Greeks weren't black. Then we know we got the Minoans and the Ionians. So we got a whole bunch. These are all melanated cultures before these cultures, the Minoans and the Ionians came before the Greeks. They were melanated. You get highly melanated, not tan and olive, but at the very least, the Macedonians and the Greeks, they were olive tone, what they call olive tone. But you seen the olive? I ain't never seen a pale olive. Have you ever seen a pale olive? I ain't never seen no pale olive. Never have I seen it. I'm waiting to see it. I want to see it, but I ain't never seen it. So, yeah, swarthy. So when you put in swarthy if you go type in word the Greek swarthy, it'll tell you no, the Greeks weren't swarthy. They were olive colored, olive toned, tan. That's what they'll say. Swarthy means dark skin. So they weren't dark skinned, even though they depicted some dark skinned people. Blah blah blah. Like, get the fuck out of here. We ain't trying to hear that shit. So check this out. Hold on. I gotta find these. Man, there's so many damn videos. Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second, peoples. All right, is this it? Oh, well, damn. I be having so much stuff that I need to tell y'all that I lose a lot of it. Oh, here it is. I think this is it. So check it out.
As I said, if they cast Elliot Page as Achilles, I don't really know what else to say other than it's going to be a really bad call. I'll tell you that. Christopher Nolan explains why he cast Travis Scott in The Odyssey. I cast him because I want.
So they're also mad about Travis Scott being cast, which I think is bullshit too. Why the hell you casting Travis Scott to be the narrator? It said, and then he said it was because the story is told like poetry, and I had to put a poet, a rapper. Like, nigga, this nigga uses auto-tune. He ain't no goddamn real poet. Travis Scott can't rap. Are you kidding me? This nigga's auto-tune nigga. So this is what white people think. This is white people think cats like Travis Scott is a goddamn rapper. I wanted to put a person of poetry and shut your ass up. He did this because they wanted an Oscar. And in Hollywood today, to be an Oscar, you have to have 50% of your cast have to be non-white. So he wants the Oscar. He wanted to be considered for an Oscar. So he made half the cast non-white. That's the deal. Or the leading roles, not the whole cast, but 50% of the leading roles have to be non-white. So here we go.
Wanted to nod towards the idea that this story has been handed down as oral poetry, which is analogous as rap. Okay, that's kind of stupid. Maybe he should have cast Travis Scott as Hades. That way he could send people to the underworld like he did with Astroworld. Christopher Nolan instructed Ludwig to not use an orchestra for the score. It's not like an orchestra existed back then. Lupita Nyong'o will play both Helen of Troy and her sister. Wait, what? What? Is the most beautiful woman in the world. So he did confirm it. Okay, there it is. Christopher Nolan on defending historical accuracy of the armor. I mean, yeah, I think that a giant race of, like literal giants in full armor looks stupid. Elliot Page as Achilles. I think this is such a huge mistake for him to do that. You might say casting a 5'1", 105 girl pretending to be a boy as one of the mightiest warriors in Greek lore is going to be this film's Achilles heel. Wait. Achilles is 5'1"? Dude, this has to stop. It has to stop. Like, this is crazy. 5'1"?
Wait. So we got to talk about the backlash against the woke Odyssey remake that allegedly is coming via Christopher Nolan. And there's some rumors and speculation about who's going to play some of the main characters, like who's going to play Achilles, who's going to play Helen of Troy. And apparently there's speculation that you're going to have transgender actor Ellen Page play Achilles. So you're going to have a biological girl who is living their life as a man play Achilles. And you're going to have a black woman play Helen of Troy. And of course, this is getting roasted left and right on the internet because everybody knows how nonsensically woke this movie idea, right, this proposal is. Take a look.
Famous Hollywood director Christopher Nolan, this guy right here, is making a movie based on the book, the poem, The Odyssey. And I'm not kidding when I say any of this, but the role of Achilles will reportedly be played by Elliot Page. Looks like a guy, formerly Ellen Page, meaning the most famous warrior in history, not just Greek history, all of history, Achilles, is about to be played by a transgender woman in a brand new movie. You might remember Ellen Page from the hit movie Juno 20 years ago, where she was definitely a woman.
Are you honestly and truly going to prom with Katrina DeVore?
Hi.
Leah just said that you were going to go with her.
Yeah, I did ask her if she wanted to go. A bunch of us from the team are going to go to Benihana and then go to the prom and then go to VJ's parents' cabin. So we're getting a stretch limo.
Your mom must be pretty stoked that you're not taking me.
Yeah, so that is Ellen before she became Elliot. And Elliot will now be playing the role of Achilles in this new movie. Achilles, who is described throughout history as being a superhuman warrior, deadly on the battlefield. He even defeated Hector of Troy. You might even remember Brad Pitt played Achilles in a movie 20 years ago, meaning we've gone from Brad Pitt to a girl who dresses as a guy who's 5'1", 118 pounds. That's the person that's going to be playing the greatest warrior in history, because to the left, that is normal. That's okay. And to top it all off, playing Helen of Troy, the woman who started the Trojan War. The likeness on the right, probably not great. She was beautiful. The woman whose face launched 1,000 ships, whose beauty was unparalleled, a woman who was definitely white, is going to be played by Lupita Nyong'o. You might be looking at this photograph saying, I think Lupita Nyong'o is black, and you're correct. We haven't adjusted anything.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. Now, the view is going to boo-hoo, whine, and cry. They're going to melt down over the backlash that this current movie proposal, the rumors regarding casting, is currently getting. And I want to talk about it because in this meltdown, Sunny Holston is going to show us once again that just because you have a so-called college degree, right, or a advanced degree or whatever you want to call it, that does not mean that you're smart, right? It does not mean that you're smart at all. Okay, so without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
History. What do they? So let me do this first, because I know I will have upset people. I don't know that he was an apartheid apologist. I don't know anything about him except that I'm not a fan. So I take it back.
And he was there during that time.
I'm not saying he was there. I don't know that he was there. I wasn't there. I don't know if he was there. So I'm saying, okay, so before y'all flip out, my question is, why is this upsetting? Why don't you just not go to the movie?
That's an easy solution. That's an easy solution.
Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing. Most people are not going to go to the movie. The movie's going to flop, and then the laugh will be boo-hoo, whining, crying, and say, oh, people didn't show up because they don't want.
They're mad because Elon Musk hates it too. Elon is a giant nerd. He's a giant movie nerd. People don't know that. Like, his first movie was Star Wars. So he's a giant movie nerd. And so he's like, yo, why are you fucking up the movie? So they said that he's a apartheid apologist because he lived in South Africa. But then he left South Africa when he was a kid. He lived there up until he was a kid. Then he left and went and lived in Canada for most of with his mom, him and his brother. His mom and his brother, they left the dad because the dad was a piece of shit, and they went to Canada to live as a kid. So he wasn't really he wasn't really political when he was a kid. So they keep saying he's an apartheid apologist. I haven't seen anything like that. Just like Whoopi, they tried to say it on here, but Whoopi know that they don't have any evidence of it. So she had to say, well, I don't have any evidence of that, because she has to come out and say it, or the producers will make her come back out and correct herself if she has no evidence of that. So she had to say it first because they've been getting corrected a lot. So there's no evidence that Elon was an apartheid apologist, because the nigga left South Africa when he was a kid with his mom and his brother and lived in Canada. So, but now this dumbass, the coon Cajun right here, this coon Cajun piece of crap, Sunny Hostin is about to say how she used to teach history and she used to teach this stuff. And so he thinks his dumbass, he only like 30 something years old. Sunny Hostin is probably old enough to be his mom. He thinks he knows, because he Googled a couple of things, that he thinks he knows more than her, who taught this stuff, and said that just because you got the damn degree doesn't mean you know anything. Now this dude is dumb as shit, because any small investigation would show you that yes, Greeks were melanated. You can just Google it and ask if the Greeks were pale. AI will tell you that. Gemini AI will tell you that, and all the other AIs will tell you no, they weren't pale. And especially a lot of them mixed with a lot of the dark-skinned people in different regions. So you had a lot of melanated, highly melanated people rolling around Greece. But no, you can't. They can't fathom that, because they've been indoctrinated by movies so goddamn long and the books for so long that no, this can't be possible. But it is. Now, were they as dark as Lupita and Nyong'o? The Ionians, some Ionians were, and some Minoans were, but don't necessarily know about the early Greeks, if they were as dark as Lupita, but I'm sure there were.
Want to see black women shine. They don't want to see black women in major roles, right? So damn if you do, damn if you don't, right? Damn if you do, damn if you don't. If we just don't show up, then it's a problem, right? There's hate and bigotry. If we say, listen, we wouldn't mind seeing a new Odyssey movie, but we want it to be accurate, right? We don't want the woke nonsense. So therefore, we're going to say, hey, we don't like this, right? That's also hateful and bigoted, right? So it's damn if you do, damn if you don't at this point.
But it's I think, racism rears its ugly head often on, and more often now than ever, I think, in our country. But if you are a student of history, you know that scholars have debated for decades the extent to which Greek mythology and civilization were influenced by ancient Egypt and North Africa. It is very clear that Andromeda is described as an Ethiopian princess. We have Othello, the Moor. The Greeks, this idea was also explored in a book.
So yes, Andromeda is Ethiopian, Abyssinian. So Andromeda, even if you go watch Clash of the Titans, remember Clash of the Titans? Who was Perseus fighting for? Andromeda. Andromeda is a goddamn Abyssinian queen. Come on, man. But this dumbass don't know that, because he don't know anything about history. All he knows is conservative. White conservatives, dick is in my mouth. That's all he knows. I gargle white balls. Get the white balls out your mouth, and maybe you can or white balls out of your eyes and your mouth. Maybe you can actually see some real history of your own people. You've existed since the beginning of fucking mankind. How the hell do you not think there was black people in fucking Greece, nigga? This is dumb. You don't think you populated every goddamn place on this planet? This is stupid to not think that. You are the fathers, mothers, and fathers of the earth. But no, we didn't populate every place on the planet. Okay.
Called Black Athena. I think it is very clear that Andromeda is described as an Ethiopian princess. We have Othello, the Moor. The Greeks, this idea was also explored in a book called Black Athena. I think people should read it, which argues that classical Greek culture is heavily indebted to Afro-Asiatic and Near Eastern roots. I actually taught Greek mythology to 8th graders. And so I covered this. So people that are saying that Helen of Troy could not possibly be played by a Black woman don't know history.
But what does it matter? What?
Wow. Sonny Holston really believes that the ancient Greeks were Black.
Right there.
Right?
Yep. The Etruscan. Yep.
And she really said this. She really said this on national television. Bruh. Just when you thought that The View.
He is dumb. He really thinks he's clowning her. You are a fucking idiot. Go do some history on your own people, dumbass. You populated every place on the planet. How the hell you think they got there? Nigga, they just white folks that just pop up, they just spring up out of the ground, nigga. You just water the ground in Greece, and white folks jumped out of it, popped up out of the ground. This dude is dumb. He really is dumb, especially with things dealing with his own history. He's an idiot. Ask him about white history, though. This nigga know everything about white history. Ask him about some Black history. This nigga don't know shit. Because you got a bunch of pale people walking around Greece today. He think those same pale people were the people walking around in ancient Greece. This dude is dumb as shit. On certain subjects. On some subjects, he's actually smart. The two things can be true at the same time. On his own history, he's an idiot.
Could not get worse. And very, very stupid take that I just didn't see coming, right? I didn't see Sonny Holston claiming that the ancient Greeks were Black, right? I didn't see that one coming. Now, in the case of Helen of Troy, the ancient Greeks in the art, they consistently portrayed Helen with typical Greek features, right? It's
not Greek features. It's white features. Greek is not synonymous with white, dipshit. He thinks Greek is synonymous with white. They portray her with typically Greek features. Shut your dumb ass up. You are a fucking idiot.
Textual or archaeological basis for depicting her as a Black African, right? That's just not a thing. Okay,
Yes,
that's not a thing. Like,
yes, it is.
The Greeks, we have a lot of depictions, right, of what the Greeks look like, how Greeks depicted themselves. They did not depict themselves as Black, right, or African looking, right?
This motherfucking dumbass thinks he's seen all the depictions of Greece. This motherfucker don't know shit. You can tell just by the way he's talking about it. He's only seen a couple of pictures. He knows nothing, but has enough fucking confidence to do a story like this where he's laughing at somebody who actually taught it. Who had to go learn the shit to teach it. You ain't doing anything but doing a story on the shit, and you think you know more about her? You know more than her? And she actually had to study it so she could teach it? Bruh. He's the dumbest motherfucker walking.
Those are just a fact. But in Sonny Holston's tiny pea brain, she really believed that just because, according to the scholars, the Greeks borrowed some aspects of Egyptian and Near East culture, okay? AKA, the culture of the area surrounding the Mediterranean, but, you have Africa, which would be, Egypt, and then you have the Middle East as well, too. So that's the Asiatic part of it, right? So notice how she says, well, they borrowed from African and Asiatic, right? But when you actually break down what that means, like, what does that mean? African, meaning Egypt, which everybody knows isn't really Africa, right? It's not the Africa that we typically think of, right? When we say Africa, most people don't.
You say, what if he right? He not right. I've seen melanated people depicted in Greece. Go look it up, man. She just taught Black Athena. Go type Black Athena into YouTube and watch how many videos come up about blacks in Greece. Just that alone, Black Athena. Just do that. They'll try to tell you all this shit that niggas didn't exist in these cultures back in the day. Where do you think these cultures came from? Where do you think they got their goddamn information from? Just like there was a melanated emperor of Rome, Septimus. So again, this nigga don't know shit. But you telling me that you don't know shit either. Whoever wrote this, you telling me you don't know shit. You know about as much as him. Here we go. What if he right? Stop playing.
really think of Egypt, right? Egypt is more associated with the Middle East, okay, regardless of where Egypt geographically falls, right? Yes, I know Egypt is technically a part of Africa, but in the way we think about it, Carla, when we say Africa, most people don't really think of
Wait, listen to what he's
and
saying.
Near East culture, okay, aka the culture of the area surrounding the Mediterranean, but you have Africa, which will be Egypt, and then you have the Middle East as well too. So that's the Asiatic part of it, right? So notice how she says, well, they borrowed from African and Asiatic, right? But when you actually break down what that means, like what does that mean? African, meaning Egypt, which everybody knows isn't really Africa.
Whoa! Is this nigga dumb as shit? How many niggas around there with big ass noses and fat lips walking around there? How many black people are chiseled on the walls and painted on the walls? Way darker than him, super highly melanated. This nigga's an idiot. He hasn't seen any of that stuff. For him to say this stuff, he has not seen any of that. Those carvings or those glyphs, those paintings. He hasn't seen any of that shit. For him to be laughing so hard, like fucking Egypt is actually white, you dumbass. He is so stupid. Nigga, you think white people were niggas didn't inhabit every part of Africa. They just only inhabited sub-Saharan Africa, and nothing was happening in Northern Africa. No niggas was in Northern Africa. We only inhabited sub-Saharan Africa, and then the white motherfuckers, when we had the white motherfuckers, because they came from niggas, then they just migrated to North Africa and created a whole goddamn civilization called Egypt. Is this nigga the dumbest motherfucker walking or what? God damn. I went to any first of all, any Egyptian what is it? Like a museum display that you go to. I forgot the actual name for it, but any Egyptian display you go to see in any museum is going to show black people. Period. I went to one out here. They had a sister in a glass case. She was wearing a red dress. She was dark as church shoes. She was black as church shoes, but she was fine as hell. She had the fattest booty you ever seen, and she had long locks. Beautiful locks and braids with beads on them. This is like thousands of years. This little statue they had in the glass case was thousands of years old. And it depicted a fine ass sister in a red dress with a fat booty and locks with beads on the locks. Where did that fucking shit come from? Who do you see walking around with beads on their locks? Come on, man. This dude's an idiot.
Right, it's not the Africa that we typically think of, right? When we say Africa, most people don't really think of Egypt, right? Egypt is more associated with the Middle East, okay, regardless of where Egypt geographically falls, right? Yes, I know Egypt is technically a part of Africa, but in the way we think about it, culturally speaking, is more associated with the Middle East, right? So everybody knows what we're talking about when we talk about Egyptian culture, right? So yeah, she's basically leaving out the part that that African / Asiatic part of the culture that the Greeks borrowed, that came from the Far East in Egypt, right?
You know who I would want to smack him? The super expert that I know on right now, who's probably knows more about it than most people, is Ashraf Kwesi or Brother Jabari. Anybody know about who Brother Jabari is? He be doing the debates on Sinetter's channel. Brother Jabari, he know damn near more about Kemet than anybody you have seen. Brother Jabari would destroy this bitch. That's because that's what Jabari does. Jabari is he's a debater. He's a battler. Jabari would kill this motherfucker. He wouldn't even be able to be in Ashraf Kwesi's because Ashraf Kwesi does tours teaching niggas about how they were black over there. So this nigga is, again, he's smart on politics and finance. That's where it is. That's his go-to right there. Politics and finance. You can listen to him on that shit, unless it's ball gargling for the conservative party and Trump. When you start ball gargling for Trump and shit like that, then he's full of shit. He's being disingenuous. But for the most part, his politics is on point and his finance is on point. But anything else, he's an idiot.
It didn't come from sub-Saharan Africa, right? But she thinks that just because they borrowed some aspects of that culture, that equals black, right? That means that it could have been black. And it's just like one of the dumbest things that I've ever heard, right? From somebody who walks around with these advanced degrees claiming they're so smart, but yet they're so dumb, right? Very, very, very dumb.
Wow.
That is how I would describe
Wow.
Sonny Holston, right? Sonny Holston is what happens when
Whoa.
you let syphilis get
Look at
untreated for
the nerve of
30
this
years, right?
dumbass. To call somebody else dumb when you don't know about your
That's
own
Sonny
history
Holston
and culture.
in a nutshell at this point.
And not just not going to the movie. It's like when the Little Mermaid and there was this whole uproar. Like Elon Musk has multiple companies valued at over $1 trillion. How do you even have the time to worry about this? But he also said that Christopher Nolan, one of the finest directors of our time, I would argue, just wants the awards. He's got plenty of awards. I don't think he needs
Yeah,
to,
I want to go a little more shallow. We're talking about Helen of Troy being the most beautiful in the woman of the world. Can you flip up that woman picture again? Of Helen of no. That's
beautiful.
Because
she means the
I mean the most beautiful woman in the world. That was
the blonde lady.
fictitious also. Yeah, but
Yes, they're asking. She's asking for it again.
Okay, yeah. That just arguably, and beauty is subjective. I'd like you to prove to me
that's the finest there ever
that she can even hold a candle to Lupita Nyong'o. It's like he argued.
Thank you. Lupita Nyong'o is historically fine as shit. She would have been one of the queens of any of our melanated cultures. That would have been her. That would have been her. And that's in here, white people, she's not beautiful enough to start a war over. Are you insane? You have lost your goddamn mind. Now, I'm gonna say this. When she got skinny for that damn she didn't look as great. She needed to put some thickness back on her body. Some white dude that got to her since she was with Sal Michaela. So if anybody knows, she was with this dude named Sal Michaela. And he was the MC for the X Games. When X Games started, he was the MC for the X Games, and she was with him. And when she was with Sal Michaela, she was fine as shit. She was sister thick and everything, but not fat nowhere, but nice thin waist, hips, booty, bam. She was off the chain. Then when she got away from Sal Michaela, now she was some Caucasian dude. Now she looked like she emaciated, like motherfuckers like she has animals eating on her all damn night. Like, so since she's become super skinny and she did that movie, The Quiet Place, she ain't been looking as great. I'm gonna say that. But her, when she got her, she been eating and got her size on her. Oh, she's nigga unfathomable, undebatable. Fine. Here we go.
You mean I want to hear it? She wasn't real. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, you know, you could argue that she wasn't real, but in regards to what she probably would have looked like,
look at how they depicted her.
She certainly would not have looked like Lupita. And also, on top of that, probably the average Greek woman, in my opinion, probably would give Lupita a run for her money. And maybe I'm just saying that based off my own personal taste, right? Lupita's just not my type, right? So,
yeah, we know you don't like your own people. We know that. You are a coon Cajun. We know that you hate your people. Something probably happened. He hates black women so much. I think something probably happened with his mom. There's something that happened with a woman a long time ago. Some sister dissed him hardcore, or some shit happened. He's been traumatized by his sister, which is why he hate him. That's what that happened. I can see that shit because all he does is shit on sisters all the time, unless they're Republican. But any other thing than that, he will shit on sisters all day. So we know who your type is, nigga. It's balls. It's dick and balls. That's your type. White dick and balls in your mouth.
I'm listening to this. I'm like, well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the average looking Greek woman probably would give her a run for her money. I don't know. But you know, I mean, to say that she's ugly, you know what's hilarious about this is that they would never say this if it was a black character, right? If we were talking about a historically black character being portrayed by a white person, even if
that happens constantly, fool. This nigga is so damn dumb. He don't know shit about history. Where do you think they get all the goddamn history from? They pull it from you. All of these stories, these motherfucking white people don't have that type of history. You do. You've been around since the beginning of time, not them, or mankind time, not them. So all the stories, the ancient stories that they pull it from and put themselves in, they're supplanting you. But this dipshit don't know that. Superheroes are based off of you. This nigga's an idiot, man. God damn. It was hard for me to watch this one. Honestly, it was hard for me to watch, but because I knew I could go off on this bitch ass, I had to. That's why I played it.
it was a fictional character, right? If we were talking about a white person play a black character.
No, he not. Well, I don't know if he gay, but he says he likes Latinas because it's a mix of both, sister and white person. He can get a mix of the white girl and the sister in one being. So he likes only Hispanic girls. And his girlfriend has been on the channel before, walking in the background. So I've seen this girl. This girl ain't that great. She Hispanic and she thick, but she ain't no super finance. Like she ain't knocking out shit. So I don't know where the fuck he get his idea that he knows he has great taste in females and women.
In a major Hollywood film, these people will be losing their minds. And they certainly never would imply that the original black character was ugly, right? Or that the white character is an upgrade over the black. They would never say that. They would never fix their lip to say that, right? But when it comes to
they already do
what we got going over here, right? Black hilarious, right? Again, this out time or is not in a race. Okay, so
I am sorry, but could they have not pulled a better picture to make his point than that woman? She's not bad looking. She's just mad.
No,
she's not bad looking.
No, you know what? It is subjective.
It's subjective.
It is subjective, you know. But my point is, what I don't understand why you feel the need when there's so much going on in the world. Why this is what's upsetting you? These are
because he like movies, bitch. Now this is where we cut this shit off. Because he like movies. This is where they don't understand. People who love movies and are nerds about movies don't like you fucking with their shit. We like the information the way it was. I don't want my Star Wars fucked up. I don't want my Star Trek fucked up. I don't want none of my shit that I like fucked up. So Elon is a nerd. This is how he spends his free time, watching movies and shit. So does it appear, well, you got so many companies, because he can't be on his companies all time 24/7. He has to have some break time. Just like them. But no, Elon can't have no break time because he got 50 million companies, right? Well, he got people running those companies. So he can have some free time, and on his free time, he like to watch movies. So he tweeted out that, yo, this is not historically accurate, which he don't know shit either. But so he was wrong in his tweet. But to say that this nigga can't watch movies because he got 5 companies, are you insane? That's dumb as shit.
oftentimes fictitious characters. They're put into the zeitgeist to explain how things happen in the world. Who knows? None of us were there. Remember how I said I wasn't there? Yeah, I digress. You were there.
She definitely is. And she looked just like my Aunt Rose. I'll tell you what.
You know, just don't go to the movie. Don't go to the movie. If it's not a movie, it's like the show. If you're not a fan of the show, you don't need to write us all the time and say you don't like the show. Just don't watch.
Okay, great. Also, bet. We're not going to watch. We're not going to show up. And the movie's going to take at the box office, and you'll still be crying. Well, why did Nagas show up?
No, you're not going to go. Everybody going to go. Everybody else is going to go. Because
they don't want to see a black woman shine. They're racist.
Everybody else is going to go.
So it's really dead if you do, dead if you don't. Okay,
I'm
if you don't
not
show
going
up,
to say the movie's going to be good.
You say nothing and you just don't show up because woke is.
Let me say this. I'm not going to say the movie's going to be good because I agree with some of this shit. Like, nigga, stick to the historical way it was written. So it'll be a good movie. I don't want you switching shit out either. If a white chick was in the goddamn story, put a white chick in the story. Don't do that. If the story, again, it's a fictional story. So if the fictional story was written with a white chick, put the white chick in there. Why are you changing shit up? Because he wants to get an Oscar. But again, it's not gonna look right because you got all these. The ancient world wasn't as diverse as that back in the day. Even though it was highly diverse because you had different cultures migrating to different countries and shit like that, even back then. But
nobody wants to see this, okay? Then you're racist. But if you complain and you say, hey, I want to see an Odyssey movie, I just want to see it be, historically accurate in regards to how they portray the characters, then that's also racist too. Okay, they say, well, don't go see it, don't watch it if you don't like it. Okay, well, which one is it? Right? Which one is it? The hypocrisy is just it's crazy with these people. They want you to accept everything, like everything that they're pushing down our throats. They want you to accept it, no questions asked. Right? You have to accept blackwashing, no questions asked. Okay, you have to accept anti-white discrimination, no question asked. You have to accept mass immigration, no questions asked. You have to accept black districts, right? Racially drawn districts, no questions asked. You have to accept sanctuary cities, no questions asked. I don't think.
So that's the last thing. That's him commentating. We don't need to listen to that dipshit. So, yeah, they tripping out because Lupita Nyong'o, one of the finest people walking. When she eating, let me say this. I gotta say it with caveat. When she eating good, woo, goddamn, ain't nobody finer. Not many people find it, but goddamn. So next thing I got nigga news. There's a lot of stuff I had today. There's a lot of people are mad at the Kevin Hart roast. This is the only one I got. This is the only video I found this morning. I had to find it real quick. So it's dumbass Coon Cajun again talking about it. But obviously he's for the white people. Again, this is why I like to show this. Because this dipshit is for the white people.
friends will come out to make fun of him and his career for this special night. Cat Williams, who has had a long time beef with, as reported, Hart would end up being the latest person roasted on Netflix, where a number of comedians and friends will come out to make fun of him and his career for this special night. Cat Williams, who has had a long time beef with Hart, would even show up. Now, for those who don't know, roasting is a form of joke telling that is supposed to make fun of a particular thing about the person you're roasting. The jokes can range from appearance, personal stories, their life, and even family members. During the roast, several presenters would test the boundaries with jokes on each other and themselves, like when Pete Davidson's dad, who passed during 9/11, will become a punchline, as well as Kevin Hart's late mother and Cheryl Underwood's husband, who committed suicide. Today's roasting appears to be a showcase on how far comedy can go. Now, what appears to be an issue for some viewers is that comedy should have its limits, especially when it's taken on issues of race and injustice. During the roast, comedian Tony Hinchcliffe, who is no stranger to controversial jokes, will make fun of the late George Floyd while making fun of Hart. Hinchcliffe will go on to say, "The black community is so proud of you. Right now, George Floyd is looking up at us, laughing so hard that he can't breathe." In a wide shot of the stage, Hart can be seen laughing at the moment, and this appears to be the reason for his latest backlash.
Kevin Hart should have said something either then, immediately after, a text, a tweet, something. But he did nothing. Now, there are jokes he won't tell. There are things he stays away from. There's a reason why Jewish comedians do not joke about the Holocaust. There's a reason, okay? Everything is not a punchline. And then to have somebody who's not, let's just say, sensitive to the culture, come to a roast of Kevin Hart to make a punchline out of someone who was murdered in the month of the anniversary of that murder. There's more. The roast of Kevin Hart, Netflix featured this line. It's not even funny. It literally brought tears to my eyes. My first reaction was that of sorrow.
Wait, you said Lupita's not universal. You have lost your goddamn mind. Have you lost your damn mind? Go look at you, Lupita, in fucking in Black Panther. The second one too. When she walking around that school and she got that dress on, and that dress is over them hips. God damn. Are you insane? Lupita is gorgeous. And her face, she's beautiful. She has the symmetry of her face and all that. She's gorgeous. What are you talking about? If you say she ain't gorgeous, then you talking about because she's melanated. But she's super feminine, beautiful, gorgeous. What are you talking about?
So we got to talk about a bunch of radical woke black activists who are upset, boo-hoo, whining, crying over a joke. Literally, they're upset and they're mad and they're protesting over a joke about George Floyd. Okay, Tony Hinchcliffe, who has gotten into a lot of trouble lately over his jokes, made a wild joke about George Floyd while roasting Kevin Hart. And I want you guys to listen to the joke, and then we're going to get into the woke activists who are literally protesting over it. So without further ado, let's get into it.
You know, Kevin, they told me not to mention your kids on this roast, but I must say, you did good. They've gotten so big, they now buckle Kevin up in the car seat. It's true, he lost his gig hosting the Academy Awards because of some homophobic tweets, but you'd be homophobic too if you were eye level with everyone's cock. He got into a fist fight on a private plane, proof that no matter how much money black people have, they're still just gonna act like ninjas. This fight. Like Bill Cosby, Hart is a black comedian from Philadelphia, and like Bill Cosby, women don't know when Kevin is inside of them. You've done good though, Kevin. The black community is so proud of you right now. George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard that he can't breathe. God bless you, Kevin. God bless this room, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you so much. You know, Kevin,
so you seen that you're done. Okay.
So that's the joke.
Philadelphia, like Bill Cosby, women don't know when Kevin is inside of them. You've done good though, Kevin. The black community is so proud of you right now. George Floyd is looking up at us all, laughing so hard that he can't breathe. God bless you, Kevin. God bless this room, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you so much. You know, Kevin, they told me not.
So you seen entry, Kevin Hart apologized.
Incident. Ready? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to be here today. We call this press conference to call attention to an egregious incident that came to our attention as Minneapolis leaders, organizers, and residents. My name is Nakima Levy-Armstrong. I am a civil rights attorney, an activist, the founder of the Racial Justice Network, and the co-founder of the National Target Boycott.
And also a criminal. Remember, she is the individual that invaded the church in Minneapolis with Don Lemon. So just understand the type of clowns that we're dealing with here.
We are here today to call your attention to the fact that an egregious, disgusting joke was made about George Floyd. Here we are about to memorialize George Floyd for year 6 after his brutal murder at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department. Our community is still experiencing grief and trauma. We have young people in our community who were children at the time. They're now teenagers, still dealing with the impacts of the police killing of George Floyd. And instead of allowing our community to grieve in peace, to celebrate George Floyd in peace, we have Netflix comedians making light of the brutal killing of George Floyd. It is unacceptable and it is unconscionable. Some of you over the weekend watched the Kevin Hart roast on Netflix, where a comedian, Tony Hinchcliffe, that was a joke, okay? Tony Hinchcliffe made a grotesque joke saying that George Floyd is looking up at us.
Apparently the joke was so funny that even she's laughing, right? She can't help but laugh. But who knows? Maybe she's laughing at calling Tony Hinchcliffe Tony Bitchcliffe, which, I don't know if that's necessarily
That is
like
what
funny,
she's
but
laughing at, dumbass.
It doesn't seem like that serious of a situation to me. If she's laughing, kiki and ha ha.
Laughing, and he can't breathe. When I saw the clip online, it made me sick to my stomach. And I was glad that I had not watched the full Netflix special and helped get their streams up, because here they are making fun of a Black life that was taken too soon. George Floyd was a member of our community. He was a father, he was an uncle, and he was a man who should still be alive. Had the Minneapolis Police Department respected his Black body, he would have still been alive. So to have this comedian who has a history and a track record of making racist jokes feel comfortable in front of that Netflix audience, which included Black comedians and Black audience members, is unconscionable. And we have to understand the full context of this moment. The Black community is under attack by the Trump administration.
This is hilarious.
What the hell that have to do with Trump? Now don't start doing stupid shit. Now, should the joke have been said? Now, y'all know I'm a person. Y'all have been, if you've been here for a while. Hold on real quick. Let me give some shout outs. Hold on. Somebody. I got you, Roger Roche, Lane Elliott, and Wayne Richards. Thank you guys for the cash apps and the super chats. Appreciate you guys. Let me give you the love.
May the force be with you.
Thank you guys. So you guys have been here with me a long time. You already know I don't believe nobody's above a joke. Nothing. If it's funny, you got to make it funny. That's the difference. If you're gonna joke about some very sensitive topics, then you need to be sure that joke is funny to most people. You don't have to be funny to everybody, but make sure it's funny to most people. And just sitting up there just telling jokes, dry ass jokes like she said Tony Bitchcliffe. Yeah, he's not funny. He's just insulting. And people think that's him being bold enough to insult people. That is funny. It's not funny. He's not really funny at all. He just will insult you. And so, oh shit, he has to be funny because he has the balls to insult people. No, because if he was in the hood, he might get his ass mangled. No diddy. So again, do I think the joke should not have been said? They told a Charlie Kirk joke earlier. What's his name? I forgot the comedian dude. He told a Charlie Kirk joke. And now, so they were basically an equal opportunity offender. I'm talking about the whole time, the whole show. They were equal opportunity offenders. So Charlie Kirk got a joke about him being shot in the neck, and then George Floyd got a joke. Just ironically, first of all, they were born on the same day. That's crazy. But both of them got a joke. Now, was either joke funny? Not at all. Both jokes sucked. Both of the jokes sucked it. And then Tony Hinchcliffe, he messed up the punchline because he didn't say he didn't flow with the punchline. He messed it up. So that makes the joke even whacker when you don't say the punchline flushly or fluidly. That fucks up a joke. And he knew it too. He tried to recover real quick. Now, again, I don't believe anybody is above getting it when it's comedy. I will smash on everybody. I don't give a goddamn. I ain't got no goddamn line if it's funny. It's like I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if you talk shit about me. So don't give a shit when I talk shit about you. Just don't start no physical shit. Because you emotional. Melanated people got to stop being so emotional, having emotional triggers that just incite you immediately because somebody said something to you. Again, this is the low vibration that melanated people have relegated themselves to. Emotional triggers. Nigga. Bitch. Hoe. All these different words. First of all, if they were said by someone you loved, would be cool to you. But because they said by somebody that you don't fuck with, oh shit, oh my God. No, you can't say that to me ever at all. All right, no, I don't get with that. I don't get with that. So I'm basically with everybody can get it. I don't think everybody can get it crowd. I don't believe anybody's above a joke. Everybody can catch one. Everybody can catch one. Don't matter who the hell your ass is. Everybody can catch a joke. So I believe both jokes sucked, but I think that he has a right to talk about whatever he want to talk about as far as joking. Now, getting to the Jewish part of it, they were right about Jewish comedians. They don't say shit about the Jews, and other comedians don't say shit, don't joke about the Jews either. See how that double standard goes? You can joke about anybody else, but if you joke about the Jews, they coming for you. See, that's a double standard. That's full of shit right there. I don't rock with that. Last thing I got, real quick, I just saw the Michael Jackson movie. Just saw it, and goddamn, I'm kind of pissed because they didn't have my part in it. Like, how the hell do you have the movie and you put you want to be starting something at the beginning of the movie? The best part of that song is the end. Mama say, mama sama makusa. Mama say, mama sama makusa. They didn't put that in there. I wanted to see him singing that to a crowd and the crowd rocking to Mama say, mama sama makusa. Mama say, mama sama makusa. Come on, man. So they that pissed me off highly that they weren't able to how the hell you don't put Mama say, mama sama makusa in there? Now I just found out where it came from. It came from a song, African song called Soul Makossa. But when they sang the song and they asked Mike what it say, Mike said it don't mean nothing. Just dig it. He said just rock with it, nigga. He said it don't mean shit. Just rock with the shit. Mike was all about feeling and energy. He was like, nigga. But then also what I learned, the main thing what I took from the movie also is that Michael Jackson believed in positive affirmation. He wrote things down and repeated them as a mantra, what he wanted out of the universe. And they would meditate on it and repeat it as a mantra every time. He had a vision board. So again, everybody, this is your science. Speak it, think it into existence. You are the creator of the universe, one of them. And we're all together collectively, we're our creators. So you have the power, the force. Just say it. Tell the universe what you want. Then you keep putting, and I talked about dropping a pebble in the pond and creating ripples. Well, you have to keep doing that. If you really want the universe to give it back to you, keep throwing those pebbles into the pond and keep creating those ripples. The universe will be like, oh, this is really what you want? Okay, well, shit, let me give it to you. But if you're serious about it, if you're not serious about it, the universe will be like, I'm not fucking with you. So that's one thing I took from the movie. The other thing I took from the movie was they shitted on Joe Jackson too much. People shit on Joe Jackson too much. And I'm going to let Howard Hewitt, shout out to Howard Hewitt from, hold on. I can't find, where's them? Oh, come on, man. I just had it. Ah, damn. Hold on. From Shalimar, Howard Hewitt from Shalimar, he gave a great take on them shitting on Joe Jackson. And I thought it was great. It was basically summed up exactly what I was saying when I was watching the movie. So let's watch Howard Hewitt break it down if I can find it. Here we go. So check this out.
And that's how everybody, the new Michael Jackson, there's one thing I had a problem with. And I've had this same problem with almost every Jackson 5 movie or series they've ever made. And that's how everybody always comes down so hard on Joe Jackson. This man had 9 kids to raise in a tiny 2-bedroom house in the 1950s and 60s, Gary, Indiana, in the hood. Nobody was in jail. Nobody was on drugs under his watch, and no teenage pregnancies that we know of. One of the scenes that I could relate to most in the movie was the scene where Michael was getting a whipping. Man, I got whippings. You got whippings. Yes. Everybody got in that era got whippings. And my dad was a trick whooper. He'd have me by the back of my shirt. I try to run behind him, get away from the belt. He'd swing that belt back around his back and crack me right in my butt every time. See, back then, it wasn't about no timeout. Our timeout was the amount of time it took for us to come to after our parents knocked us out. You see, If our parents didn't discipline us, then the system would have disciplined us. And the system don't care nothing about no little black kids. Now, this ain't a racial thing, y'all. This is a cultural thing. So to all my Caucasian brothers and sisters, y'all don't understand this. And quiet as it's kept, we don't expect you to understand this. Your parents didn't have to have the talk with you about how to conduct yourselves if you had an encounter with police. All our parents wanted was for us to come home alive and in one piece. Now, Proverbs 13:24 basically says, spare the rod, spoil the child. And that's the problem we have with a lot of these kids today.
Yo, does this nigga look like he's 70? God damn, whatever the fuck he eating, he must eat great. This nigga don't look 70 at all. God damn. This nigga's Howard Hewitt is 70. Shit.
Now, I'm not trying to minimize Michael's trauma or the way he processed things. But if Joe Jackson had changed anything, had he been the doting father like, oh no, Michael, that's all right. You don't have to rehearse. Go out and play. We'll pick it back up later on when you feel more like it. We would not be celebrating the Michael that we celebrate today. Would he have been happier? Who knows, maybe. Or maybe he would have stayed in Gary, Indiana and became a crackhead. We don't know. But he would not have been the Michael that we know today. So we must give Joe Jackson his respect. Stay safe.
So all the things that they keep talking about what Joe did to Mike. What did he give Mike? He wouldn't have had any of that if Joe didn't sit him down and teach him that stuff. He taught you your whole life. And he taught you how to be perfect in what you do. Don't accept mediocrity. So that constant do it again, do it again, do it again. Yeah, you may think it was rough, but again, children need some discipline. And again, everybody got their ass whooped. If you 90% of black houses got their ass whooped. But this was one of the good ones. This is one of the good times that produced something great. Yeah, Mike was very emo and you know, didn't like the whoopings and all the rest of that. Yeah, nobody liked whoopings. Nobody liked whoopings. Straight up, nobody liked whoopings, man. But again, if his discipline got you all of that, then there's a thank you in there somewhere that we ain't heard ever to Joe Jackson. We need to hear a thank you from these people because of what he did. He gave us Michael Jackson. He engineered that and gave the world Mike. So again, Joe may have been on some fuck shit in his life for sure, but talk about the stuff that he actually did do. 9 kids, none of them out on the street. All of them grown up, nice, with families and all that shit. Come on, man. That's very rare. All of them graduating high schools, all of them going, come on, man. You got to give Joe some props in there somewhere. And the degradation of the black father, when you, and they do it to Joe, because they act like, oh, he was extra mean or whatever. All right, whatever. Every black, I can tell you about my fucking dad, my stepdad. My stepdad was crazy. This nigga was Aries. Tell you about some of the whoopings I used to get. So I can understand how Mike felt because I kind of felt that way also towards my stepdad. But this nigga wasn't pushing me towards nothing great. This nigga was just pissed that I wouldn't do shit all the time or do some things sometimes. So if he was pushing me to be great, then I would say, oh yeah, thank you. There's a thing in there. He wasn't just doing that to be mean and angry and evil. He was trying to get you to some point that you obviously didn't see for yourself. So again, all the fuckery on Joe Jackson has to stop because this nigga was ultimately, whatever you think about him, he would be considered a good dad today. Especially with all the kids, what they doing today. Come on. So Howard Hewitt summed it up great. That's all I'm saying. Howard Hewitt, he summed that shit up great. He said, I heard Mike was nice with his hands. I heard that too, but I don't know how real that is. I don't know. I heard that too, but I don't know how real it was. Well, do you think that was real? Did anybody think that was real? I don't know. I don't think it was real. But again, everybody, Mike, you saw how Mike's life turned out with positive affirmation. That's one thing, super positive thing that you take from that movie is Mike was about manifestation. Think it, say it, do it. Repeat it constantly. Tell the universe what you want from it, and it'll give it to you, especially if you're super focused on it and you stay doing it. You stay on the grind towards that which you ask the universe for. Mike was all about that shit. I fuck with Mike on that. Positive affirmation. Mantra. Write it down. Again, you have all the power within you. So again, shout out to Mike. Love you, Mike. He was off the chain, baby. Love Mike, my favorite artist of all time, for sure. No, not even close. Not even goddamn close. And fuck them Khazarians for taking him away. But that's it, everybody. We got 5 hours in this bitch. Oh shit, god damn. How the fuck you get 5 hours in this? See, y'all got me talking 5 hours with my nose stopped up and shit. Oh shit, man. All right, everybody, I'm out of here. Thank you everybody for all my super chats. Yo, did we hit the goal today? I think we hit the goal. We hit the goal. We got just clawed over the goal. So thank you guys. Appreciate you guys for the super chats. Thank all my moderators for chilling in here, holding it down. Appreciate you guys. I'm gonna holler at y'all next week. Deuces.
Real Nagas, tap in.